짠짠 부대 스탁 상시 주위 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never bleed, I'll never fight. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shade. 날 주세워 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 절대 can't change. 내겐 없어 plan B. 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never bleed, I'll never fight. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep
sleep. I dance in the realm of dreams. I dance when I'm in the boneyard. Dance, dance when I'm caught off guard. I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my.
punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, over cut the my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out need the pepper pick a pack of peppers people like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hoop don't sleep don't punch me Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. For you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิด one punch. You win ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, right? What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
You keep me up all night, all night. Giving it feeling. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you giving it feeling. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up. Oh my God. Oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you giving it feeling. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night, all night. Oh my God. Wake up to the sunshine, baby. Wake up up to the weekend, baby. Wake up to the sunshine, baby. Wake up to the weekend, baby. Every day is a holiday. Whoa-oh.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the
but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the... Hey, you ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the...
Dans le silence, je perds mon souffle, les ombres dansent. Autour de moi, les champs s'agitent, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens. Je rêve de partir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du monde. Brûle la nuit, brise mes chaînes, sous l'orage, je renais dans l'écho de mes veines. J'entrevois une lueur d'espoir, lueur d'espoir. La douleur est devenue mon âme. Ce feu qui brûle dans les larmes. Dans mes veines, une promesse de construire un empire. Dans le ciel infini, là où tout est possible. Lueur d'espoir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du La douleur est devenue mon âme. Ce feu qui brûle dans les larmes.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another rainy summer day. It actually looks nothing like this in beautiful Berlin, Germany, but it is beautiful nonetheless. And we are getting ready for week 2 of VCT EMEA. My name's Daniel Dracos. I'll be your guest host this week. And luckily for all of you at home, they've paired me up with an absolute superstar duo. 3 international titles between them. It's Minnie and Kakuka.
I'm gonna have to say.
Are we counting the paper X as a
Wait,
half?
you're on my team. You're supposed to be bigging this up.
Oh my god, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'd say at least 4.
3 between us. 4?
Okay,
Yeah.
so
4.
3
Yeah.
titles. Minnie's contributing the titles.
Didn't say the game, so yeah.
Kakuka, what are you contributing to the duo in terms of accolades? Have most times roasted Minnie on a broadcast?
Not on a broadcast, on private, probably.
Fair.
But Kate, do you care to explain what are you doing here? Like, lovely to
So,
have you, but
I don't want to talk too much about League of Legends, but what I will say is that VCT has done notably better at international events, and it's getting a little sad over in the world of League of
Yeah, me
Legends.
and Bear combined, I think, have more international success than the entirety of the LEC, so it's nice to have you across.
I think I was the one that was
Nice to have
nervous,
you
but I love
across.
that. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you're right, so I have to kind of just eat that, but that was kind of out of pocket, let's be honest. It was a little rude to start the day, but, you know, we look back at week 1, it was a pretty exciting week, but it was a bit of a mixed bag, right? Some matches kind of going as expected, some definitely surprising us. What stood out to both of you the most in terms of what we saw in week 1?
I'd say that for me, probably Giant X getting a win, doing it as the only team that got a 2-0 in the opening week. Navi playing the Corrode, also really like that and getting their first win on the board.
Yeah, not enough Corrode for my liking overall. I have to go to the flip side of the Giant X's Vitality. That's the big story here. That was probably a must-win game for their group. That group is quite difficult, and they need to bounce back quickly.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a little bit tough. Not a game that I expected to see based on initial expectations. Of course, didn't know the teams as well as you, but when someone says super team in split 1, I assume it's not going to flip on its head. Yeah. Super team became not so super very quickly, which we'll get to see later in the week. But of course, today, Apeks versus KC, GX are going up against BBL. We'll see how it unfolds. But I think before we talk about that first matchup, KC versus Apeks, we're going to play a quick game called Rate the Debuts. Now, we saw a lot of things on stage last week, but not all those things were created equal. So the two of you enlisted me to kind of be this impartial judge to settle some of the most contentious ones. Each of them are going to argue for a side, and I'll use my absolute lack of high-level Valorant knowledge to make the least educated decision possible on who had the better take. And first up, we're going to talk about comps. Fnatic's bind comp versus Mate's bind comp. What do you guys think?
I'll start. I will with the Fnatic comp. I really like it. Sorry, Minnie, I had to take the Fnatic comp because we know that you're extremely biased. But things to look out for here. Probably the best Astra player in the world, playing in a very comfortable role. Beating KC in what was their home map at the beginning of the year that made the rest of the region look stupid on bind. Playing the only Deco that we saw in week 1 is Alpha playing it, but it's out of the box. But the most important thing about this is that it resembles the new trend that Fnatic are having, in which they're reinventing themselves and changing the compositions. Once they were the team that never changed compositions, and for years we saw the same thing, and now they're reinventing themselves in maps that made them the best team in the world.
Look, I like it. Spicy. You called someone the best in the world. That person was also Boaster, which I know talking about him is pretty important, so I'm feeling good. What's the rebuttal here?
My rebuttal is that...
Go on.
One sec.
Oh.
Althea. That putting Althea on Teo is like putting Chovy on Nami. That is not what they should be doing.
That's a league reference for those who can't follow up.
Anyway, so for this composition, Dracos, you don't know me that well, but Bind is my map. I am one of the best in the world of this map. 75% win rate historically over 5 years. I know what's good. These 4 agents on the right, Astra, Viper, KO,
I'll take my numbers.
Gecko, and Fade.
Damn.
They are the best core on that map.
Okay.
But what is exciting to me is this comeback on Waylay. People are underrating Waylay right now, and having this rookie coming in is one of I think, the best rookie that we had this year. Like, I think this guy is going to be the guy. And having him on the Waylay means that he was just running into spawn. He was on the other side of the map.
And dying most of the times, just for you
He went plus...
To be fair, that might be a plus. I've run into spawn and die a lot.
There's no chance that he went...
All right, look, I got to wrap it up. This is tight. But I will say, your blatant use of the logical fallacy of just quoting your win rates, it worked. I don't know enough. I don't know enough. I'm sorry. Everything you said, I don't know. He's got the stats. Yeah, he's got the stats. I can't argue with that. I just have to assume he said Chovy to... look,
right.
I'm a little biased, but
Okay.
yeah, it connected. So I'm going to say 1 point for Minnie thus far. Let's check the next one.
I'll take
Talking
that.
about Xiao on Fade, this first time this year, versus CNED, making the transition over to Smokes.
I'm going to go with Xiao, obviously. No surprise to anyone here. I know that you're unfamiliar with what EMEA would call the Xiao show, but this man is an absolute legend on Fade. I know that we love to be recency biased and just think about what happened in the past 3 months, but if we think about Copenhagen and the crazy win that FPX had back there, in most of the cases, it was thanks to Xiao. He finally played the Fade for the first time in the entire year, and it was in the new map. It's good to see him in something that is so comfortable for him, and now that he's let out of the cage, I just want to beg Angel to not put him back in it.
Look, I like the Xiao show angle. What's the deal with CNED?
On the flip side, CNED, look, I wasn't a believer. I had no faith. But once I was lost Dracos, now I am found. God CNED convinced me that he is the Smokes player in EMEA. He is going to dominate. He was champion winner. He's coming back, new role. He's opping everyone on Omen, and he's just crushing it. Do you need stats? I don't think
No,
you do.
I'm just going to say, Xiao Show sold it to me. You were really close. You looked way too deeply into my eyes when you made that last point. It was too much, man.
On the best line.
What was the best line?
The best line is CNED's on fire, your defense is terrified.
Okay.
You don't know
Okay.
that song? See,
I know
that's
that.
on fire. Your defense is terrified.
I did know that
No,
song.
he
I didn't know
knows
those
it.
lyrics
Yeah.
for that song, but now apparently I do. Let's get to the last one. Some players showing up on stage. Let's kick it off with you, Minnie. Let's talk about
Okay,
Monster.
right. I'm gonna, usually I'm humble, but today we're not. What?
Yeah, just
Okay.
Very humble.
Again, as well as being the best on Bind, I am the best scout in this game. And Monster
Okay, that's fair,
has
actually.
been on my list very highly for the past 5 years. This guy should have been on this stage in VCT EMEA for the past 3 years, and these teams were stupid not to pick him up, but Koi were not. So for me, last week, he dominated Team Liquid, one of the powerhouses of EMEA, and what more can I say?
It doesn't matter what you say because we're seeing Baby Bay on the screen. It doesn't matter what you say. Dracos, for you to understand the situation here, imagine that 2 years ago, G2 loses their best player and Kadro goes on to play with them.
I know all those things.
Listen.
You used words, I understand.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. So he was a superstar in Overwatch. He was a superstar in VALORANT when he first joined Fade.
Yep.
But what he's done now, going into G2, covering one of the best players that they had in that spot, I've never seen the arena
Here's my
go
question.
so crazy for
Minnie, I
a
have
player.
one question. Has Monster ever been retweeted by Shaq? Because I did see that earlier today for Baby Bay back in the old school days. Well, brother.
But what was his stats? This guy went negative 17.
No. Did you see the second map? Did
What's
you see
wrong
the
with going
J-Lo?
negative 17?
Shut up.
Huh?
Shut up.
Huh? You played
Shut
in that
up.
in-house. What's wrong
He's
with going
not there
negative
for the
17?
stats, he's there
All
for
right.
the vibe.
I'm going to say Baby
They lost
Bay.
the game.
Congratulations, Kukuka. You have
Rigged.
thoroughly convinced me.
Rigged.
I'm sorry, Minnie. Your pedigree, your
I
clout.
got the League of Legends.
You're now.
We have a bacon for us.
All right, focusing up on our first matchup of the day, of course, Apeks versus KC. And I think we have to start with Apeks. The very consistent thing that I've seen across my analysis, listening to podcasts, catching up with you guys, is that people are pretty down on Apeks. This is a team with not a lot of expectations, but I do want to talk because there were some positives in that first week about what could be better, what could they be doing to kind of kick things up a notch.
Yeah, so we highlighted last week that Apeks needed to play double duelist or play something a little bit weird. And they did that on one map. They played something a tiny bit weird on Sunset, but the problem here is they're not playing double duelist at all. And if they continue to do this, they're just going to continue to lose games, in my opinion.
Yeah, in fact, Batu played everything but the duelist, as we are seeing. As you can see this like wonky. I wouldn't put it on the wonky side just because we're seeing so much evolution right now in VALORANT, which I like. You know, like it's weird to see two teams that play the same composition, and I really like. I think that's healthy, quote unquote, for the game, but more complicated for teams. But I agree with you. I think that for them, they need to really understand their strengths. It's difficult. They just brought in new players. The entire year has been difficult for them, and their goal is to just get a win.
Yeah, and I think we could talk more about Apeks. We'll just have to see this week if they do opt to go for double duelist, because it seems to be the thing we keep coming back to. It's straightforward. We'll see if they agree with us.
Said it in an interview. I'd like to.
Please. Double duelist.
Different maps
one time.
today.
That's all we need. On the opposite side, KC, also a team that came off a loss, but potentially a little bit more optimism for them as they were up against Fnatic, weren't necessarily favored, and did show some pretty good stuff.
Absolutely, like they managed to get to that third map. Yes, they lost on their bind, which was their home ground for the beginning of the year, but they showed very good things in Lotus, and they almost take it to overtime on Icebox.
Yeah, I like from KC, they're kind of ramping up this year, and it feels like they are getting stronger and stronger. And it's a big sign that they don't have to win that home map, because before they basically only won bind or Icebox, depending on the season.
Moment of the,
And losing bind in one respect is a good thing because it means that they've got a deeper pool, they get games close. But I am a bit concerned because Fnatic did give teams a blueprint of how to beat them on bind. Like I think Fnatic played a phenomenal game plan against KC, so that's my only worry.
I'm curious with this blueprint, which I think we'll get to talk about later in the week when we see Fnatic play, was what we saw them winning on Lotus. Does that outweigh this blueprint for bind? Are stocks up on KC right now after that series, or are we more worried about this team looking ahead?
It depends, because it goes into the comfort, as we're saying. Them being very comfortable on bind was like the thing for them. Then on stage 1 for Icebox. But I think that the most important thing is them being able to defeat one of the best teams in the world in Lotus.
Yeah, and I think here is a strength of showing KC Sadak's reads coming into this game, and then KC's style of having Eng and Sadak and Zeish have these big combo plays. When they've got the reads and combo plays together, it works very well.
So some things maybe we can hope to see replicated today. We'll have to find out. But earlier today, when Minnie was explaining to me why he can bench more than Sliggy, Kukuka did some actual work and sat down with Sadak and Zeiss to talk about their coordination. Let's take a look.
Hey everyone, Kakuka here. I am joined by Zeish and Sada from KC. Hey guys, how you doing?
Hello. Hello, fine.
We are fine.
Happy.
Happy? Okay,
Happy.
We'll get into that in a moment. I wanted to get you two here to play a little game that I've titled So in Sync. We know that you need to have some kind of compenetration between the coaches and the IGL to really think about and see the game in the same way, right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you guys a clip from a play that you guys had. I'm going to give you the tease. It's going to be from the defense. And I'm going to pause it at some point. From that point on, you have the whiteboards, and I want you to write down what you think or what you think your team should do following up to that. So if we can please roll the clip.
I can't wait to see it.
Okay, so as you can see, it's Lotus last week against Fnatic.
Of course, you say it's an Antico. Of course.
Completely not intentional. Okay, take a look at what you're doing, right? Look at your positioning.
We forgot the default on this.
Okay. Now we see a Prowler going in, and we're gonna pause here. Okay, guys, you are KC. You've heard a little bit of noise on A. You're speaking about your default, Sadak. Write down what you think you guys should do next.
I mean, I still remember my call because that's the call to do, you know?
Yeah.
I want to see how much and what the connection between your minds is.
Okay.
At the same time, Sadak, I'm going to make it even more difficult for you. I want to ask you, what do you think is your strong suit as an IGL? Because you're speaking about, you remember the call that you made, that you have some experience also here in the EMEA. So what is your strong suit as an IGL?
To be honest, I have no idea. I would say, like, the guys, what the guys told me, wait, this is hard. And
it's okay, you can take your time. Okay.
I would say maybe keeping calm or always trying to be in a good mood for the team, you know? And I don't know. Yeah, I would say like mid-rounding also.
Mid-rounding.
I like
okay.
my mid-rounding.
You're speaking about mid-rounding while you finish, Sage. Sadak, tell me, what do you think KC should do next?
Well, exactly what we did. Go A and fight, and then we freeze.
Okay. Not very specific, but I like it. There's some clear direction.
Okay,
go
no, and fight / destroy.
Okay.
Destroy.
Okay, I like it. Let's see, Sage, do you think the same way? Grab your microphone, please.
Sorry, guys, that was my cell phone.
I need my team to remember what we discussed in Switch side. Sadak, do you remember what you discussed in Switch side?
I mean, right now I remember. But no, in that moment, we had to pull off another anti-eco. We hadn't practiced for like what? For like a whole week.
Yeah.
And yes.
So basically, we discussed an anti-eco during the Switch side.
But we adapted, and we
then,
are insane.
And then we didn't play it, literally.
We were
I'm
like
not doing this segment because you're definitely not in sync. Let's hope that changes for today. Thank you guys very much, and best of luck today. It is time to start off with week 2, day 1, here in VCT EMEA. Let's welcome the teams onto the stage.
And here we are. Map select. Some bans to be had. You guys have a lot less potential agents compared to champions, but you have a lot more maps, which I'm really excited about. I've been playing one map for 15 years. For the love of God, give me something new. Are there any things that have stood out here? Anything that surprises us based on initial expectations? Icebox first, Sunset, finishing off with Lotus, if we make it there.
I mean, not a lot of surprises. I think that these are probably the 3 maps that we like the most in EMEA currently. For KC, the bind is out for the side of Apeks, so their second choice is Icebox. We need to remember how close it was last week against Fnatic. And we also need to remember, when Apeks played this map, they were only able to grab 4 rounds against Na'Vi also last week. So, yeah, at least they're starting on the defense, right?
Yeah, so my read is that KC are probably 1-0 up in this series. I think the Icebox can be too difficult for Apeks. But going into Sunset, Apeks destroyed Na'Vi last week, and that's definitely where they could maybe push it to the third. Third is a bit tricky. Apeks like Lotus, but don't win it that often. And on the flip side, KC did beat Fnatic last week on it. It was one of the best in the world. So it could go to third, but even then, I'm probably still favoring KC.
I think that we need to be... I would like to take it one step further and say that if Apeks wants to win today, should do it in 2. Because I think that if we go to Lotus, I would be very, very sad to see that KC cannot close another match.
So you need them to win.
That would be the
I mean, I will just say,
Mini,
I will just say that Mini said that like Icebox is unwinnable, and you said that if Apeks want to win, they need to 2-0.
Yes,
so
absolutely, yeah.
The math is not. How do they win Icebox seems to be the most important question.
Well, first of all, I think that one of the players that we really want to see, I know that we were speaking about Batu, but I want to see Penny having one of those insane games. All these era on the same side, he was destroying in the VCL back in Spain. So I want to see those 2 players for me being the difference. I want to see Penny going for comfortable plays. It's like the kind of plays that make you get into the game and start gaining momentum. I think that that is what Apeks needs.
Yeah, to give Apeks credit from Icebox last week, they did start out with a good game plan, but then they just got picked over and over again. They're going to 4v5 every single round. So if they start again with the game plan they had last week, which is defaulting towards long B just a little bit, and then finishing towards that A site, they seem quite comfortable doing it, but after then, they just got obliterated in terms of the opening duels.
The other thing I'm concerned about, based on the discussions we've had previously, is you mentioned, hey, double duelists, crazy comps. But Icebox, from what you've said, is a more, not solved map, but a lot of the variables have been eliminated. So can you do something crazy on Icebox? Or do you just want them in this situation to go towards something standard, the Killjoys, the Vipers, etc.?
In a weird way, it might be even better to do something crazy because it's a map that you don't expect it as much on, and they really do need to get an advantage somewhere. They need to take a risk and gamble something. I suspect we're going to see the same as last week, where it's like the Jet Omen kind of vibe, I believe it was.
But I like it. I think you also...
I think it does suit them technically. It's just, it didn't end up working very well.
Yeah, I think it's, you brought up something that is very important, and is that they were getting picked time and time again. And in fact, last week, it did not look good for Apeks, and it also did not look good for KC. The 4v5's conversion, it was extremely low. And so I do not, like, that is what I mean by saying that Apeks have to be confident and comfortable. Is even if those initial plays do not work, if you have a player down, you need to have a plan B. You need to be able to react. And again, I want to see the setup from the defense now that they have the chance to show it.
Yeah, but I think I'd frame this match a little bit differently. I do think that if this is about the road to Paris for KC, this needs to be a statement game. This is Apeks, to be honest with you, the weakest team in our league. Last week probably played the best team in the league. Let's see how like, they lost last week, but they played well. I want to see them playing well translate to a big result today.
It's also a bit, like, could be really frustrating, I think, for EMEA as a whole, as a region, when we look at KC, Gentlemates, and Vitality, 3 French organizations, all of whom are not in great shape to make that run to champs.
And KC's in the best situation to do so. So yeah, no surprises in the compositions. Another player that I want to see shine to me is always Sugetsu. I'm an insanely big fan of Sui, and I feel like when he has the day, he has the sharpest aim you're going to see at Dracos in our entire league.
I'm ready. I like it. When you're new, like me, you just try to click ahead. Most of the time, you miss that click and it goes wrong.
But Sui does it beautifully.
But see, that's what I like. I like those little things. It's simple. It's easy to track. I see 1 duelist, so it seems like we're getting a little bit of spice. You mentioned the Jet Omen, so there is something there for Apeks, but it does still feel like this is not the map where we get to see the dream of the double duelist.
No, it's the closest in the meta you can get to that double duelist approach is playing the Jet and the Omen, so it's not the worst approach, to be honest with you. But again, Apeks are a team that needs to take massive risks, I feel like, and not these small risks, so it might not be enough.
Yeah, and on the other side, we also see Sadak with the KO when we're speaking about the risks, when we're speaking about gathering information or shutting them down, trying to either catch Batu or Penny on that aggression. Sadak is going to be insanely important. And again, Sugetsu, of course.
Earlier, Minnie, you helped me type a joke on Twitter about we only play one side on this map.
It's A.
It's A. I just want to clear, that's not a joke, right? I should just be ready for A side. We should be watching A. For the plebs out there.
Like I said earlier, like Apeks, if they had a good game time where they explored B just a little bit to plant the seed, but ultimately, secretly, it was always going to be that A finish. But what they can do is leave a player towards B long, and if the A finish is going poorly, you can always regroup back to B if something's going really bad.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it feels like this is a pretty tough way for Apeks to start, right? You had a nice, actually, map win last week, and even if you weren't able to convert it for a match, and now you're going into Icebox 1. You've mentioned the 2-0. Mini felt like it's doomed already. This is a tough way to start a match in the sense that...
I can give you some more copium, but I won't.
The good news is we don't have to, because the casters are ready. We've done all the coping we possibly can. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much. And yeah, we are now moments away from actually jumping into this one. Welcome to the VCT. Dracos, did you enjoy filling there? Because
Little vamp
welcome,
to get the day going.
Welcome. But yeah, I think they outlined a lot of the concepts we're going to be talking about. But are you filled with hope here? Because I'm not. Like, the hope has left the room.
I'm glad you said it.
I'm sorry I can't tell you a sweeter tale, folks at home.
No, I mean, look, it comes back to probably a pretty difficult conversation we've been having. Yeah. For me, it starts with map wins for Apeks. We saw that last week, but coming in here, I also kind of feel like, I mean, Mini was a little more blunt about it. We're starting 1-0 here.
Yeah, I think we are.
It's a tough way back in.
It is.
Again, I don't want to say there's still questions around Penny. I think, well, the historians watching along will know the capability of Penny, I guess, bigger picture-wise, but yeah, whether or not this is the series that you know, we're going to say. But at the same time, KC, obviously, discussing the road to Paris, need it to be as full. So we need to start seeing that pedigree from KC. That's, I guess, the other side of the coin there. Apeks can come away, and because KC don't really get clean wins.
No, and they kind of need to start doing that for my eyes, right? It's start to see a little bit of how they look when they're actually closing out games with confidence, no messy sort of wins. Hopefully get those cameras sorted out for you. They do seem a little bit skew-if, so they'll be fixed up in a sec.
Actually, yeah, the spike almost considering full rotation here with two players making progress towards A. Penny has actually given up that space here, so just the sound cue drawing enough. Apeks across the map. I guess maybe this is reliant on potentially Elite or Sugetsu finding a kill here, whether or not they will do that.
It's going to be left relatively late. You can see where that spike is. If they do decide to go for that A approach, it's a decent way. Weird round now, isn't it? It's gone a bit out of the usual timer. Elite seems aware of the timing here. Nice shot on one. That's going to be a Vova gone. Batu's blind was... Okay, well, it was rubbish, but the shot was fantastic. So, in reality, gets away with it. Molzy now clears out Sugetsu, and there's a fight on the site. With 19 seconds, they've left this quite late. They can't allow too much to go wrong, and luckily for Sadek, the flash was good enough that it gets him the fight that he needs. Now, Batu's still alive. Zera still going to be working in two. Batu's gone down. KC, slow and steady, has won the race.
Clean up there. Did look a little concerning. Again, these late round hits, one or two kills can swing it either way, and potentially even, you know, that flash lands from Batu, gets cleaner on the way in, potentially kind of setting in motion, I guess, the pre-take from Heaven here. Aves on clean-up duty. Again, Aves being the one that really versus Fnatic. And again, let's not forget, KC were pretty close to closing out Fnatic, Icebox versus Fnatic.
Yeah.
Aves really the, I guess, the leading, the driving force for them. It's absolutely fantastic there.
Only really for Apeks. And again, I think, yes, talked it to death, but I think I still wait to see what happens if they do run that double duelist for Apeks, unleashing Batu to full potential.
Sure.
I think a lot of people want to, and we don't know the internal team dynamics, right? If it was such an easy fix, they'd have probably done it. But obviously, there's maybe, you know, method to the madness. But you know, curiosity's sake alone, I'd love to see it. But for now, it's cautious stuff. We're still about the minute. Don't mind taking your time on these sort of rounds, but not too late. I always get nervous if it's left too late. If you might be walking into those stacks or, you know, higher risk setups from Apeks because they have little to lose. So you don't want to leave it too late where you can't pivot, and they're not. So, by all rights, KC taking the correct steps towards the side. Plant's going to be coming in. So I think they spread it over to who they want to be building on towards their role early. Looks like Aves there now. Another step closer, and it should be a comfortable post plant. I don't see much to really deny that.
No, very cautious and safe approach here by KC, actually mitigating some of that risk on the plant coming through. Dart's going to go up from Aves. Nobody's forced their way back out onto side just yet. Now, unless Apeks are going to find themselves a consolation. No flank coming through either. Just give as many of these up to the spike as possible. Players like Arvez already making great progress towards the Hunter's Fury. Certainly don't want to KC any further advantage. Apeks are allowed to just sit behind the wall. Deny these orbs.
Yeah, so all good so far. I mean, great start from Arvez as well. You're looking at him leading the way here, farming it up. Not only that, but also then getting the plant down. They're building him into this one, and you can kind of see as to why.
Yeah, like I said, overall in that series, certainly one of the highlight players there, particularly on Icebox on the third. So, again, I don't want to say I'm a hater. We're often accused of bias, but would have been nice to see KC close out Icebox. I got to be honest.
That one where you saw the potential for them to actually do it, I guess, right? Yeah. It's like, it's one thing to say just needlessly because you're, either a fan of the team or just something you want to see, but when there's a real reality of it and it just slips away, that's when you start getting the frustration.
I find myself wanting KC to do well.
Hold on, Penny's on a bit of a walk here, but the knife's good and he's been spotted, so Penny won't be able to get away with this any further, but there are plenty of bodies behind him, but still, very diligent beginning from KC.
It's the issue with the double info available. Fingertips at the start of these rounds can shut down, sniff out any of this early aggression. Yeah, seems to be the green light to head towards B. Zera, we'll see him overstep the mark.
He's got a couple more seconds to even wait for some support here. He is very much alone. Deep paranoia kind of encourages this swing towards CT, and he gets isolated very quickly. I mean, that's a plan.
Yeah, nice isolation actually from KC there. That flash through, but also diligence on the swing. Back in snake bite as well. So Alex actually found one as well. Bova's going to fall ahead of this.
Oh, that's a rough loss as well. That kind of almost puts a pin in it. I don't think you've got much more to work with.
I mean, Hunter's Fury, see it?
Yeah.
Big post-plant tool available for KC. Absolutely. Understanding here of the decision-making from Apeks. It's a very quick pivot as well. We're used to seeing KC kind of dilly-dally, drift around the map and look to, I guess, commit towards some of these opening engagements. Here, they sniff it out, straight away the decision's there.
And I like that decisiveness, Mike, if I can get my words out. We've got plenty of time to talk, so I don't know why I'm hurrying. These rounds haven't been too pacey. But in reality, I like that. I do want to see KC start looking kind of like the team they're meant to be, right? If you talk about KC.
Thrilled. We want to see, like I said, the decisiveness, but also actually the dilly-dally is like the hesitation is what's always, because you've got such an experienced IGL here. You also have other members here of this team that, again, are great players on the fly. I mean, Martin, you know what he's capable of. Sugetsu, again, think of standing on your own 2 feet. There's few players that actually kind of tick that box like Sugetsu. So I'm absolutely with you there. Seeing those sorts of rounds from KC are very reassuring.
Yeah, a couple more of those, and the Icebox gets more and more strengthened, just in time for it to be removed. So as it stands, Penny over towards Jen. It does get helped out by Molesy, at least, who's going to probably take the bulk of the attention. And the flash too shallow! A mistake made! And Penny cashes in! Outstanding work!
Been transferring to the third here. A team flash sure from Sadak, but anything left here. No. That's going to find the response. Get locked out behind this wall. Molesy going to find the lead. Spike firmly in control of Apeks here.
55 HP, a regen shield. That's not going to be enough. Penny, look, it played out well for him. But again, you've got to give credit there. Players trying to take the attention away from him as well, keeping those ice trains over towards screens. And that flash just too shallow, not getting around the corner.
Not to bring it up, but you did see, obviously,
here it is.
An awkward flash in the previous week. Yeah, I mean, it's actually, you can't really fault Sadak on that one. Martin's a little ahead of it. But the cleanup, beautiful. Like I said, that transfer into the third. Very, very well played by Penny.
Couple more of those, might get some confidence here, but that was a one-man and a small mistake, I'd say, from Sadak. Again, I'm not going to overly critique him for a slightly shallow flash if it's not going completely around the corner, but still, an opportunity to be made with this for Apeks, because they were kind of shut out in the cold here. They were not getting much play into this, and you can see that tempo kind of shifting back here. It looks like from KC, a little bit steadier, a little bit slower, about the minute mark. Explored over towards A. I kept a player posted, a couple as well. And showing a bit of presence now over towards B. I'm going through our default now.
I guess this is the next question, really, is how KC choose to approach. They don't get confirmation on the back of Sadak or Aves early on. So these are the sorts of rounds where you see KC almost overcommit to some of these opening engagements. Knife is destroyed here, so confirmation of sorts. Sugetsu. Shutting down front man for Apeks in the previous round. Gee, Mosey committing here towards this close angle.
Aves does have dart. Whether or not he's going to actually commit it to close, it probably wouldn't. But it felt like a one and done at best. So slipping back sight here. Going to hear a couple of players starting to progress up, trying to delay the time down to 20 seconds. I get nervous again. Small mistakes can cost them. It did before, but it won't this time. Security on the site. Player just tucked in below those rafters as the plant's in play now.
Spike planted.
That's on the swing out here. He's going to find Sugetsu almost for free. Elsewhere, though, find a response.
Yeah, it felt they took like their eyes off the prize for a second because they could scale up Molesey's position, but they still have presence over towards 410. Martin, we've been hyping you up. Cleaning this one up, though. Can Batu live up to reputation? 1v2. Mechanically, we've looked at this kid as something special. See, he's the player. He's nervous. You can see the hesitation to an extent, but he's trying to play it cautiously. 8 more bullets and actually chance here. This is good for him. Aves has a run and gun, does the job, and again Apeks with a touch towards it, ripped away. KC continuing the scoreline.
Certainly an opportunity here, but time running low. Batu has to commit one way or the other. It looked a little shaky, some of these engagements. Particularly Martin eventually finding the crucial kill to put them in a 2v1. So at that point, I mean, Aves could have even backed up, played a little deep on that clock, was almost going to decide that.
Toxins going up.
One now, the scoreline. Apeks still comfortable in the purchase, and operator in hand for Penny as well. Elite's just found it as well.
God, Mosey. Oh, that's big info for them, and good chip damage. Look at this. Elite
Aves,
download.
yes, Sadak,
Aves, all of them suffering from this, but they still need to stick the landing. It looks like the pace, the tempo is kicking up a gear. 1 minute 15, they're on the site. The blender delivers. We said Sadak was damaged earlier on. He's certainly feeling that now. Aves and Martin back to some sort of life, but Penny with a great shot. Takes away Aves, and now the plant is not looking so secure. Look at Martin's HP, it's barely there. 10 is all he's got to play with. So it kind of falls onto the shoulders of Sugetsu and Elite.
Still healthy here, Sugetsu, but a ton of pressure heading his way eventually. That's it. Batu on a wild TP. Sugetsu's got 2.
He's still cooking this one as well. He's still just holding the angle down, takes a lot of damage, but he's buying time. He's buying them opportunities and chances here. The slow, steady approach, though. Penny in unison. That was brilliant from Apeks. So I see a little bit of that flair there with Penny.
But the early damage, it's almost a lack of awareness here from KC on the approach. They're walking through the Viper wall. There's a nano swarm behind it. This chip damage is just going to eat them alive when they get to site.
Bang on. You can see it there from that sky view almost, right? Have a look at this. So headstrong in approaching. I don't know if they just didn't realize or what had happened there. Batu with an ambitious play. And again, we talk about his comfort in certain agents and certain roles.
His teammates up his fun.
Yeah. It's all good, died for the cause. But again, it's one of those things that I want to see if Carmine Core can clean up, right? I'm not looking at Apeks as being the ones who can kind of min-max every scenario and win every small situation. Penny, oh my word. Oh, come on, that would have been magic. Not going to get it, but he's still chomping at the bit. He fancies a bit more. Sugetsu was so snappy, though. That's gutting. I liked a bit of confidence with Penny there. I don't mind that. I know it was risky.
Especially double dipping on it.
But I almost want them to do a bit of that. Get under their skin for KC, see what they can do. But Sugetsu is, well, he's on the case here. Keeping back 2, keeping 2 present. Clear of over, though. No, absolutely not. Still going to find Sadak, plays it forward, gets the info. Hard to have faith in the info here. We know that KC can be quite slippery. Gets again with the catch on the rotation. So Plant now coming in towards that B site.
Spike planted.
One tells it a 4v2. Well, hold that thought because Molesey's found Arvez on the retreat. Drone's going to come through. Still got Shock Darts and the Recon to make something work here.
Blinding.
That's going to at least deny some of this, but Batu slowed down as well, but the reveal fantastic. Sets him up even in the paranoia, and Apeks starting to look good in these retakes. But Sugetsu handled Apeks much, much better now.
So swift to overwhelm KC. Well, they can really dig their heels in. Try and retrieve the operator here. Should have enough time. Get across. Got to say that. Yeah, comfortable.
Okay, comfortable?
I wouldn't use the TP. I was getting worried.
Not sure. But overall, kind of, taking a pause for thought here. If you look at KC, they've been pretty good in their post plants. You feel like they're normally kind of good in these scenarios, quite well-rounded. This is very impressive from Apeks. Like that little synergy with the paranoia and actually the dart coming in at the right time too.
Yeah, a little bit shaky, sure, but actually showing the willingness to kind of take the fight to KC. Again, for Apeks, it's been about really establishing themselves, and we talk about the bigger picture and let's start with map wins, then we can look towards series wins and maybe contesting the middle of the board and getting away from the bottom. But certainly still some positives in game in terms of I guess the visible check we can make. See with Penny topping the board for Apeks here.
I'm down for those kind of overconfident peaks. You're allowed.
I'd
pull up your number.
Absolutely.
If you're in that sort of position, try and make that connection happen, make that play happen. But for me, I like that. Again, yeah, he got denied on it, but actually they still won the round, so you're not going to feel too heavy about it either. So in reality, kind of enjoy that ticking the box for me. And again, I do feel like you do kind of have to play a little bit in that mentality of being able to back yourself against these teams, even if on paper, KC very favoured here, at least statistically. Now, lots of ults, though.
I was going to say, earlier I said if any historians are watching, but 1,163 days since Avova and Sadak faced each other. And that was G2 of Over.
Oh, a vintage number.
Yes.
A fine year. Straight up the darts, but with these smokes in play, look at this. It allows so much more, all these kind of question marks of how aggressive are they pushed up, who's pushed up. They don't have the same sort of beat on the map at the moment. You see that ult coming over, and Penny. Can anyone help him out with this?
Drone should get over the top of this. Actually, no. Okay.
Well, this should be a burst as well on the back. You noted Penny, you popped the ult here. They can scale up with it. What do Apeks have, though? Different flash here for Sadak. High flash kind of going over towards that dice area, and it's worked wonderfully. But the blender again. They're taken down so low on this. Managed to stay alive, but still it is a 3v3. It's the post plants that have been the problem. A bit of a blind send on the back of this. Up on towards 410. Sadak's going to find Ollie. This is good from Sadak, staying quick on his feet and quick on his toes. Batu looks like he caught a little bit of damage there. Yeah, down to 2. And yet quickly dispatched. Not going to have much more. It turned into pandemonium on that side, Mike. It got messy.
That was even. Was it Batu to find 2 kills ahead of that? I mean, Sadak was the one to find the response, sure, but almost getting. I mean, you can see the adjustment here with the flash being different. Obviously,
yeah.
Spam on the second, but I think this is all on the back of walking into that blender on default previously.
Look at that. That is such a nice flash as well. And again, this is kind of the layering effect. It feels like, hey, maybe that flash we were throwing initially, just the offhand, underhand through the wall wasn't quite working. Let me get that actual proper one.
Yeah.
Let me lock in, let me get that one over towards Dice. I swing backside. You get that nice layering. You're starting to see the kind of method to the madness. Yeah, hey, don't get me wrong. That was still with Batu finding 2. So, as it stands, a bit of a switch up here in setup.
Because again, the argument to be made would be there's nobody really to kind of dive backline with this composition from KC. So probably see some of these closer, tighter flashes from Sadak. Pit's going to go up here. Sadak going to tap initially. Keep your eyes open though,
Batu
because
don't die.
Yeah, elsewhere we're seeing progress made towards B main here. I mean, Batu wisely throwing up a smoke, but this could open the round up for KC.
There's an army coming his way. Another smoke in 2. Has his blind, has a TP, and has his ult as well.
Shadows traveling.
Now we can see it. He can't. That's
Not
a
got
spot.
timing right.
I mean,
Or
if
he's
you wanted
lucky,
to check,
yeah.
maybe, I don't know. That was The genius or madness, and it's a real fine line at times, but he does at least get to know the player and then maybe a little bit more faith in some of these rotations. He's got support coming through mid. He's got support towards CT. Penny and obviously Avova with that ult over towards the A side, still unable to be fully committed towards this rotation, probably until now. You've got to start moving. They are up on the site.
30 seconds left.
There's still 2 players on A. They are not biting on this at all. They don't like it.
That's, I mean, 20 seconds left in the round on the back of this amount of pressure. I mean, now you don't want to see anybody from Apeks die, but KC have got such deep control here, but Molzy, stab in the dark, will find Martin.
And look at the HP on Aves. What's gone on here? This has gone from, it almost looked like a 5-man save to, yeah, game on, let's have a go at this one. Any util?
Elite has lockdown here, so could slow things down potentially.
Yeah, and Sugetsu just got Batu as well, and there's that lockdown, you said it. Fight on CT. Molzy succeeds again, but they are dwindling down to just Penny here. It felt like it became possible off the back of that kind of just shot in the dark. But again, those late rotations, Mike, it felt like it was already sort of done at that point.
I think initially, that's why KC are so aggressive. They can almost invest a body or two just to slow Apeks down. So it happens, Molzy. They're going to allow them to set up for that with the first blind kill, but
I know it's tough, and again, we kind of watch his back. That back pedal just randomly gets it. Fair play. But it's
first bullet, by the way. It was literally the first bullet.
But it's kind of what I was impressed with Yampy about when he was able to backfill the space on A. Oh my God.
Sorry.
Sugetsu doing dirty things.
No, it's Sadak.
It was Sadak.
Sadak's too.
Killing them funny.
I didn't even catch that one. But in my head, I kind of want someone to almost do what Yampy was doing when we were watching them last, was kind of backfilling that A space. Now, I know that KC is slippery, though. They make it tricky to work with, but still, I'd love to see a bit of that, see if they can get the timing right.
So here, Batu, we find ourselves talking about quite often. Decent start here on Icebox.
Get him on the duelist.
Yeah?
Come on.
Yeah? I mean, look at, what do you think of the agent pool here?
Who?
All that prison.
Jail.
Jail.
Let him free. Like, he's fine. I know, look, the Omen gives you a lot of playability here. It's not like it's a
I'm
like,
not
dead
as
pick,
concerned about the Omen here. I think it would be nice to see it, but also with the addition of Penny, you almost probably want him to come in and just establish himself on the comfortable agents. So almost kind of giving him that room to breathe a little bit, stretch his legs. Not that I imagine, I mean, a player like Penny being very experienced, I don't think he's going to have many embedding issues in this roster. Also, Apeks is a team that we don't know in terms of the internal dynamic and the change over the last year or so.
Well, we have an operator.
That we do.
Show me what it do, Penny. Okay. No. Again, don't mind it.
Ready for it?
Yep. Imagine jump spot on this.
Knife's out. There's still a recon, still a drone. But KC almost kind of, they sense that something's up. Penny not able to fully retreat just yet, but will now actually himself back towards Nest on site.
That was that just the Aldrone invested for that?
I mean, yeah, Knife was invested somewhere, but they've still got the dart.
The scaling up this time. Looks like just kind of direct approach, right? Straight through towards Dice. Again, not too much fear, but maybe there should be a little bit more than there was. Avova has been caught in the meantime, so it is somewhat on level footing. Sadak trying to get raised up with that.
Pay for it with his life, though.
And now they're feeling a little something. There is still that.
Spike's not down.
This is suddenly becoming possible as Molzy's done very well towards the get-to. Blind Sense here. One more to go. Deep and nade. Catch on the cross. Spike down again.
Down A.
It's just that poison chalice changing hands constantly. Just 2 left alive. Elite and Martin. Names we haven't said too much of. But Batu, brilliant timing on the push-up. Playing back in. Martin now's got to get the timing right. It ain't happening. Apeks making mountains out of molehills. They only had that operator, really. Maybe some light shields and a couple of sheriffs, but that was it. And I like the aggressive start. Burn that util, but the fight from the back of the site was brilliant.
Was the shot, I mean, I'm not sure if I just missed it. I was looking at the minimap here, but did Penny find that shot blind onto Sadak? Did the smoke just pop ahead of it? Yeah, okay, yeah, he did catch him on the backside. But it's Molzy here to punish.
Such a nuisance.
On the back of the res. Like I said, this whole time the spike doesn't get planted, so KC, they can't back away.
Was it Sadak's hands then, I guess? Because he died first on that, and then they had to try and res him, came back in. Okay.
I mean, it looks rough, but KC have to commit to some of those engagements.
100%.
The point that the spike's not planted, they can't just, as you would, I mean, once the spike does go down, yeah, let's reset, play a little deeper.
Different look here, mid-crunch. Are we really? I guess they don't like the presence that's been kind of put towards screens, and it has completely caught up a lead. They just had no idea of it. Good trade on Sugetsu. It's getting a bit messy here. High flash to backside. Still presence, but Penny with a quick clear up. That was lovely from him. Sugetsu made it look like nothing here. And Martin, that was ambitious.
Just Arvez and Sadak try and recover things now. Dark gonna connect onto Sadak. He's down to 50 HP now. Does still have the fragment.
Sadak wants one. Love to get one. I love that. The little shoulder peek allowing Penny on the swing. It is lovely from Apeks. Where has this team come from? Looking comfortable in the post plants. Oh, thumped up down there. I don't know if the crowd mic's wrong, but...
Yeah, KC unable to really, I guess, flex in front of Apeks and kind of force them to play a little deeper. A couple of these situations, I mean, here it's lazy on both sides, to be honest with you. This heavier focus towards mid. Nobody really expecting somebody to be in the window. And I think actually, I mean, the TP looks weird, but I think they're feeling like they've created enough chaos in mid that there's not going to be anybody stood up in heaven here.
Let's freaking go.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's fudging go.
So much here.
How dare you quote that? One person will get the reference.
And it's you.
Okay, the question then becomes then, KC, if you're meant to be a team on the road to champs, show me a couple of steps here. You're currently being outdone by Apeks, who we don't know where they stand in this. You know, a lot of up in the air stuff. And again, kind of going back to this slippery default, right? Leaving a lot of late presence towards A, showing a little bit of shoulder over towards B, making it hard to get these rotations in. Penny doesn't miss. Oh no, he didn't actually miss. That was a tag. Oh, and he was hungry to close it down. So punishing some of that confidence and aggression gives them the player advantage. Over. Did you just get a little techie with that? You give him the little bait on the barrel? I don't know.
Love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, if it was intentional, kind of banging. And look at this backfill space.
Yeah, the timing's deadly here for Olizera.
Yeah, that's lovely, especially as they know it's Elite that's gone down. Hello and goodbye. Batu showing off here as well. They look solid as a rock in this. This is actually the best handle I've seen them so far.
30 seconds
now, it could
left.
still go wrong, but this flank is stunning, and the patience is perfect. Waited a moment, does get traded by Sugetsu, but again, the spike is down. Tag on the recon. They're desperate for this, Mike.
It's going to go up here, but doesn't necessarily guarantee them access to the site.
Nice.
Sugetsu out playing outside it, though.
Yeah, Batu trying to be slippery himself here. Quick head burst! Goes in, denies the plant again. Now into pressure moments. Molzy not gonna have it. Sugetsu brilliant in the end, but that got so close.
Really, 7-5 half. Play back in here from Apeks. Obviously, don't forget last week, only managing 4 rounds versus Na'Vi on Icebox. So certainly an improvement in the first half. We'll see how they can manage in the second.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
All right, second half, 5-7 though. A close game and a bit of a muddy game. Let's call it what it is. The chaos caused by Apeks, fantastic, but I want to see a solid game plan from KC. To be able to keep their composure in what could be a storm, right? Keep their cool. If they're meant to be a top-tier team, aiming towards the top end, looking at champs, trying their best. And I'll tell you, it's a long road. But again, you look at the names on the... Yeah, jeez. You look at the names here, it's hard to ignore the caliber, but 5-7 scoreline, Apeks have done a good start. I can't fault them for what they've done here.
Absolutely not. Obviously, like I said already, improvement per se. Pistol kick off the second half here would really solidify that, but KC on the prowl, on the walk forwards.
Hello, that's a whole lot of players. That was more than one spotted. Aussie now should be on red alert, but a lovely draw of blood.
That's disengaged as well, able to actually duck away without taking any damage.
No angle above the smoke as well. Oh, actually Elite comes off worse from that.
Yeah, awkward smoke. Maybe had a angle over the top. Now Spike. Yeah, left here, as you can see now. Rotation going to come through all the way back towards this site. Pick this up on the back of deep progress. Some pretty comfortable positions here.
Yeah, you look at the space still on the minimap here from still to clear. Plenty to go through, plenty of time for this post-spawn setup, and Apeks probably can't believe the luck they've had. Now, I know they're a little lower on HP, so maybe want to stack up.
It is also a 5v4.
It certainly is. Knife comes in early. Dart not there for Aves. You're looking at the paranoia with Martin to maybe set it into motion. That just got sent in, but look at the smoke here. Apeks playing it so well. I like this, but they still get traded in on the numbers game. Still favorable towards KC. Elite down low, but we're going to have that Sheriff in the hands of Aves. And Malsey, credit where it's due. They made a go at this one, but KC staying together, using those numbers favorably.
Yeah, there's almost a moment here where Paranoia is sent in flash from Sadak, and they don't find it. It allows Apeks to actually then gain the upper hand, potentially from inside that smoke, but it's dismantled so quickly by KC. I said credit here. I mean, a little bit of hesitation potentially on Apeks finding a response before that disengage comes at the start of the round.
Nice! Let's go!
But a pistol for KC here.
Big for them. Did they win the pistol in the first? I think they did, right?
I can't remember now.
My memory is not good. Oh, big Knief. And Sadak doesn't care. Get backhand. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is going on? What is... It's classics.
Now Elite, the one person that just brought a pistol in.
Look at the Bulldogs down as well. It wasn't even a light sort of round two either.
No, it was well invested. You can see here by the credits on the right side of the screen.
Getting that Aggie up against just pistols.
All right, Elite, show me something.
Yeah? Not the most helpful hit. No Guardian. And he's found no one. They're playing disciplined. There's the first bit of attention drawn. The rest can play off the back. It's a brutal scenario for Elite, isn't it? Very, very hard to deal with. Cycle of the smoke, man. It's a losing fight. A nice try, but what a round from Apeks. How have you done that one?
Win the pistol, but won a pistol afterwards. Sadak, this is almost just sheer arrogance, to be honest with you, to commit towards this. But the overwhelm is beautiful.
That's madness.
Last player standing.
There's a couple of situations where I think Suges is just desperate to find some damage to make it doable for Elite, but... There you go, Apeks right back in this.
Yeah.
2 rounds separate them, but huge advantage now.
Revealing area.
In terms of the round 3.
One suppressed.
Alarm bot out.
They're just leaving Elite here, who does have a Vandal no armor. It is a true hero rifle. The rest stacking up towards speed. Again, if you're going to be in this sort of round, I don't even blame you for it. You're trying to kind of make him seem imposing. But in the meantime, they are quickly progressing from the B side. But the problem is they might actually catch the wrong timing.
Yeah,
almost.
I mean, you'd actually almost rather they're not spotted, they can stack up in garage here, but...
Oh, nice though.
This is going to get weird. This is going to get very weird.
Do you believe? Quickly.
No.
Oh, here we go.
Maybe.
Maybe? It feels weird.
Unless...
he can smell a rat. He's like, there's something wrong here. I don't like it. Oh! Oh, it's gone terribly wrong, Casey. This is a really nice little plan. And Apeks, I thought they were almost aware of it, the way that Mozzie was approaching, kind of maybe had an idea of what was going on. They were absolutely scooby-less. Brilliant plan. And all that off the fear of that one Vandal invested onto Elite. Now, hold on. Don't lose it now. You got a nasty position to play from. What a Vandal, the plant's in.
Chance here to reset. Still, man, advances Elite. Able to find it. Batu's found another.
That's not bad though, Martine and Ollie in the 1v1 now. Oh, that's some brilliance from Martine. Salvaging the round at the end after what I thought was going to be the coin flip. But still, brilliantly done, like the little plan. That was nasty.
A safe card Thrifty to come back in response here for KC. It's just, I love the fact that actually it's exactly the same second that Arvez and Sugetsu find these Sheriff headshots. I mean, the response comes initially. This is where I've got a bit Batu finding these 2 kills, but Martine gets his hands on a rifle. Looks crispy here in the clutch.
I mean, it had to be too, right? There was no shield, no nothing, right? Had to banging out those shots.
A weird scenario now. Everybody has rifles after trading back and forth, so only down on just a Guardian. Sugetsu, Batu had some head scratches in terms of the TP so far.
We've been talking about that agent comfort, right? We've been talking about it. We're seeing a couple moments with it. Unfortunate he's fallen because they would have had the man to the good, right? Sadak gets picked out of the pack. Now, good info on this. Actually could be a problem. They can fight back in from Kitchen. No plant either. And a bit of a fumble now. No safety to be found, and the temptation for Martine, I'm sure, is sky high. Spots out one on the retreat. You should get the shot towards Mozzie in the end. Well, it gets a tag, but
this lockdown's invested very early on, though.
He's just going for it. Why wouldn't you? They got a swing on this one. Someone's got to try and stop him!
No.
Elite saving him as well! It was stunning work, full faith!
Oh, no. I feel God. What is that?
Bro, the Kitchen Nightmares is killing me. It is a bit of a nightmare, this one. Oh,
did he think he'd TP into his smoke? Yeah. I think he's aimed to get inside his own smoke, so again, question the comfort of the pick here, because he had space to come forward a little bit.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
All right, calm down. You're 6 to 10.
Waiting on the lockdown, though.
Yeah, man, don't be nasty. They're trying. Got to say as well, just kind of pausing for a second here as we are in the timeout for Apeks, Sugetsu having a big series.
Yeah.
21 to 11.
Quietly, I mean, we said this when we went to half-time.
Yeah.
Like, oh, actually, yeah. I mean, he got 4 in the last round, right? Yeah, but another 12 somewhere in the first half.
Yeah, he's been putting up numbers here. Nice for him. And good for KC, considering that he normally, well, I don't say normally, but on occasion he is just sat on that B site on his own. He's having a good game for himself.
I remember you and I having the conversation midway through stage 1. Was like, when will we see kind of Sugetsu find consistency again? Because it's...
spotty at best.
I hate the saying. He's still famine.
Love that one.
And he's fallen victim. I do.
I see you parked it recently, though.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you highlighted that. But he does fall victim to that. He's a player with such a high ceiling that almost like a victim of his own success sometimes.
Yeah, it is hard to hold him to his highest caliber when it's so high, right? Oh.
I know exactly what you're thinking. Just hold down right.
Daniel! Oh man, okay, the TP to spawn, it's nothing new, tries to draw the eyes, and for KC, oh man, you can't make me think of Daniel SL in these moments, bro, what the hell? Alright. No, we're pulling out like the weirdest references right now. We've gone from Kitchen Nightmares to Daniel playing Rust.
Penny, the victim of the early round here. Actually, Ollie's there up, unnoted as of yet. Casey aware of the possibility somebody's drifted forwards. Is he rewarding with patience though? Maybe. What toes of Elite, and actually will find the head as well.
A little preemptive, but again, you have to make this work with just 4 of them. They don't like what they're seeing, but it's 30 seconds.
Yeah, look who's made progress elsewhere.
30 seconds left.
Of over so deep past B site. Is he rewarded as well?
I feel like he's going to make a meal of it. I don't know. Oh, no.
Now you're stuck.
Lock it. Oh, that's fine. Give us another. Una más. There we go. There we go. What has happened to us? What are we doing? Oh my God,
Last
what is
player
going on?
standing.
They're not making it easy for me to stay professional.
Martin, second 1v2. What do you reckon?
Oh, I believe. Hands down. Wait till you see this. You won't believe what happens next. Maybe you will. Apeks closing the gap.
To 7 now.
Stress if I die.
The purchase not going to be there. 4 go. Maybe considering the possibility.
Press the left mouse, Daniel.
I missed that.
Hold it down.
He said nice arrow. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Bro, EMEA's don't pile into this.
You know what I'm doing later?
What are you doing?
I'm dumping your shot over that clip. And I'm going to tweet it.
Please. Oh.
Placing swamp grenade.
That's good.
Placing swamp grenade.
I look at chat to confuse the enemy. You must confuse yourself. Stop. Okay, no, Sugetsu's here. It's fine. He's you know.
Standing ahead.
Oh no! Please stop! Stop! Get me out!
Big dart there.
Commercial break, please.
I'm good. I'm back off the floor. I'm back off the floor.
Absolutely foul from the observers, by the way.
Devious work. Oh, here we go. It's all kicking off. And it's actually Ollie on the site. Sadek's been removed. Sugetsu, you can't forget about him. Still sticking around, and we are in a 4v3. This is about to go mad, isn't it? Good luck, observers. I want you to get every kill. If you don't, Reddit's red.
Aussie starts back up.
The crowd goes mild.
Oh, man.
30 seconds left.
I'm being punked. Please, guys. Batu 17H didn't spot Arvez there. The dip into the smoke. It's a weird post plant.
No more Sova.
He's found one. Molesy will fall. Batu, gotta be careful with that shot. He's on the swing. Let go of mute. Let go of your mute button now.
Diffuse hit. Good stuff.
If we roll a replay package now,
you know what's happening. Here we go. Let's have a look. Here we are. Get the lineup, folks.
Can we zoom?
Revealing area.
Beautiful.
No, man. Nah. Project Mayhem in full effect.
One enemy.
This could be one of the greats, Mike, this game. This could be one of the greats.
Clash of the Titans.
Nice game.
Nice game, yeah. I hate it when the game
nice
does
start
that.
before. Nice game now.
Ah, Rito, please. Here we go.
Cool, Blade Storm.
Batu strong. Batu having a nap. Batu smacked down. Oh, okay, Casey, where's this been? What the hell have they just done?
Just Molesy and Penny now, obviously Blade Storm in hand here. Still threat over towards the B site.
Last player standing.
Find it though, Sugetsu. Gonna shut that down, find the headshot as well. Up to 12 for KC.
And in-zone flawless to do it as well, just kind of pushing this further and further. Money getting nice and stable now as well. A couple of ults in the pocket. TP for Martin, not as essential, but Sadak could use that if required. On the other side, we still have that Viper's pit, but the rest a million miles away. And the buy, the purchase here, It's going to be odds and ends.
Yeah, it's not pretty at all. I mean, short of over, we're going to find a full shield and SMG, a chance here to maybe make the pit work, but tall order to get over the first hurdle, considering how messy some of these early rounds have been.
Look at the numbers on this site. KC have the bodies in the right place for it. We have seen Apeks pull off some miracle rounds though. Hell, that round 2 punished Sadak in what looks like a very similar position. This time, there's a couple more players with him, but see, watch for the start. They don't like what they're seeing here.
Hesitation here from Apeks. Not much margin for error. And I think KC probably going to smell blood in the water on the back of this silence or lack of presence shown. I mean, look at the minimap. They are stacked up on top of each other.
Okay. Someone's going to check 410, right?
2 or 3 that was pinged off that again.
Oh!
In a position to deal with the knife now, and KC spring the trap.
And you're down to 30 seconds. Guys, you do need to go towards the side.
30 seconds left.
Can't save this one. Going mid.
Yeah, I mean, you can always see as well, Elite's looking this way from top site, because he's had no pressure. And he's just going to walk out of the orb. Yeah, this is...
Spike down, B.
Now they're against KC, but Melons.
The Melon alarm is sounding.
The Melon alarm is ringing. It's 5 seconds, basically, for a plant here, which actually, they're going to get down. But Elite prowling the site here, caught in the heels. Sadak going to find Penny. And it's looking like KC want out of this muddy affair on Icebox, making it up to 13 now. And it will keep Apeks held on that 7, and that's all they will get.
Like I said, an improvement, sure, but KC able to secure the first map here. We'll be back with the second after a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Tough guy 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shade that just a wall 맛보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised what's left
After a game like that, I feel a lot better about my utility usage. Welcome back to VCT EMEA Week 2. It's good to see that pro players can be human, but we asked for dominance. We said, hey, look, road to Paris, French organization, you got to show us your best against Apeks. Did we see KC's best?
No.
Yeah, I would agree.
That's it. The segment's done.
Yeah,
okay,
okay.
let's
move on
we
to
can
the
just
next
leave.
one.
On to the
Thank you,
next
everybody.
one. Okay, so what did we see? What happened here? What's the summary of this map? They won, and at the end of the day, that is what matters on the road to Paris, but maybe not the best overall showing.
Yeah, so to expand on my very curt point, they are playing their own map pick, so it should be dominant against a team like Apeks, who it should just be a dominant game. They won both pistols. Like, it's all mounting up. It should have been dominant. 13-7 to me isn't that, like, it was okay. I think it was the rounds themselves, I think, that we will look into later, that didn't really ignite my excitement for KC today.
We can see it. We can definitely see it. I mean, we finally got to see a little bit more of the defense from Apeks, which I like. Even though, as you say, they lost a pistol, they had a good eco rounds. I think that Penny was doing a very good job with the operator. It still wasn't enough. I think that when we got onto the attack for Apeks, like, they need to figure some things out. I think that they're being a little bit too easy to read, and sometimes you can definitely tell that they're lacking confidence.
Yeah, and unfortunately, a map that didn't set them up for double duelist. They got a little bit of spice, but maybe we get to see more as we look ahead. Focusing back on the side of KC, however, Sadek, we wanted to make a segment about good moments and bad moments. The good news was he was fragging, but there were a lot of moments that I think we can call criticism too. The first one, not entirely his fault, though, if we can take a look at it. Yeah, last week there was a pretty embarrassing team flash. This week,
Flashing, yeah, 3, 2.
A bit too early I went. A tiny bit. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
So the good news is this team flash wasn't his fault, and also it gave us a reason to hype up Penny, because that was a pretty sick 3-kill. But that wasn't the only moment that I think was concerning, and overall, it didn't feel like the most rehearsed, well-polished KO performance we've seen.
No, I think the synergy is clearly a little bit off there. Like, as we said, it's not fully Sadek's fault in that moment. He did call for the flash, but there's a little bit of just hesitation between the two players, which we don't want to see if we're trying to pick this team as a team up that can go to champions. Like, they won't go to champions, they're going to make mistakes like that.
Bear in mind, this is supposed to be one of their best maps. Like, this is something, and especially against their opponent that they are, in the group that they are, this is a very, very good chance to just have a very good day. But then there were moments like this. Well, you cannot really team flash if you go first. You can flash yourself. He uses the ultimate against this eco. Yeah, it's an eco, but Penny does have that operator. So I was saying, he found a huge impact. Someone goes on to res him, falls down to Mulsi, and the rest is a lot of history. Doesn't really work out well, does it?
No, this is a bit rough to watch, right? Kind of a situation where you expect him to do well, you have initial open, and then you kind of just watch him die, get res, die again.
I think it's a little bit of the overconfidence, and I think that this is another very good example. He catches 4 with a knife, he has a Spectre, he decides to double down. You know that there is 1, 2, 3, 4 players coming out at you, and they just rampage over the site.
Yeah, I mean, it's an anti-eco. They're against classics.
Yes.
Like, it's classics. Like, us three could go into that round and win that round. Like, it's not that difficult. And yeah, I just don't want to see that level of
Bro, my average combat score is 48. I think you should slow down.
We got you with it.
The two of you maybe, but come on, don't do them that dirty.
3 trophies between us, we got.
Yeah, the 3 trophies. You're right. You're probably a hell of a lot more combat score. Let's talk ahead to Sunset, right? They weren't able to find that win. It's not the 2-0 that you were looking for, but now they're on their map choice. Sunset, they have looked better. Maybe we get to see double duelist. What are we looking at here for both KC and Apeks?
I love that you mentioned the double duelist.
Yeah,
you know who
I know
has been running double duelist on this map? KC. It's not Apeks. I wonder if we're going to see that Phoenix coming out from them, if they're going to make some changes after the last international, or if they're going to double down on that. I know, Minnie, that you're a very big fan of Apeks.
Yeah, Apeks, I love the kid. I think he's a phenomenal player. Strange to see him on a Phoenix, to be honest with you. Phoenix isn't really a meta pick. It's almost like the kind of thing that Apeks should be running.
Is Phoenix not a meta pick, or should anyone be picking Phoenix ever?
In ranked games, you should play Phoenix, and you saw my tracker score yesterday.
It's pretty amazing. We were speaking about it, and I was like, I want to see more Phoenix.
But no, generally, it's not that great. It's a bit of a weird pick. Apeks, I expect them to continue with the what I think is a wonky comp, the Genji comp Deadlock Viper, because they had so much success with it last week.
And it's also very important to note, we were highlighting that Mosi has to be in a comfortable agent, and Soba is that agent. So if he goes onto that, he also had a good performance there on Icebox. So I want to see some reassurance now that we go on to Sunset. If Apeks is not going to be able to close the series, I at least need them to be very strong on one map.
Yeah, I know Panpok were flaming some of those, laughing, having a bit of fun about Molesy, missing some of those lineups and things, but he's been phenomenal on Soba recently, at least fragging-wise. What is
Sada, you need to warm up.
Sometimes you have to get
Lock
in the
it
zone.
in.
Sometimes it's not enough to be a man. You have to be a crab. You know, you really gotta give it your all. So we get ready for map 2 here. I mean, there's not really a lot to say. I guess we see the agents still locked in. We see if the composition comes through. If we finally get the double duelist that we've been looking for.
Yeah, mostly looking at KC here, whether they're going to switch away from this double duelist or not.
And they're not. Actually, Avis is going to be playing on the Phoenix. As you're saying, like sometimes it feels like when we see the Phoenix, it's like a one-time thing, but they're actually been doubling down on some of the compositions that they're running. So really looking forward to see if Apeks really understand what they were getting into picking this map onto KC.
Yeah, for KC, what we're going to see is a lot of just aggression. Like Yoru and Phoenix together, they're going to be playing up close, that A main ramp area, especially on the defense. They're just going to be flashing and trying to frag every round.
I think that we also need to speak about Olizera. I think that he has a very good job here to do to at least control parts of the map from the defense. He needs to at least try and deny the orbs, so Avis does not have an easy time farming through getting the kills, getting the orbs, and just throwing ults, because it's just very nice to play some rounds with 6 players.
Yep, something that we'll have to keep an eye on. Of course, hoping that Apeks can find the bounce back. If not, I'm sure Hypok and Pansy will tell us more about Daniel playing Rust. Either way, we'll have some good content. Take it away.
Can't throw like
Don't
that.
start it, because we will.
We've just spent 8 minutes
laughing.
Regaining. No.
Oh.
No.
Oh, you mean since the laughter? Yes. Yeah, trying to compose ourselves. Mini, also,
it wasn't
shut
flame.
up.
Yeah, it
Shut
wasn't
up,
flame.
Mini.
Come on.
Come up here. I know the stairs are quite big for you, but you can make it. Yeah, you stay down there on the AD. Anyway, second map, right? KC coming out with a fun comp, maybe. I don't know anymore.
Ranked comp.
Yep.
But I have liked it.
It works. Yeah.
I mean, again, a similar discussion, obviously, with the recent results. KC, very close affair with Fnatic on Sunset as well. See, for Apeks, we're looking for them to potentially mimic the performance they had versus Na'Vi. And Penny, in that regard on the Neon, very disruptive.
Well, KC right up the guts as well, straight up middle. You're looking at kind of Molesy getting a little bit of that pressure early, kind of playing behind the box, trying to maybe evade some of those flashes swinging around, but he's down to 11 already. Brutal scenario to work with. You can see the discomfort here for Apeks. There's no real safety. They've lost control of some of the extremities, still kept somewhat secure by that deadlock util coming out of Batu, but otherwise, KC are just looking for fights. They're out here for a brawl, and what's Batu up to?
I was going to say, they're either going to wrap Batu or he's going to die on the front lines here. Molesy, 11 HP, still trying to make something work, but force a little deeper here. Orb to kind of just release him back into this corner. Going to get overwhelmed ahead of the retake coming through. Olizera's found a response, though.
Okay. Over and Penny. Not impossible here. Both in the corner. Oh, I thought Penny could have both there. And Vova, the chip damage already looking pretty hefty, walking it. Yeah, nice from KC in the end. They got what they wanted though, right? They completely set the tempo. They were looking for fights. They caught Batu kind of floating over towards A main, and then it was game on.
In that situation with just 11 HP on the other person holding their site, you want to see Batu just back up, almost just bait your teammate. Molesy's in a position to maybe garner one kill or a trade or something to slow this down. Like I said, there were still question marks towards top mid for Apeks. It wasn't exactly free territory for them to rotate through. Pistol on the board for KC. Apeks happy to posture up a little bit here. Oh, these areas going to be played in. Classics again.
Oh dear, no way. I thought Molesy was on it for that too. Look at Avis's HP. And he is on the Phoenix, so he was like,
the temptation there to burn his teammate. That would be the ranked Phoenix play.
It actually would be. It was your fault for standing near me. plant now coming in. Post plant getting secured as well. KC kind of battening down the hatches. They should remember map 1, so let's not make a repeat.
Certainly looking for an improvement. Clean this one up a little bit.
I like the around the world, but in reality it's probably not going to do much here. As KC, yeah, looking solid in this, taking the fight to them. Again, we still got that trip over towards market too, going to make it incredibly hard to find a way forward. To get to just buying time, all of this presence. It's going to be costly to an extent. Yeah, now it's actually fairly costly.
Well, because you've got a Sheriff and a Stinger here for Sadak and Elite, and no real feasible chance to recover these weapons either, regardless of outcome.
Yeah, they've made it across the finish line, but it's cost them a boatload on the way. They should. Yeah, they lose out in the end. So, as much as, yes, KC do post the round on the board.
A little better this time around. You've got Sadak, Elite, and I can't remember who was at the bottom half there, but still 3 members above 2K, so not as bad, but some of these anti-ecos, let's see. Certainly
throwing net.
Conceding some of the finances. That will result in round 3 looking pretty ugly. Light shields across the board, just 2 rifles to get to an Elite.
It's also just the people pushing being the ones with the rifles too, or the weapons. Anyway. We've seen stranger things already in map 1, I guess. Yeah, so, okay, as it stands, Elite's already been called off very early on here. It looks like just kind of a straight shot down on B.
Expect KC to maybe just throw something out, see what sticks in this round. But Elite was one of the rifles, if I'm not mistaken.
Observers, get a glance on that if we get a sec. Just because I'm not seeing KC turn around to pick it up yet. I know they're looking for a bit of a scrap on middle.
Watch your eyes!
Still trying to... Huh?
They've ignored you.
Yeah, the servers don't like me anymore. I don't know.
There we go. A little picture for us.
Cuties. And yeah, it was indeed one of the rifles lost there. A little unfortunate, I guess, maybe just a shot through the smoke, potentially catching, but for Sugetsu, Sadak and Martin, I'm surprised no one turned around, maybe a bit unwilling to fight back for that space.
And he just posted up here. Sugetsu beheads him. 28 HP now. KC have a little more space to work with. Olizera still trying to find something, but now down to 35 HP. Gonna have to respect that pressure. Maybe just leaving Sadak here to maybe plant the seed of doubt.
I like it. Pull a fake over. You can pick up the rifle on the other players and then try and lead back into B.
With Batu's utility expiring in B main. But he's a little ahead of the curve there.
And now they see nothing behind it. I don't think the paranoia is going to catch. No, it doesn't. So Batu could lean out. He knows where he's TP'd to. And he's... Oh, Martin!
That's a crucial kill. That makes it doable now.
Yeah, that looked like it was almost done for, right? Martin. Oh, Molsey! Reds it behind him. Martin now trying to play it forward. He's got a bit of room to play him, but the net's closing. You can see them closing down on this side. He's only 57 HP. The timing on the main flank too. It's great from Apeks. Very well done.
Great timing from Abova as well to make progress back in towards B main. Yeah, the chance here of potentially one of these fights is isolated, but it just doesn't happen. Apeks on the board here. I said this was a lesser purchase from KC. This is the kill we were on about early on in the round. And I can't say even really retrieving that rifle is going to change that. It was slow progress into mid. It's not as if they were looking to commit towards one of these engagements.
One enemy remains.
Ready, Batu. Ultimate available on the side of KC. It's just the TP for Sugetsu. Progress elsewhere, sure, but
revealing area.
Touching distance for Arvez and Sadak.
Cover going
Cycle these one ways.
Deep.
Martin elsewhere going to try and pressure a little towards Batu. Kept 2 players interested.
And always just gone up now towards that kind of close side push on A. Very slowly eyeing up elbow, but there's no real commitment yet. That spike is firmly planted towards that lower side mid.
Maybe because Martin didn't get as much of a bite. He's drawn out some util short. Certainly leaves the options open here. Still a trip, and you still have Olizera on the other side of things.
Sadak trying to find the info. Does spot Ollie. So that's going to be 2 players still noted on B. So they haven't got that full rotation they'd want here. That was a risky approach from Arvez, but it's going to give them the gateway in. Wall goes up to allow for the cross. Looking for that market crunch, but here comes the ult. Doesn't actually connect on it. I thought it at least got one, but KC going to now power forward. 2 players backside. Arvez quickly clearing Ollie. Batu overwhelmed. 13 seconds though. We are late in this round.
10 seconds
looking to try and do as much damage as he can to his players, trying to pressure towards CT. The rest slipping down towards Market. That's Elite's area to control, which he has done nicely. Mozzie and Penny's options starting to look limited as Penny now. It's time to back away if you can.
Yeah, just can't get away. Unfortunately, I mean, KC are the ones to really work the clock effectively here, work the map effectively as well on the back of that. Apeks, their rotation or any sort of, exploration towards mid or over towards the A side of the map needs to happen before Batu's utility expires in main. Because that, KC, like I said, they play the timing perfectly here. Just need an extra body maybe towards top mid or, no, maybe Molesy to send out a late dart or something. Just to confirm, because KC are in a position to collapse. Unfortunately, see, they just get overwhelmed on site.
Just right down mid. Molesy does a bit of damage, but then falls, and Arvez can heal himself up to a decent extent anyway. And pressure on both extremities too. So Casey probably on red alert now after Molesy just ran it down. Now drone a bit of an issue, but Avova will get away. But now the pressure's coming. I think that's going to catch 2 of them. And Arvez wants to punish. Flash around the corner. I like this reposition towards elbow, but it's going to be caught. Casey relatively in control until then. So a little bit of a problem behind the wire, which is going to be just 1, but does he get the catch? Oh, I thought if I might have had that then. You can see he was probably considering it, but the timing just getting away from him.
Oh, he's caught! Arvez shuts down any possibility of escape.
1 enemy remaining.
It's just Batu left now.
Oh,
Steve Ashley.
I mean,
gets the kill, 8 HP for Batu. Does have the upgrade now to a rifle, but it'll be a consolation at best for him.
They were already yelling just then.
Let's go Batu. That's the cheer from the arena here.
I think we're asking quite a lot. I don't think he's doing much with this. I mean, if this guy just
on that as well.
No. The audience did.
There you go.
You know what? There we go. Fair play.
It was the cheers that really secured that.
Like, honestly, if Batu just has the rifle and nothing else, he's great. Like, I don't want to see him even on util. Like, the net did catch in that scenario, to be fair, but he's...
What are you saying? Do you want to see a Batu Phoenix next time?
Yes. 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 I'll take that.
Planted. 1 enemy remaining.
Throwing net.
Really stinky for Sugetsu to get caught like that. We'll see a timeout come through here for Apeks. Trailing 4-1. Moments just catch their breath.
Oh, we can't have fun anymore, but Michael, should we tell the audience what the issue is?
Yeah, go on then, yeah. There's a stench in the studio.
It does smell like pure ammonia. What is this? Oh, God. God.
Caught like an Arvez flash.
Oh no,
we can't just be allowed one map to get through, man. Somebody's playing tricks on us today.
Someone's got a fart spray and absolutely wrecked us. This is madness. I'm so sorry.
I also have a fan just pointing at my face.
They've done it over the walls here. Just a quick little. Oh man,
that's yeah. Thank you, observers. Thanks, I don't know if you caught that.
No, I didn't. What was it?
If we can cut back real quick.
Could be worse.
No,
Could be
we're focused on the round now, Michael. God, be professional. Anyway. Oh!
And he just finding perfect timing to Arvez. Oh. I thought maybe a commitment here to TP, but readjust here. Casey still, I guess, in terms of space, benefit from that. Now going to be on red alert, down to 8 HP. Down, box off that entrance.
Right up mid. Penny. Oh, he's going to pop the ult for it, but he eats the flash.
Yeah.
Paranoia posted from afar.
A ton of util committed towards that.
Down on 8. Oh, this is... Oh, my God. I mean, he couldn't do much more. He was never going to live through it unless...
Yeah, maybe if he was a second ahead of that, potentially, but... Going to roll the dice in terms of spamming into that orb. Penny now going to be very careful. Elite looking to punish this aggression, or aggression of his own. Just have Over and Molesy left standing here for Apeks. Need to find a freebie.
Yeah, I don't think... Bow almost showing, but not really going to give you much. You still have to clear Elite, which is brutally hard at this point. So many angles to worry about, and the swing, yeah, nicely timed. Got a little bit, feel like it took a second there for Elite, but it gets the job done. Again, I do need to see Apeks coming up with something now. You're not winning out in your normal way. Let's see what you can change up.
Yeah, also to credit KC there, just their ability to slow things down after this initial kill onto Arvez. Did read the map really well. Like I said, in that regard, they actually come out on top in terms of the space they're able to garner on the back of that.
One enemy remaining.
Batu. First to be tested. And it is similar stuff here now. We're starting to see a little bit of that repetition coming in here. Same presence and pressure towards middle, but an adjustment from Penny last time top mid. This time towards that door by Market, but not actually scaling up through tiles, through anywhere really. It is going to be that focus towards A, that spike slowly making its way around, so it's going to be a Vova.
Better to see Batu as well hold his util here this time around, not necessarily biting on 8 sent out by Martin. There, found himself in a weird spot. Will find Stadak.
That's the spike. That's going to cause a reaction.
Too, yeah,
I like that. Little stall on the time as well.
Because this is where KC have succeeded previously. They've been able to kind of creep through the map. This time, Apeks taking a ton of space away from them.
Cutting through.
Now find themselves 2 to the good. A 5v3 here.
And the crossfire still here.
30 seconds left.
Molesy. Able to play around the back of the side. Oh my God. Actually, a Vova's swing. I don't even saw him as that cage was there. The timing just right to actually create a nice little crossfire. And the first time we might see Apeks actually find their footing. With 10 seconds, I'm pretty sure the door's already shut on Elite. Not much more for him to achieve. But again, between Molesy and Avova, they kind of found some nice little synergy to punish this. But again, it was that mid presence where Ollie found himself in a really big spot.
Yeah, and previously Penny finds that freebie on timing at the start of the round with the operator. This time around, you get the second layer to that, which is progress through the map. Not even noting as well, Avova's early win out. Probably set that in motion, to be honest with you.
Didn't even see him, just nice timing on it.
Apeks will find a response. 2 on the board. Batu, Ollie, and Molesy all have their ultimates. For KC, big tools of their own.
Throwing net.
Possibly Sadak and Martin, but actually a crunch here, potentially.
They're ahead. They're already ahead, though. Full faith in it, but the util just didn't work out. Overall, on overall.
Just out of range.
Yeah. So you're looking at the damage done, right? As much as it is a 4v4, Martin's down on 45 and Elite 59.
This is a big win for Apeks. You sacrificed 1, but certainly odds-wise, this leans towards Apex's favour. Could argue removing Batu's ult from the table. Nobody shows to the drone.
But again, they've got Penny on this deep line towards B, so they should be able to have a fair amount of faith in this.
And Ollie's just watching over towards top mid as well.
I'll handle this.
Martin to pave the way. Again, though, doesn't actually get a confirmation. Now he does.
I'm
I'm seeing one, though. Plant going to come in a
Spike planted.
Bit of a weird spot on that. Vova's paranoia still sky high that someone is going to be playing up towards that short side, but it's double swing! And Molzy punishing both! I'm amazed he got both of them there. Casey trying to be proactive in the post plant and has been punished. Sugetsu, what are we doing? Just get the gun out! There's Sadak now left in a 1v3 and they're scrambling. Apeks going to send Penny in to break that crosshair placement, and it's worked so well. The gateway given, a door opened, and Apeks stride on in.
Fantastic round from Apeks here. Like I said, just adjusting perfectly, knowing that they have, you could argue, a huge advantage here in terms of this early damage. Actually, a missed flash here.
And still gets Batu, I guess.
I'm not sure how much it caught on the other side of things, but this punish here from Molzy. Love to know where Sugetsu was off to.
Remaining.
I think anywhere else.
Just anywhere. Take me anywhere but here.
Nice!
At least a third found here by Apeks.
Scanning ahead.
Back to the drawing board for KC. So where they have one out is just after that first contact being found. I mean, win or loss in terms of the engagement, but the ones that have unlocked a lot of the map. So the adjustment being now Batu not biting onto this bait from Martin.
Joke's over!
We've seen this kind of direct approach from main. And Alves, well, you can see why they're trying to avoid it more often than not.
Nothing there.
Oh God, the ult somehow not finding a soul. That's the second time now he's not been able to make it work, and again, the flash just on the corner, but what the hell just happened? Did Alves just flash himself again? Again, I guess if they traded effectively, well. Yeah, who gets the job done, but this is messy trading. KC trying to stabilize here. Going for that plant, but Molzy and Avova getting closer now. Smoke going to go back in towards Market as the plant should be next, but it's actually Sadak with the spike. That should have been seen, and it was. Sugetsu there to catch Avova, leaving just Molzy.
Yeah, 31 HP. Avova had to make something from nothing. Unfortunately, I think for him to really pin down, so Molzy now finds himself in a, well, call it a 1v3. 1v1.5 with these HP bars.
Let's have his dart back as well. But is he going to be able to use it here? Not giving him a fight, and this reposition from Sugetsu feels like the checkmate, and it is. Snappy in the end from Sugetsu, but there was a lot going on that site, if I'm honest.
And actually now, I think KC almost reading into that because with another self-flash on the corner. Does get caught as well by the stun.
The teammate catches it too. I mean, they still get away with it, right? Comes out of it quickly
just to
enough,
note as well, say Alves, again, with the Phoenix ult here, you basically get a free entry in terms of clearing some of this utility, and the fact that Batu doesn't then commit further utility because of what Martin's been doing kind of leaves the front door open once Alves is out of ultimate and the rest of KC can follow through.
The flashes today for KC have been hard.
Well, just fantastic utility across the board.
Yes, but Penny's got a kill, so it's all right. That's what. Ooh. Oh no, you were right, Batu. You were right. You were right. You were good. Oh.
KC look at to brute force some of these situations now, catching Apeks off guard. Sadak, great contingency here.
I think punish us a little bit. It's got an option. And it cuts off the site comfort, right? They can't. Oh, the Aldro might just screw him on. Ooh, no. New lease of life. New lease of life. Goes towards. I was on board. Vova screwed. He's got problems everywhere. And Casey went, screw it, we'll just run mid, and it worked.
Yeah, like I said, just really brute forcing some of these scenarios now. Snake Bite will land, but Sadak, expect him to swing out with Arvez and Elite in good positions. Arvez will clean up. 3 on the round for him. It's a little bit of a... I mean, it's tough. They're disconnected here over towards A side, but Avova tries to set up with a paranoia. Unfortunately, just nobody really to pin down on the backside of this. You can see that's where the paranoia lands, but he doesn't want to force the issue necessarily.
Okay, broken by. Sheriffs and the Phantom for Penny there. Penny's going to try and make a move on this. I quite like it. Might get the drop on Sugetsu. Okay, he does, but at the cost of...
Well, it's a trade and then some. 5 HP left on Penny. I think it's also the catalyst for KC to find success, or at least space toward B side. But Batu and Penny both find kills here.
Playing a little bit deeper on CT's kind of worked out for him, not getting caught off by that back pillar, but you go see if they can stick the landing on this. Arvez does have the flashes, has the molly. Wants to have a clear on this. Dangerous to go for, but his books looks all right for now. So your eyes turn elsewhere.
Rover's got past the trip here as well, so yeah, Elite maybe heard it, but also maybe just awareness that Rover's still alive.
There's the flash. That's been used. And now on 1v2, and Avova's position's good. Penny's still here.
Paranoia catches.
Paranoia does indeed catch. Avova has to be locked in, though. Has to keep him safe. Oh, he's been cleared. The defuse! Oh.
Did the Paranoia mask the first tap here?
Oh, I wonder, actually.
Again, I think almost a little bit of awareness that somebody had crept on, but well, we can catch that from his POV. Again, in that I mean, he plays it perfectly. He makes the right decision in terms of committing towards that engagement, but I think bigger picture, grand scheme of things, is going to matter too much.
Start.
Still, I mean, Apeks finding kills where they needed to.
I think he, yeah.
Revealing area.
But again, 4-7. They've got a couple of cheeky rounds here, and it hasn't looked comfortable for Apeks by any means. Small adjustments, some big rounds, but they are clawing a few back. KC, I was completely punished, but, well, this won't go too far here. Arvez trying to path his way in. Ollie's still alive, but for how long is the question? Cleared out in the end by Elite.
Days are numbered.
Yeah.
I know exactly,
though. You think about the Cypher on top of this, the layering is very nice on it.
Well, they know now that Batu certainly has to retreat here in terms of the ping on this neural theft. Hang on, where did that come from?
Another question.
That was over towards main here, just in towards Cubby.
Penny in a position of power here, up on top, and he's done well. Takes down Arvez and actually speeds up over towards Sadak. So now to get to in a rotten position. It's not a nice corner to play from. His teammates fell like flies, and suddenly it's a bit more competitive. 5 rounds here for Apeks. They found a bit of footing, and they brought the game back within touching distance. KC, yes, still firmly in the lead. The comp still doing what it wants, and that aggressive playstyle we kind of knew would be coming. But we'll see how it kind of closes down in the second half, as 5-7 is where we currently sit.
One enemy remaining.
Well, the current lead staying with KC here, not only in maps but in rounds on the half switch. However, Apeks, towards the end of that first half, did claw back those 4 rounds, starting to look far more diligent than they were before. A couple of players finding that impact, being Batu and Penny. Big upswing from them. Now on the side switch though, Mike, where do we look? What then comes to your mind here on the second half?
See Penny get himself off to, well, you could argue a better start than versus Na'Vi. Obviously the scoreline a little more one-sided for Apeks previously. I believe they won out 8-4 on their defensive half, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to be trailing here, but like I said, Penny was very disruptive, not necessarily reflected with a small sample size on the attack, but really looking for him to be the difference maker here. KC are going to confirm that Apeks don't follow through on that initial showing of their hand. Batu, though.
Entry on the deadlock. Goes in, job done, player down. And we saw it was a 4-play stack towards A at the beginning. Probably to facilitate getting that all early building for Aves, but still, it's given that red carpet rollout for Apeks. So plant in play. Post-plant util from the deadlock, now in towards market, making it uncomfortable. Trying to find a way through that, but it buys them time.
I'm going to tag, but he can't necessarily convert off the back of that. Second tag, actually.
Flash, but they've split their attention and they work well. That push and pull working really nicely. And Sugetsu had a great first map. Icebox was pretty much his. This ain't happening! Apeks opening up the doors here. Lovely entry from Batu, and that post-plant working wonders.
Very, very comfortable, especially with such a freebie on the way in from Batu. Apeks allowed to find a wide open plant as well, which really plays in the possibility of tucking into main here and actually finding a couple of kills. Nice! Alongside the smoke here. We'll find their 6th pistol round the second half here.
No escape.
They stick the landing.
4-man stack, Mike. Turns the flash though. The paranoia does find position. Penny clears both. Takes a lot of damage, but
okay. We saw that. We saw that.
He's a little feisty. And keep in mind, Elite is far away.
On the orb, but the plant will come through. 1v4 here, classic in hand for Elite. Place your bets now. 1, 2.
For who? Elite.
What does he get?
Takes off half the HP of Molesy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, you weren't right. You're close.
What? Takes off half the HP of Molesy? Bro.
Aves, man, please.
Mate.
Please, Aves.
Not those, bro. Every time it's 2 as well.
Oh. He's just lining up the assists for Penny.
One enemy remaining.
I don't want to see a counter. The desk have probably got that teed up after
dude,
map 1.
These team flashes have been on point today.
Scanning ahead.
Why should I really give him criticism? Oh my word.
What's Elite
Hello.
finding a solo kill onto Batu, returning the favour from the first half.
Okay, well, look, that stakes a little claim in this. It's right, okay, look, B main's not free. I'm willing to puff out the chest, play in front of my util, which deadly as ever, but it's job done. You've taken away someone who's been a bit of a problem, right? Batu's starting to get a little naughty, so that puts it back on the step. Now, see what Apex's plans are. They've lost that heavy hitter.
I must wait a moment.
But they do gain a little bit of a step towards market.
Valak, really careful here. Elite not necessarily healthy enough to stack up with him. Oh, it does find Sugetsu, but a little bit conscious here that things have to slow down for the spike to make some movement. Now finally Avova heading back that way.
I mean, they've got 35 seconds. They kind of, yeah, you kind of need to, but you already got the wrap on pillar from KC. Crossfire in play between Ollie
30 seconds left.
on site and Molesy And working this one out, but the plant's going to be in. They're kind of preempting this, and that was an isolated effort from Sadak. There was no one really there to trade off him or build back in. Battle scene. The spray made from Elite. So maybe a toe hold here, but not by much.
Martin's got to go huge here.
It is Martin. He's had these
Till
moments.
left as well.
Oh, but Ollie, that was crisp with the shot towards Martin, and Elite looking like a formality now. Easy. Easy. Easy, Tiger. All good. Apeks, they're in the lead.
Themselves one ahead for sure. Bonus conversion here in the second half. Probably going to rattle KC a little bit.
Fine.
One enemy remains. Last
Yeah, we can see a timeout. KC want to
found you.
slam on the brakes early on here in the second half.
I just need to see them kind of tidy it up, right? Clean everything up. Because you're starting to see players come online. We've seen Batu starting to shoot bodies, right? We've seen him looking a little feisty. Penny now starting to line them up as well.
Yeah, top of the board. And just to check in here with some of the facts. See him obviously subbing for Team Liquid at Toronto. Probably, I mean, one of the things that, I don't want to say put him back on the map, but I know where your eyes are drawn there.
Yeah, I'm wondering what cologne he wears.
Shoes and cologne.
Well, the first two are you.
The third as well.
Well, no, you just wear Creed Aventus, Michael. It's good. I'm not flaming you. I really like it. It's one of the best there is. It suits you. Fresh in all weathers, you know.
Apeks win, post-match interview. I want to know what he wears.
Shall I take?
Well, actually, not even what he wears, but we'll grill whoever does the interview and how
true.
he smells.
Post-game as
And
well.
actually, probably, yeah, actually, what's he rocking on his feet?
True. The whole fit check.
Yep.
We're coming in now.
There you go. Apeks, you have to win this series now.
Because we want to find out.
We need to.
Penny, we got to know.
We need to break down the hard-hitting questions here.
Yep.
But KC faced with a hard-hitting question themselves here. Trailing by 3 in the second half here. Apeks taking the lead. Already good progress on some of these ultimates, potentially for the buy round to follow here. Apeks, no sign of slowing down just yet.
Get that flash right. And that time it is. Oh, but they don't have the shot. And now it's just a mess. In for the brawl. Penny taking the steps to clear all these question marks, clear all this space, but they are double stacked up still. Flank being checked onto in the meantime. Do have Elite closing in, but it is a 4v3. It's starting to stabilize now.
Yeah, just while all this happens, keep your eyes on Elite here. Whether or not he's played in at all. A chance to potentially recover one of these weapons as well. If KC can hold on to sight for the time being.
Batu, you're going to watch this though, all right? You're going to watch this. Yeah, all good. And you're just giving up. It's like, well, tried.
I mean, credit to Apeks there, waiting this out.
Oh! Sugetsu, go on, please! Batu didn't even entertain it. Making sure they know. 9-7. I mean, damn, Sugetsu gave it a 4.
Batu's just committed towards the cheese on the corner here.
Yeah, literally.
Almost
like,
had
none
to.
of it, bro. Please give me that replay at the end, though. I'd love to see that. Oh, it's all good.
I mean, Penny, that was a straight nope moment.
Yeah.
But do you see Martin's head roll? Martin showing the play cam again.
No.
From Martin.
Oh, I only caught the bit that worked.
Spike down A.
This game's been mad. All right, Penny, off to the races. Oh, stop to the races. And dead.
It's an anti-Penny trip. If
It
ever
really
you've seen
was. Gotta put that down, Elite. Isolating a couple of fights here. Really good information and looking composed under pressure. But can he stay alive? No. Wanted a bit too much space there. Wasn't going to be allowed it. And Apeks being proactive. Taking towards backside. Going to get that barrier in place too. KC going to be slowed down now.
Here. Sanak tag Apeks. Why not Lazare on the way in here? Oh, lines up on the other side.
Did he even see him? I'm looking at the kills.
Doubtful.
This is just going to be... Oh, no, he's caught him as well. From the grave. Martyrdom completed. I mean... Molzy, did you see a player? Did you see a pixel? Or was it just in a row?
I didn't catch whether there was a dart or anything that popped up here.
That was a lovely sell though to catch him. Okay, All looking good. It doesn't happen for me. That doesn't happen for me.
Player standing.
He's giving it. He's giving it.
I did notice just the, what are you doing? Then hide behind the monitor.
It is nice.
It's
when you start seeing ice, you get to look at you. Just like, what's up? Okay, pacey start here, or at least the intention to imply one, right? Look at the stack again over towards A. All the flashes in the world, but Elite, he has been pretty solid at this. Done well to already claim 1 spot, 2 more. Big information game.
Immediately, though, Martin's here to provide some support. If there's any follow through from Apeks, we can see here that Sadak potentially with his hands full. Finds the first here, looking to potentially drone in, but now with the trip being dealt with, no safety net behind him.
3v5 though. They're looking for mistakes. They're looking for someone to overextend, and oh dear, you're a lucky boy.
Just, yeah.
Lucky boy. There was a couple more players, a couple more bodies, and a good swing from top mid from Arvez. Over from Batu and Avova. It's a warpath they have to forge. Deep control on CT, I like that. They've made a condition for themselves. That's already been broken though. So now we've still got the paranoia and a smoke. Where's the fight going to come to? You've got to be a perfect synergy, and they don't get what they want there.
Yeah. Played as well though. This is impossible, no?
This positioning's still not bad. Can they work together in this though? Turns the flash well. Martin does clear Batu. Avova goes down, but for a moment or two there, you could see what they were trying to work with, and I like the way they tried to play to their win conditions, even if it fell short.
Sure, even there. I mean, the only adjustment being if Batu, I guess, plays a shallower position here. Again, immediately, a safety net removed from CT. Beautiful pinch onto Molzer. There's nothing for him to do in that scenario.
Nice spacing on that too, making sure no one's lining up for another Molzer.
The head-to-head stats, by the way, between Batu and Elite, like that, I don't know how many kills have actually occurred between those two players, but they just seem to find each other everywhere on the map.
Yeah. 10 to 8. We are getting a bit closer now. A couple of ults coming through for KC though. You're gonna have Martins there and Sadax. Money still on the lower end here. Those light shields. Regen. For Apeks. Similar scenes, to be honest. So, fragile scenario. Same sort of attention to detail on elbow. I can try and get that ult orb. And then to truly punish off the back, and maybe a further exploration for Sugetsu. He's just reinvested that one way, but gotta be cautious here. There hasn't been that same progress towards B as we've seen earlier on. An expectation towards middle, maybe. You're seeing Apeks run that default down. And note Penny here. He's already going to adjust.
The next step is for Apeks here. Necessarily found an area to exploit just yet, but certainly looking to apply pressure towards the likes of Sadak and Elite once more. Martin, the third member for KC toward B side, actually.
Here.
See that it's only one member of Apeks.
Oh!
Hey!
Martin?
30 seconds left.
Didn't like that.
What was the plan, mate? That's a problem, because now you've got Batu starting to stride in the door, right? And now you can trade in through market. What the hell just happened? Give me a timeout here. Get a check-in. Get him to calm down.
That was
the
expectation that Sadak follows up on that?
The timing wasn't right if that was the case.
Oh, he didn't even see, actually, whether or not he had a TP set up anywhere.
No.
But effectively, giving Apeks a way in that they wouldn't necessarily have found themselves.
It was getting really late. It was getting really, really late in those rounds.
Solid control towards the door as well.
Yeah, everything. Oh. I imagine it was that bait for Sadak, but off timing. I'd love to, if we can get that one back, I'd love to see kind of what went down, because it could be so pivotal. This could be 11. This could be 4 standing. You're going to have Molzy very nearby ult. You've got Batu nearby ult. Same to be said for Avova, less impactful, but sure, Ollie with his too. And the money, I'm worried for KC, as they are going to find Sugetsu as well. Mike, I'd love you to take me through this if we do get it.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Again, really what's going to be the missing context would be the comms between these two players, because you can see straight away Batu's like, okay, who's Martin's the bait?
Frustration.
that reaction kind of makes it feel like actually he was just gunning for the kill.
Which is even weirder in my mind.
Yeah,
He's got a classic.
I completely slept there on the replay as well. I didn't see whether or not he had a TP to get out of that. So,
true. I mean, maybe if we have it for a second, we could rewatch that again. Just we are in the timeout. Sorry to be a nuisance. If you can't, no worries. It feels like one, didn't have a shorty, which is weird. Two, the spacing between him and Sadak didn't seem right to be able to swing from
like I said,
main
a roll of the dice if you want to go towards that. But
yeah,
like I said, Batu's like, okay, somebody's swinging off this, right?
He literally 180.
So
somebody's, he's like, cool.
Somebody's following up on this.
But again, yeah, one of those that love to find out. As I said, it's those sort of comms that you'd love to kind of understand what went on there, but it's what it is. But the problem is, a small mistake has created a bigger problem here. We're at 11-8 now. And that could have been 2 in a row for KC, because look at this half. Once you get back in game, look at that timeline and see what's on your screens.
Pretty.
It has not been pretty for KC. There you have it. A row of red. Apeks. That could have potentially, I don't want to say stop the rot, but it could even some confidence towards KC, keeping that in control.
No,
that can shatter it.
The issue being it's 11 now for Apeks, and KC down on just 2 Guardians, 2 Sheriffs. To try and make something work here in round 20. This will tee Apeks up nicely to force us to Lotus.
And quite genuinely, I didn't think we'd get there. I thought it was going to be 2 after seeing map 1 and the way it went down, but...
What did we say? Never a clean victory for KC,
yeah,
even if
right.
it comes through.
You are right. And this is now all pressure in. All players on site, it looks like. Penny going to send Alves away. That it can't get caught here. And Martin so desperately low on HP.
Sadak as well now. Yeah, he's got to dip out.
They've got those ults coming in, right? There's Ollie's. That's the first to be invested. Keep in mind, Batu will probably have his pretty soon. Avova as well, just getting his online with that kill on Martin.
Yeah, and the issue being the pit going up here. I mean, his Guardians on the other side. He has wall blocking down from Moldy. The issue being they can't spray into this pit with the Guardians.
Nope. Avova just watching for that push up. It's a predictable position. Hey! I was going to say it's a predictable position. You should have been dead to rights there, but Avova quick on his feet. Molesy can be handled, but in the meantime, Penny's got a leap down. So again, you're looking at Sadak still alive. Sugetsu trying to make this something, but that timer is ticking. Sugetsu! I mean, he's still making it look impressive, but it's still around for Apeks. This is their map choice. They do look better on it.
Match point.
But Casey can't be happy with how they're looking so far.
And the damage doesn't really equate to much at all, bigger picture-wise. See KC back on the purchase, and actually, the light shields across here. Seeing it over again. From Ahmed's POV, looked even better.
One enemy remaining.
We'll have the Hunter's Fury potentially alongside that, a neural theft and a TP. KC not necessarily rock solid ultimates available.
Split.
That too.
Yeah, this is still messy. Oh my.
Spike down B.
Sadak caught in no man's land here.
He has to hold the line.
Yeah, this is brutal to deal with. Batu trying to save the day, which he's done. He's done well there. Backfilled the space by Martin, but we've just got deathmatch breaking out on the B site. The synergy questioned, but it's Batu and Molesy who did nearly work something out earlier.
Last player standing.
A better angle for Martin, quicker on the trigger. Molesy, this ill-fated position, not going to be what they need.
3 survive. Sadak and Elite going to be the ones forced into repurchasing. Side of Apeks, I mean, even considering that string of rounds, a couple of members below 1,000 credits should be comfortable considering Olizera, I think, capped out on the previous. It's certainly a strange back and forth here. Friendly fire on the back of the Hunter's Fury as well. Certainly not impactful. KC, 3 rounds separate them still.
Well, that would have helped last round. Got it now. Sugetsu, still sharp. Still an issue. And just drifting up like that. I think it's an ambitious claim.
Complacent here.
No, and I'm worried about that because we have seen, again, how aggressive they've been over towards elbow. This wouldn't be the first time they're playing towards us, but a mid-swing, but a better trade. Martin still in position. Obviously will have the angle, but there's not much you can really work with that. You're looking at where they try and drift to. Cam going to give away this presence now towards Market. Martin on site, joined by Elite. Don't quite know about main either. Lovely flash this time around. Actually going to send them packing. Look at the HP they're left with.
Barely anything.
No, they are looking rough. 2 HP on Avova. Not a hope in hell on that one, as Molzy is a formality in this. 12 to 10.
Like I said, just the last 2 rounds here, Batu in the previous, running forward trying to catch something with his ult. Oliveira just lazy drift through this orb.
Yeah.
I mean, poorly timed, even if you're going for a trade here. Who's next in line? Don't want to see them complacent now they've hit 12, and actually seeing, it's in the corner of my eye, a timeout, maybe to just address that.
Yep.
Like I said, Oliveira capped out in the previous, but I don't think they're going to commit towards a purchase here.
Yeah, I again, if you are Apeks, noting their form as of late, you know, closing out games hasn't been something that's been comfortable for them. And maybe not something that they're used to doing, whereas KC, look, they've got a lot of pedigree in this team. They don't feel the same sort of pressures at times. I think that they're a very well-rounded team. But I need to see Apeks stop fumbling advantages that they have, in a way. Because they're a very good team. We've already seen this here. They don't need to play silly games, just need to stay focused on this one. And see if they can spread the wealth around here.
Have the TP here, but Penny 1 away from his ultimate would be something to offset the purchase potentially. Not going to happen, so towards round 24. Yeah, unless finds an opener here, you can get that rifle maybe into the hands of Molzy or of Over. Yeah, hoping that timeout going to allow Apeks to take a breath and regain, to hopefully close this out, take us to Lotus.
Scanning ahead.
Plan. It's like a simple approach, which may be easier. Double stack though towards elbow could prove a problem. Could be an issue, but let's see if they can keep it clean. Posting this one down, Sadak looking for a shot to connect, but it's actually traded in on. Flash comes in.
Going up.
Now, it's a bit of a stalemate moment.
Oh, they're almost burning alive here. Just get ahead of that. Arvez, you can see he wanted to. Flash on the back of the wall. Avova lines up 2 though.
I don't know how he's got a second there. Taking down to get to. Yeah, just holds down Mouse 1 on the swing. And now they're in a 4v2, but don't think it's impossible. Look at the HP. Batu, 45. Avova, 15. Molzy, 40. It's Ollie who's sitting pretty. Setup still in play as well on this side of the map.
How quickly can Elite get onto one of these trips potentially? So he's already making moves. Gonna duck in here.
That's
now,
dreamy.
The issue being, look at the HP bar for Apeks.
That was the big player who's still alive, right? That was the one! But Elite has done wonders here. Batu's gone down, and now a 2v2. Aren't in play, though. Well, that slow progress coming in from Sadak, the unknown quantity.
He's got a shock dart here.
Which could be enough to kill. Molzy
Deploying drone.
doesn't get affected. And he's going to be noted on the adjustment here as well. They know it now. Elite now taking steps in. This is brutally hard. There's not much to be done.
Can't swing on
still in
this.
play. Yeah, Molzy, he's got to be the one to go now at this point. The defuse! Oh, it's a horrible way to watch the round slip away. But well handled by Elite.
I mean, Avova commits to the TP, but the plant being just out of reach here. Molzy so tagged up, he can't swing onto this. I'm not sure how Sadak didn't clean up like 3 here, by the way.
Yeah.
That was Avova's POV. So again, the first flash, you can see Arvez wanted to swing onto it, but just backs away at the last second. Apeks leaving it to round 24. Purchase will be there. You could argue maybe the Hunter's Fury coming out a win in the bigger picture for Apeks, but Arvez 1 away, Martin just 2 orbs away from their ultimates. No commitment early on here from Apeks. A default just to receive potentially any aggression from KC. You're worried, aren't you?
I am worried.
You've gone quiet.
Yeah.
Take flight.
Okay.
Enemy tag.
Batu spot.
Enemy
Which
tag.
normally does indicate a finish towards that B
Yeah, it
site,
does,
right?
yeah.
You've got that fast A tempo pace.
And they've been actively looking to confirm that piece of the puzzle. time and time again here on the defense of KC.
Now here comes the explosion top middle though, but Penny...
Tagged
Oh
away.
man, come on. That took a lifetime, but it got what they needed. But now the pressure through Marky gets handled within... What? How did Batu get both then? Sanek and Martine just get deleted. They just suddenly wait till the final moment to be on the same page.
30 seconds
to get
left.
to a 1v4.
Spike planted.
22 kills to his name so far, but this is still a lot to ask of the man. And Apeks looking like they want to extend play to that third map. Paranoia, Smoke, TP, all here. But Crossfire's being constructed as we speak. Swings off of contact now. And it's a horrible way to go down. But for Apeks, what a moment for them. A hard 4-4 game, but 13-11, they walk away with the win there.
Sigh of relief, but able to replicate some success here on Sunset Lauren versus KC, who looked as if they had their finger on the pulse towards the end here, but we do go to Lotus, which will come right after the break.
Bro, who's chat, bro? You're
Bro, that's not me. I'm Penny, bro.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
Like, what? What the fuck are you saying?
Bro. This guy is crazy, bro.
What are you saying, Chad? Bro, you are full freaky today.
Today, only today, chat.
Only today.
Oppa, oppa! Oppa Gangnam Style, whoop! Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Whoop on Gangnam Style. I mean, look, they're vibing. What was it? Which one was it? Was it 1, 2? I don't remember which
Three.
one.
Lesson 3, having fun results to wins.
And apparently it is 100% true. Now, there might have been some other stuff that KC was doing that helped result in the win. But honestly, like, this is what we wanted from Apeks. We're still not getting double duelists, which I'm kind of personally mad about because it's the one thing that's very easy for me to hold on to. But this is some pretty impressive stuff, no?
I mean, we kind of expected this going into Sunset, quote-unquote. I think that they understood the part that we look good on Sunset, let's just pick it again. Let's see and explore what KC do, where their strengths rely, and they dealt with it very well. To me, it's more of the surprise that, especially when we go on to the attack, because do not forget, this was like a 5-7 at the beginning, at the end of that first half. And it's for KC, for being a team that plays the deadlock, that understands how strong it is on a different map, but it still they understand the concept of the agent and how to play with it. For them to be surprised or not reacting properly to the walls or the sensors or even some of the mates.
Yeah, for me, I think it's two things. Apeks have found their home map, Sunset. And on the opposite side for KC, this is the reason maybe why we don't see the Phoenix played so often. Especially with the Euro. Like, Euro, Phoenix, Sunset's very strange. Usually it's the Raze and the Neon. And neither of the players today playing those agents had great games.
Does this, one thing that you mentioned before was no double initiator. Does double flash duelist also boil your blood in a similar way?
It doesn't boil it, but
it's a better question than you think.
Phoenix is just not good enough.
Okay. Well, you might get to take that up with the man himself later. We'll find out. It'll depend on what KC can do this one. But obviously, Penny, Batu, I think super impressive from them, right? Even though there were some fumbles from KC, excellent stand-up performances. And it feels like we saw some of these glimmers even as far back on Icebox, but some just incredible highlight rounds.
Yeah, I think for me, Penny impressed me on both these maps in the sense that he started quite slow on this map, and on the previous map he was getting punished a little bit. And despite that, we're still going for the aggression and still taking those risks that we needed to see from them. And at the end of it, came out on top because of that.
Yeah, I think that going into today, I had two things in my mind looking at Apeks. It's not the fact if they're going to win, I just want to see them going somewhere. Penny, we saw him at Toronto, we see the potential that we can have. I think that throughout the first two maps, he's played very, very well. He's understood what he needed to do, and he understood his strength. He was good with the operator, he did what he needs to, but especially when we move on to the attack. Bear in mind, this is the second time Batu even plays Deadlock on an official match. So it's very good to see that even away from the double duelist, they're finding some comfort, and we can see that there's progress being made.
I think the terrifying thing, as great as this map was, as much as it came together, we're now going to Lotus, which we just saw last week KC beat Fnatic on, who I think it's safe to say are a pretty strong team.
Yep.
And how does Apeks solve this particular puzzle?
My copium is that they have liked this map all year. They don't win it that often, but they don't win many maps in general. They have always... Well, one sec.
Oh, yeah. We need to address this.
Well, I wanted to move on, but production couldn't let us forget, which I think is fair, because as much as we like to hype up Apeks, a lot of things went wrong on the side of KC.
Yeah, I mean, if Martin's playing Euro on the next map, then a win condition for Apeks is him doing silly things in Euro again. I really not sure what happened there.
I wonder what's happening, because at the beginning of the year, Martin was probably the best Euro that we had in the region. Like, even if KC was losing, he did something in that round that he did all the time. It was an absolute menace, which is like getting out of the ult and having a shorty in his hands. I'm going to be convinced that he thought he had the shorty in his hands and just pops out with the classic and is like, oh, that's a very big oopsie. But I think that his performance is definitely going down. So I actually want to know what's going on.
Yeah, like he was like top 3 rated player at the start of this year. Like he was one of the best players in the world. Like he was phenomenal, and it seems like he's had a bit of a dip. And if we're talking about KC as a potential road to Paris team, Martin, you know, improving his performance is a big factor.
It must be frustrating too when you have a player that has shown the ceiling is there, especially when a lot of people talk about Yoru as the strongest agent in the game. You have someone on your team who plays it at a high level. It's like, it feels like you have the recipe for success. So to not see him show up is a bit disappointing. And I think if I remember correctly in Icebox, he was the guy that ran into the flash a little bit early. So the miscoordination has been a trend, and I think we've been pretty critical of KC now after the first round because we hold them to higher expectations. But now even more concerning is Apeks didn't look bad. We expect them to clean it up on Lotus, but you should never have been in this position. I don't think KC fans are going to be pleased with this.
And if you are on the side of Apeks, if you really want to cheer for them getting a win, I know that KC is not an easy opponent, and as what you mentioned is very important. What they did last week against Fnatic on Lotus was very good. Now Apeks has the opportunity to be the surprise, to give us the double duelist. Because the last time that they played this map, it was before the Tejo nerf. And most of the teams, if not all of the teams in the region, have already changed their compositions. So I want to see if they're just copying something else from Gen G, or if we're just getting some double duelist.
Copying Gen G has been a strat that's worked pretty well for them.
Yeah.
It's not the worst idea.
All I'll say is, I'll stop, I promise, after this referencing League of Legends, but copying Korean teams is an EMEA special. A special of many, many regions of, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I hope, personally, for a little less copying and a little more double duelist. But any other expectations, any big things? We've talked about kind of the coordination for KC, Martin especially. Still felt like there were great aim moments, good moments from KC, but how do you quantify when it's loose like this and the team play is bad? Like, you're a coach, Minnie, you have been here for a ton of time, Kukuka, and I know you have this experience talking to players as well. Like, how do you get into that mindset as you come to the last map to get that level of consistency? When do you feel confident as an analyst to say, oh, they're going to show up, it's going to be fine?
In Valorant, I think it's very difficult because so many things have changed in so little time that it's difficult to stay consistent.
Yeah, I would agree with that, yeah. I don't have anything
agreeing
to...
with me?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
That's so boring. I expected more from you. I think that looking forward and thinking of
Fight her, Minnie, argue!
There's nothing to argue with, unfortunately. I'd just be faking it. I'm not good at faking it.
No, but seriously, something that I wanted to bring up. At the beginning of the day, I said it's a bit dire for Apeks because they had one of the lowest 4v5 conversions last week.
Yeah.
It was only a 10%. Many of the chances that you're going to get, you're going to be a man down. And I think that when we looked at Sunset, especially on the attack, there were so many situations that they solved. We saw Elite being aggressive on the side of KC, getting that opening kill. And in a couple of occasions, they actually bounced back. That is what is going to make them strong as a team. Lotus is not going to be easy. It's not going to be an easy fight. Yes, they have that tape, but to me, it's not about how you counter-strat KC. Is you've already shown that you can win on Sunset. Show me something that is also more convincing. Show me something that has actually been prepared in all the time that you've had.
Yeah, only being able to win on one map is a concerning thing if you want to go farther, right? And it's not to say that they couldn't win on other maps, it's just what we've seen so far. And for KC, you already stepped outside of your comfort zone with Lotus in the first place. You got off Icebox, right? Grapevine was banned. But can you keep winning? Was this a single drop that we saw versus Fnatic, a single day of greatness, or are they just actually adding more and more to the pool? And is this actually development from KC? Again, because the goal, the standard we're looking at for this team is a little bit different than what we want from Apeks. We're happy with good stuff generally. KC need to be smashing. They need to be doing well because, again, champs is what we're talking about when it comes to that team.
Yeah, Lotus specifically, I think that KC did a really good job last week of looking at Fnatic specifically. They did their prep. Sadak, I think, has always beaten Fnatic on that map. Like, they got a history. I guess they should have the fundamentals there and the foundation on that map to beat a team like Apeks. And we need to see them. How does it look when they don't have footage on a team? I mean, to be honest with you, they didn't have footage. They had footage on Sunset, and they didn't seem to manage to do much there. So maybe this point is mute completely. But I guess the point is double duelist, KC, go in. If they shoot Apeks, they should be able to win. But in the map before, double duelist, weren't shooting, didn't win.
Okay, I'm just saying, you said it and you're like a world championship coach, but if I said they just need to click heads and win, I'd be flamed for not knowing anything.
That's how double duelist works. Like, you're taking a risk, you're taking a gamble. That's why PaperX, well, one of the reasons why PaperX are really good right now is that they have two duelists that shoot heads.
I'm going to disagree just because for the sake of it, and because I love disagreeing with Minnie. I think that for this last map, we should look not at the duelists and at the snappy new players. I'm going to look at the people that have more experience. The last time I believe that we saw Avova going up against Sadak, which goes back, is like 2022. Reykjavik 2022. Like that's what we're speaking of. These are players that have a lot of experience, both in their respective regions and also at global events. So I need to see those players step up. When the match gets longer, when you're being pushed against the wall, when you're Apeks and you actually see that this could be the win that you get, I need them to be those emotional leaders in the sense of not allowing people to overheat. If they're starting to click heads, right? I need players like Avoba, players like Mosi to be like, calm down, okay? A lot of Gangnam Style, but calm down for a second.
Yeah. I think that it's tough when you're in this position, right? I think one of the things about your format that I like is you get to play off so quickly, but one of the things that's tough is your round robin is really tight, right? That's 2 groups. You don't get a lot of chances to fumble. Like, it's best of 3, so you can fumble a match. Fumbling a match is devastating for either of those teams. Apeks already lost one. Casey, like, the loss to Fnatic is kind of expected, right? But if you lose here to Apeks, we put them in this...
Things get interesting.
I mean, things get kind of doomed.
Yep.
No,
I mean,
right? You're praying for a miracle.
All of the pressure is on KC in this final map, and there is no pressure on Apeks whatsoever. The expectations for Apeks are pretty low, and even for themselves, they're having fun. They should be able to keep that because they just know it's like they've not won a match this year. Like, who cares? Like, they just need to continue having fun, and hope on the KC side that they're stressed right now, which they probably should be.
I care. I want them to win, and I also think that putting KC on the O2 will make their run even onto playoffs so difficult that I think like I'm down for it. I like having that expectations of every single week. Oh my God, KC, who looked like they had the better chance.
You just want to see the coach cam suffer. That's what you want.
Oh my God, poor Sage. Seriously.
I want Apeks to embody the Dream Crush bracket. In tournament formats that I've worked on before in Swiss, there's always a point where you're not going to make it to the next stage of the tournament realistically. But everyone you're playing against that you beat will drag them down with
That's
you.
beautiful.
A lot of tournaments where, like, if you go 0-3, if there's a lot of people there, that's usually the cutoff. And if you're 0-2 or 0-2 and you've tied a round or something, this is for TCG stuff, but I won't go to details. But the important thing is you are there to ruin it for others.
Yes.
I like this.
We've had that in the past. Not only that, there was this one time where Liquid could only make it, they had like a 4% chance, and they could only make it for one scenario, and it happened.
Look.
Okay.
You know what did not happen? The double duelist for Apeks.
We didn't say, but look how awkward the composition is. My gut says I don't like it at all, but it's very strange. Cypher Deadlock KO, no recon.
No recon. I am confusion. Meaning
I need your help.
I am so
confused. Like TFT is like a theme.
You said wonky comp.
We
said they heard you, and they're just going the wonkiest they can.
We asked for surprises and weird stuff. My gut doesn't like it, but the fact that it's so weird means that they did answer my
So, yeah, the question is, are you willing to go back on your previous statement and say, I no longer
If
want
this
weird.
KO was a recon agent, I'd like it because Deadlock Cypher is a bit wonky.
Yeah,
the KO, we have to really see what is the value of this KO on this map and in this competition.
Do you think that this might be just against the double duelist? Because you have Mosi, who can do what Sadak was doing to them a little bit if they go extra aggressive. But I just don't.
I don't think it worked. I think the double duelist does quite well into this competition. I think it could dive past the Sentinel agents quite easily.
Yeah, but
the retakes from Apeks are going to be kind of rubbish. Like the double duelists will get onto the site and then have a fine post plant because Apeks don't have a good retake.
Retakes are going to be.
If any.
But that's very important then. If retakes are going to be almost impossible, Apeks needs to make sure that Carmine Core does not get the spike down.
Well, it sounds hotly debated. Casters, Pansy, Highbach, how do you feel about these compositions in this upcoming?
You shouldn't ask those questions. Shouldn't.
No, we are not a beacon of positivity over here.
No, but you know what? I'm ready to be wrong. I'm ready.
I'm so ready to be wrong.
I'm ready to be wrong, please.
But there's so many other options.
Why are we
here like this?
I can't even theory craft it out.
No,
that's the thing.
Hate the KO.
Yeah.
I'd rather see a Vice or a Viper for Ollie, to be honest. If we're going to play the double pseudo sentinel, anti-double duelist sort of thing, I'm not sure which one I hate more, the Cypher or the KO, to be quite honest with you.
No, but we are filled with joy as now we find out, round by round, all the rounds, all the maps. Let's see how it looks, because again, this is, it's got us scratching our heads. Even the AD, the analyst desk, not liking it, but again, we are willing to be wrong. If there is method to the madness, I'm here to learn. As it stands, we look at KC really with all the tools needed to handle this.
I mean, a player like Molesy can be frag heavy, so whether or not it's just to allow him to be a little more self-sufficient and there's going to be a passive approach elsewhere. Proof is in the pudding, unfortunately. Molesy, though, the commits to the full clip. We'll find Elite. Early advantage here ahead of the plant coming through.
We can't stress enough how important these defensive side rounds are, though. And we were discussing the retake scenarios and how tricky that may be, but if you're just hitting a couple of shots, I guess it's going to work out. That is lovely.
Doesn't connect, well, fully onto Sugetsu, but damage done.
Looking at Aves, though. Sheriff's still here, but they've already crept sight. You're looking at the player who's going to slip the net. Nice shot, though. Aves doing wonders here. Finally handled, and it's Sadak, last man alive. That was critical. Apeks need these defensive side rounds if they want a shot in this game.
They're doing a pistol, certainly. The way they want to kick things off here on Lotus. Again, outside of that, seeing the deadlock is whether or not we've many traps set up here between Penny and Batu.
Yep.
Probably more where my focus goes to. Almost on a hope and a prayer, committing every shot available. Crucial kills from Ollie as well on the way back in.
Look, you got to keep this up. One's good. Let's see this now continue. They can't let their foot off the gas. You're bringing this sort of comp. Got to see it.
I mean, as well for early rounds as well for KC, you probably just want to see them, see what knives Molsey's throwing, some of the setups here between Batu and Ollie. And again, if there's, that's beautiful. If there's any variation to some of these setups, that's where Apeks can really gain the upper hand. But I'm with you to make this comp work and flourish on the attacking side. You don't want to see a massive deficit here for sure. Big flash here from Avova. Well, was a big flash.
I thought it was a fight forward or back away, and he somewhere sat in the middle and he got caught off. Yeah, I don't know what the game plan was. Now there's a cross to the side potential. That's a lot of players trying to just have a brawl, and Molsey has done well here to save them, at least for now. It's costly at best, and at worst, it's a loss. A 1v2. Horn has to give away position. Penny now. Noted. Spike is in the hands of Sugetsu, and look at his pathing right now. He's handling a wonder. He's off and about. 22 HP, though. It's low.
30 seconds left.
Sadak will find an upgrade, a Bulldog in hand now. Penny's just got to wait this out. Again, it's 52 HP between the two KC. Penny might even, no, I was going to say, if we did continue moving there, might catch a step, but we'll get the confirmation here off the plant. Still a little disconnected. And neither player committing towards sight. Basically expecting him to maybe come through B.
Is the smoke back up for Sugetsu? I mean, Sadak's got his haunt, but they are so far off this. Really, step by step in. The time's looking real low. They're in the caution. I quite like they've sat passive here, but I mean, you got to go for this Penny now. Sadak just has to play off the horn. That's all he's got to do. This looks like a round win, and what an absolute fumble from Apeks here. Not good enough for me. Not good enough at all. KC, minimal brought in, and a pay safe card thrifty in the second round.
Second time in the series as well, we've seen weird exchanges now and a fumble on round two on both sides of the coin. But this, I mean, as soon as you see on the X-ray here that 3 members of KC are just charging onto site.
One enemy remaining.
Again, you almost want to say, Molsey gets 2 from that scenario, can't pin this on him. Again, just back up, play a little safer here, and see, non-Viper comps, 47.6 win rate against Viper comps on Lotus. Certainly the anomaly here as well, considering the compositions on both sides. Early exchange, Penny trying to make this Guardian work.
And Sugetsu just swings it, swings it well. The one there too, and it's looking clear-cut this round. They brawled their way in, willing to fight it out. Also trying to keep his head down, but I think he's going to be checked on pretty quick. He is, does get 1 for his troubles, but by this point, KC flipping the script in round 2 is going to be rewarded here in round 3.
Towards the plant just yet. Orb retrieval. Probably going to see Martin the one to plant yet. Sadak trying to bait it out with the barrel here. Sheriff and a light shield. Can he do any damage?
No escape.
Now spotted so early on, he's probably not going to commit towards this, but I don't want to see anybody from KC drop here. 4 rifles would be huge to get the ball rolling here.
Yeah, that stability, this game does feel like it's going to be one of those of some very weird rounds, give and take. Obviously, KC plant their feet.
Martin was hanging around just to maybe get one more kill. He's 2 away from the ultimate after the plant, so...
Yeah, don't blame him for that. Had his way out as well, so...
He'd still find that, actually.
Yeah, lovely for him. That's really big work, actually. Nice early build. And again, Apeks probably going to be kicking themselves about that second round still.
It's going to sting. Certainly now if KC can string together another. Nice clean up from KC. Nice! Walk into the stack again, Sugetsu just finding the first 2 on the way past Mound. Certainly makes that easier.
This is when the big test starts, isn't it? Right, we're starting to get into the buy rounds here. Rifles coming out. Let's see how this looks. KC very early off the rip. So towards Mound. 3-1-1 setup. Holding that default. Ollie! I think they were stunned. He committed to this. A bold play and it's rewarded. Confidence sky high out of nowhere.
Beautifully done. Again, commitment behind it as well. Don't just dip their toes, find the first. They really follow through on that. So Sadak and Elite now. A 2v5. Apeks happy to sit back now, Lauren.
I just still can't get over that refight on Mound. I think KC even being called off by it, just simply not expecting someone to fully commit behind it. Sadak and Elite. Away presence. Now we're going to connect with backside, but Avova shouldn't stick around too far. He needs to wait for that support through waterfall, which he will get. KC carving out just a little space here, but it's going to need a big amount of kills to come through from one of these players, be it Elite,
30 seconds
be it Sadak. It's not going to be easy with that happening too. Having to take a seat, and it's a horrible feeling. Sadak not going to have it. 5 standing for Apeks. Massive turn of events for them. And again, I just want to watch that beginning. The balls on Ollie's area to go for that. To swing back out, fully commit to it. He's not got the way out of there. He is there for the fight. An in-zone flawless. That was absolutely wild. Here it is again, I can imagine. This was the support coming through. Paranoia is good, but again, that commitment on this, right?
Like I said, he's wide swinging out. And said, was a chance for KC to maybe flip that, find a response, but doesn't happen.
And look, if this is Ollie looking super comfortable, this is his agent that he feels best on, or whatever it is. It's not coming to mind like that, but hey, if we see him like with that massive upswing in form, cool.
Sure, if the Cypher's leading from the front,
yeah.
I'm glad to see it.
Whoa, 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 deep flash, big push. And Penny's had an absolute tear of a start as well. Apeks, they are willing to fight. There is no respect being given. You've got to fight for every bit of space here. Again, that deep flash coming through from the KO. I don't love KO, but that was well used.
This is exactly the sort of round I was talking about. KC have a few of these to maybe figure out some of the setups, but Apeks have refined their playbook and have some of these, well, I guess diversity and variety to these set pieces.
There.
How many rounds can they garner on the back of them?
I like this. I like this from Apeks. Didn't love the comp, but if you're going to do it, use it with intent, which is what we're seeing now. Batu still over towards the side. There's that combo we were waiting for as well. That could be pretty nice. Yeah, Martin, couldn't get away in the end from the bullets that came out from Penny. But it denied this B approach. The knife, I think, will at least find one, but a quick pivot. Still towards the eyes of Avova, who can catch the cross. Doesn't need to overstay his welcome, just keeping security over here. There's already rotations now coming in.
There's one away from the showstopper. There's Elite with the spike here, so he's going to need a kill. Chavez wants to invest any further. Doesn't get it off of over either. Again, spring them forward. Chavez actually pulls the trigger. We'll find it. Now in a 1v2. Plenty healthy off the regen as well.
10 seconds left.
He wants that time on his side. Knife here. Yeah, it shows him. But it doesn't matter because it's an isolated fight. Avova creeping closer from CT. And he again, if you're Aves, you're starting to feel like you got a hot hand. No! Fully committed, imagining it was waterfall, seeing him walking up that way. We saw Molzy's pathing slow and steady through CT. And I thought that was won and lost by finding a Vova for free almost.
Absolutely,
there.
yeah, but Molzy toying with expectations. Catching Aves completely off guard.
There's that deep flash in the swing. Push into the smoke from Penny. Yeah,
I mean, at that point, so he sees just before.
Yeah, I'm in trouble. Leads up there at the moment there too. Yeah, his first couple of kills didn't even get on the board, but he starts the ball rolling. Good chance for them. Malt's coming through though, on the other side now. Molzy's. You have Pennies and Ollie's there as well if required, but of course you're seeing it. Similar scenes on both sides. Somewhat respect this util coming out early on. Between Penny and of course Batu. They are re-glancing towards this A side, but it's Molzy receiving the pressure here, at least to start with.
We have some ultimates to invest for KC. So for Apeks, only really missing the TP.
It looks like KC don't know quite where they want to finish on this one yet. Still looking for chances.
Early rounds causing issues so far, and actually just off a post-it, and it's Penny to come out looking worse off that.
Did get info, I guess, seeing kind of two players scrambling. I don't know if he noted the third.
Yeah, don't want to see them over-rotate on the back.
Here comes that same look, though. That high flash into the swing straight through. This looks like the same sort of thing, right? And it's worked so well again. I mean, Sadak's lucky to get away with that.
Wait, was that a weird delay on the flash there? Still looked like Sadak was blinded.
Did. Martin this time has the shorty ready. Molzy getting cooked on that. Avova now trying to dodge the players splitting. He hears nothing, and they're already on the site. Well handled by KC at the end. That looked like it was getting dangerous. Penny already tagged up from earlier, get put down by Martin. It's Batu last man alive.
Brave! Nothing there.
It's not a lineup I want to see replicated. Maybe just a fat finger. Won't have that ultimate going forwards. In case you were wondering.
Yes. I believe once they are used,
Over
they are
there.
gone. Tier 1 analyst, by the way.
Speak very delicately about utility this series, so I'm staying in my lane. But 3-3.
I've learned my lesson.
3-3, 4 standing here for KC. And yeah, I was curious. It looked like Sadak was still. That's why I was wondering if there was a second flash come over here. It was. Okay. The first comes over. You see.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. So he was fully blind.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was maybe just an animation being still visible from observer POV, but.
Pull them to their grave!
I misclick.
So it was a misclick. Curious.
It wasn't intentional.
I'll find you.
Good news there.
I didn't know for sure.
No, but thank you for letting us know. Okay, back to business.
And how KC want to approach this engagement outside C, because that's been the focal point for Apeks. I haven't really seen much of a greeting on the other side towards Rubble, towards that half-wall position.
Bring them down.
Where's that?
Now you see KC trying to find entry towards B. A trade out. Oh! Penny! He's doubled down though.
I like that.
Exactly where you are.
Flinging them up in the air. Actually does get what he needs, but it is still a 3v3. You've got the ult here as well for Apeks if they need. Well, I say ults. All these is relatively useful in this because you might just see them pivoting towards C and Avova locks in.
Spike
That's what you
down,
needed.
C.
Paranoia is still here as well. Needs to stagger them, he can. Actually still disconnected from the rest, but that's fine. Keep security on the rest of the map. B-side could prove a problem. Now spike in hand, he's just waiting in case they take that long road.
30 seconds left.
To get to decides to TP across. There's no real chance of him TPing into tree to clear this position of Batu, but will allow safe passage towards B. Well, actually, just drop off there, but maybe trying to bait out a peek initially.
On the deep angle here. Yeah, didn't expect him to be that deep in the corner, but very well done by Elite to be able to isolate the fight, and now he can focus on the other two. Now, they may not know about Ollie as much, but he did invest that ult early, so they may have a decent idea. And the individual swinging didn't line up so well as KC. Take back the lead here.
Beautiful flip on this round here from Sugetsu and Elite. Not many options in this situation. Said there was still some utility littered across the map, but crucial kill here from Elite, and so almost caught short here with the reload, but one round ahead, KC. And force Apeks back down to a lesser purchase here. Guardian in hand for Penny.
Reefs around it as well. Elite in a nice spot. Nice for him. Go farming. Yeah, not gonna happen twice, Penny.
I was just mentioning in the previous, there wasn't actually any presence shown by KC, with a few times where Apeks have gone exploring outside 8. Some round Elite establishing control.
One enemy remaining.
Hello. Just Ollie left.
That's 5.
Well, again, probably one of the best anti-ecos we've seen from KC, to be honest with you.
Good to see a bit of control.
The duality of KC.
Please, a couple more of those and I'm happy.
We'll actually force out a timeout here from Apeks, because like I said, the objective has to be a successful defensive half here.
3 in a row for KC is not what they want to be seeing. 6, 7, and 8.
Also up against the ropes in terms of the purchase. So, yeah, actually with Ollie, have a decent cushion, but maybe the light shield's going to allow a purchase, albeit something in the next, regardless of outcome. Ultimates-wise, Arvez, Martin, Elite, all 2 away respectively. Have the TP still for Sugetsu, but I think KC probably feel as if they've got a decent grip on how Apeks have tried to approach some of this proactivity.
Yeah, and I feel like this when I look at Apeks to the varying degrees in which they can now layer onto this, right? Because again, those flashes and the pushes through, it worked, I guess, once and a half.
Sure, but outside of some of these set pieces, the mid-round probably slipping through their fingers a few times.
So here comes the question of depth, right? It was good enough for a little bit of a back and forth early on. Now, how does it sit? It's a 4-1. We're just gonna have that deep flash again that goes past it, and you take the.
Now, I don't want to see KC up on these deep angles early. Have they learnt their lesson?
Well, I hope so. It's that same, well, similar smoke, but not too many surprises in this. Now, I need to see them do really diligent work. Even just dealing with that Prowler so early on
this confirmation should be enough for KC, yeah.
There's no silliness, no silly business.
So the benefit being of having a second Sentinel, you can really stack 4 members up like this. Deep flash comes through. Penny all the way almost into spawn here, but revealed. Got to tuck his tail.
One suppressed.
We haven't seen them really approach this ace all that often. We haven't seen them have to go towards it.
Not as the pistol, really.
No, so first real challenge on it. And we do see the Cypher set up over here. Atu as well, not too far away. Still towards C, but you're now starting to see these players heading on through. So this is fairly indicative of presence. Obviously the camera confirming that with a quick little glance. Glancing.
Cage triggered.
They're down to 45 there. Unconfirmed.
30
so
seconds
these retakes are going to be problematic. They don't have much to lead their way in. Knife just coming back into cycle for Molzy.
Yeah, no paranoia. Only 1 flash. It's going to be on the back of Molzy's ultimate, potentially.
High flash is done really
fantastic.
Well. I mean, occasionally you see these glimpses of synergy, and it's just stunning. Good trades, though. 3v2, Sadak and Elite. What can you do with this one? Just down to Elite now. Obviously not looking particularly recoverable at this point, so Elite given a 1v2 essentially. Does he find the timing? Penny can't really get it done.
Trying to bait.
Yeah, and there it is. Penny gonna find Elite. Fuse comes in, and look, I've been questioning these retakes. They're doing all right.
Between Batu, Avova, and Molesy, this re-clearance onto Heaven was fantastic.
It was really nice. You can see it there, the high flash, swing off, cool, clear close. You know that you've been, they got the next steps forward. Very well done.
Yep, then they're in position to stack up here for the trades. And although it might look a little messy, this is Apeks winning out early on in the retake, as soon as it gets started.
Looking at the ults now on the other side, Alves going to have his. TPS to get to, and one off for Martin and Elite. So a couple knocking on the door here.
It's almost room to breathe now for Apeks in terms of the finances too. KC, look at the credits inside of KC actually, behind this purchase.
Yeah.
Very healthy for the... It's the home stretch of this first half. And still one round to the good, don't forget.
Cage triggered.
They're so willing to go back towards A afterwards. A very, very tricky round here. And Ollie showing off a little. Nice work on the second. Tried to take the space on the site, but unable to get any further or find safety.
That trip was dealt with previously with the Prowler and the Clone, so this time around Ollie's in a position to capitalize off it. KC looking to go on the hunt here.
Trying to get active. Getsu still around. The setup for the same high flash. It looks like KC want to be disruptive. It's a really good idea. Fighting back on towards stairs. They've learned their lesson from before. It's labored, but it's got it. Penny posts that from afar as Zanak now left in the 1v3. Not easy at all. Apeks again finding results.
3 successful retakes, I think Pistol inclusive here on the A site. So really great stuff from Apeks. Certainly
Love it.
Well drilled in that regard. KC unable to stick the landing. Even here with a different approach. Actually, was it the same trip as the previous? I thought it was diagonal in the previous, maybe, but...
Yeah, I can't quite remember. I know that the clone came in for one of them, but I can't quite place it.
Like I said, I mean, with a Razor, Yoru, and a Fade, these trips shouldn't necessarily be catching. I've got certainly not amounting to 2.
Find you.
Again, variety on the setup. Again, we've seen that the trips change over towards more towards stairs now. Starting to see them try and flex a little. It looks like they want to try and handle this C site. And Martin, does he have a shorty this time? Does he even commit to it now? I think just clearing through sight.
Wide open sight here.
Yep, done his job. Ooh, cops a lot of damage, unconfirmed, but still decent amount. No stopper coming in. Alves trying to take some space. Oh, quick shot.
Still got the connection onto Batu.
He's still got Batu?
And took Penny to half HP as well.
That's wild. I thought it was basically done. I thought that had no value, but KC got to wake up here. Almost caught backpedaling towards the C site. All investment comes in. Big info. Ollie, the one sitting unaffected thus far. High flash in, time to go, commitment, got to be seen. Spots one down towards the water side. Ollie's got it. Couldn't quite get the swing towards Sugetsu. But Apeks still making this hurt. It's once again Zanak in a 1v2. Smokes up, smokes in play. Spam is close, but not close enough. The fuse in, and Apeks clawing into this game.
Show me the kill onto Batu, because the kill marker's behind that box. It was behind this box up in spawn. So Penny's up top here. Yeah, look at where Batu is.
Throwing One enemy.
So I'll get John right on the phone. We need to have a chat. What's happening?
John, we must score.
John, things are going on.
Nice! Nice! Good job! Nice, Wolfie!
But another example, I mean, look at this timeline here. I was about to kind of paint the picture of how much success Apeks are finding in the retake, but I thought for a moment.
Sorry, I thought they were going to commit behind the scrap then, considering what we've been seeing, but they've chilled out a bit. But again, same look towards A, but look how many players are here.
So you're looking to explore elsewhere once more. Another variation. Look at the util they have to overcome.
Pleasant.
Beautiful read to adjust this utility here.
Oh, and again, you can see Ollie doing so well on this. They are just mincemeat by the time they get in. Now we're seeing the value of both of those Sentinels. I guess both on the same site is horrific. Oh, comes in this time.
Nothing there.
Nah. Next time. But it's just to get to. It's a job done in reality. Quick shot. Ain't a bother, Apeks.
Hey, what do we say? Need to find success here in the first half. They actually swing this back into a 7-5. Some fantastic work in the retake, but also in situations you wouldn't necessarily expect a double Sentinel comp to succeed. It's back in on the retakes. It's on that first wave of pressure ahead of site being taken.
Why am I starting to believe in this? I don't know. Maybe I've lost my mind, but you don't want to miss how this ends. We'll be back in just a moment. Remember, it's 7-5.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Seven to 5. Apeks actually doing what we didn't expect. Proactive, well-drilled retakes. It's given them a chance here.
And one thing I will note is seeing Apeks succeed with this comp, I guess, in an unorthodox manner.
Yes.
Actually fills me with a little bit of hopium for the second half. Because like I said, you expect the Sentinel to stop that first wave, the entry power that KC have with a double duelist composition. Yep. Now seeing them play it a little differently. Love to see if Apeks have got anything cooked up around that for the attacking side here.
Does just amplify that pressure on KC.
Apeks huddled in spawn though for the first round here. So get to flash this deep angle.
I mean, it's simplistic stuff really, but so far, that's a lot invested towards here, not much behind it. You can see what the kind of plan may be in the future as well with these deep deadlock.
Yeah, not sure about, throwing that out on a whim.
Yeah, because that could have been nice to have in the back pocket almost, but Martin, easy. Didn't get caught off, but they're playing a really dangerous game. Ollie, calm down. Don't push.
Keep it on the leash.
Yeah. So we have a couple of sheriffs here, Martin and Alves with them. And it doesn't seem to matter because it's only really Martin to do the damage. But look at the HP, Sugetsu 5, Alves 10.
Batu down 6 as well.
He slipped around a little bit, right? He's found a little bit of a cubby to play in, so maybe able to get some value still. Needs the rest of his team to kind of pick up that mantle though, playing into the smoke! Wild stuff from Batu, and a great paranoia. KC, that spike's still ticking. They ain't got much time on this one. Gotta get to work here. Our team putting pressure on Ollie.
Got to hold down the fort.
Now gonna swing it. Batu still on the hunt. That is brilliant from Batu. Barely alive, and he still gets the job done.
On the board here in the second half. It could be happening. A 3-round lead found for Apeks. Have to see them convert round 2 here. As it has been shaky throughout the series.
One enemy remaining.
3 down.
Both sides of the coin.
I'm keeping my grave empty.
Now, we had a weird round 2 in the first half, so we're chilling.
Apeks almost crept up onto that, by the way.
Yeah, they did. Now they can afford to lose 2, really, right? Of Over and Molsey, as it stands. The ones to bring in the pistols. Beyond that. But the knife's done well here.
Yeah, finds 3, but doesn't necessarily.
Here. Not out of the woods, not out of the woods.
Freebie for Apeks on the way in. So gets Suka for a second now.
Down A.
I was starting to believe on
But he
that
got
one.
his hands on that rifle.
Yeah.
It's still a 3v3.
And Avova's only got a ghost. Denied on the plant as well. That paint shell coming in. Penny now forced to pin down 2, and he does. Alex position, I think, noted as well. Might have just caught that paranoia he has. And the hunt is on. Apeks, 3 alive. They lost 2, but they keep those rifles up.
Seeing how decide to approach the 3rd round here. Getting a chance. To get to finding 2 here.
Got that rifle, you were right.
Was Batu Rifle or U2 or something there? Saw the animation. Luckily, Penny said able to police that weapon. By the way, the number of like blind kills and like lineup kills Apeks have found today has been outrageous. Another one here from Penny.
Oh wait, it's brilliant.
First half.
Now, a bit of a bonus, but in reality, it's a buy in place, isn't it? Only that bulldog making the difference. Close flash, finds nothing. Martin keeping a good check on this.
Fake teleport, cutting through.
Needs to keep himself secure with a way out, though.
There.
I think they know he's there, yeah.
Cautious from Apeks.
Sadak around. Bound control is firmly in the hands of Sugetsu too, so they can keep some faith in this. And Penny just understanding the angles, man. Like, this is impressive work.
I'll find something close quarters here for the B side, but Batu's sound cue will certainly see some zoning pressure here. An advantage here for Apeks.
Nice paranoia though. Yeah, that should be Penny dead. It is. Martin going to take that moment to move forward. Good little follow-up from Avova. Trade there. Couldn't quite control it on the Bulldog. And now KC cleaning house. 3 standing. Diffuses in.
Apeks,
nice retake.
Yeah, Apeks gets swept off their feet. KC will find their 6th. Prevent a bonus conversion here. I guess any early snowball from developing. Oh, Sadak maybe just... Does he hear that satchel from that deep? I'm not even sure, actually, of why he's committed onto that. Maybe just, I mean, even if he does hear it, if it's a misread on Penny just crossing. We are KC timeout. Really Sadak to rough spot financially. See with Apeks now coming back onto rifles across the board. But still light shields here. Showstopper potentially to find an opener.
For the first half I only saw light shields.
yeah.
Slowing it down for us a second too, kind of taking stock of where we are.
It's been a frantic series.
It certainly has been. 9-6 though. Even in that previous round, yes, KC did answer back, but that string of rounds is still going to be very much weighing heavy. Thus far, I'm impressed. Gotta say it. It's mad to see because like Batu, I feel like I've been saying his name a lot, but he's towards the lower end of the scoreboard. His impact's there certainly, but it's Penny, Molsey, and Ollie. I'm so arrogant saying basically my own name. God. Didn't quite catch on the knife, but it looks a very simplistic approach. Not really mincing their words here. Yeah, it's straight in. That was, I'm pretty sure he saw one. CT. Just before the smoke plumes, but he wants a bit more. And he doesn't get what he wants. That's 3 players trying to play it back in from the A side, but Ollie's found value already.
Spike planted.
Coming back through, and Avova's going to find the lead. to find a way back in here, but the trap will stun. Make it even harder now. Apeks, though, 2 on the way in, a showstopper of his own.
It's so good from Arvez. Molzy just left in pieces. Now the last 2 playing towards main this time. Caught on the cross. Ollie going to catch Arvez on the push-up after being the hero of the moment, but Martin outswung and outdone. Apeks making it to double digits.
Extending this lead further.
I can't believe this is now a reality.
Yeah. I said it was a possibility after that first half, but able to find success here in the opening of the second. 3-1 up on this half. Will be investment on the other side.
Those did wonders, didn't they?
Yeah, yeah. And we can't fault him in that regard. Unfortunately, Martin able to contribute much alongside it. Knifed out with Batu. Martin to open up this round. Zadak looking for something, but can't find it with the Sheriff. Neural Theft going to give all the information across.
Barrier deployed.
Know that they've got massive advantage here towards A.
So aggressive the way they're playing. It was a good try from Elite there, but just eventually overwhelmed too many bodies. Actually, Fragment saved from it, but it slowed him down. He can't really catch someone on this. Now they're back to attention. Chip damage achieved. Plants in play. Nice from Arvez. He's starting to heat up here. More killing. He gets that paint shell back, but not going to give him much early on.
Sent through. Will give him the paint shell back.
There we go, posted in towards Tree. Not a bad shout either. They get to the spike in time though. They've got to wrap the site here. You're looking at Molzy getting some value on this. The defuse ain't stopping. The smoke comes up, and it's a bit of a fumble here from Apeks in the end. Eyes off the prize, and KC always competitive.
Attack when they're suppressed.
Molzy will clean up, but it is a round for KC nonetheless. Back of a wonky purchase.
Say Arvez is kicking it up a gear for me. He's been impressive to watch.
Hassan, you are playing insane, my G.
Still trying to gas up his teammates here. Everybody online now to close this gap once more. Apeks seem to hit that 6th gear now. Ollie traded out elsewhere, but did find Elite.
Tempo change from Apeks too. It was very kind of headstrong. Previous now is kind of like all-in B plays. We've seen that kind of approach towards A. They've somewhat slowed down the roll. Sort of Molzy's ult if they want to invest, if they feel like they can. 2 on the A site, however, and 1 towards that baby door. Gonna make it kind of tricky. Of course, that deeper line held on the other side by Sugetsu. For Apeks, it does feel like the only way is forward here. Smoke up towards that CT side. Zadak holding close, deleted. Apeks again, they're hitting today. Just dry approach through tree, no util, no nothing. Again, we were talking about it. They don't have the prowlers, they don't have, you know, much to facilitate, but I guess they got the guns in hand. The likes of Batu here, more than enough as Sugetsu has to do that long walk back.
And 1v4 on the other side of it, spotted out early on, tagged up. No shield left, 85 HP, going to commit towards some exits here potentially. You already see the pings on the minimap.
The finances too for KC.
Yeah.
God. Bloody hell, Mike. This could be a real upset.
It's happening.
I know there was a lot of question marks about KC's performance, but you didn't expect that to become a problem against Apeks, and that sounds cruel. I know it does, but we have to talk logically here, honestly here. This should not have been the issue, where we start having those question marks around this team, but it's not been a pretty day of Valorant for KC.
Nice! I'm reading your brain!
And you're starting to see the man on the screen get a real personality to him, a real bit of flair. KC will live up to that reputation. Got to show that validity. Stands there crumbling a little under the pressure. Apeks still on the right steps. However, this round, little Sheriffs, see if they can keep it clean.
Some ultimates to invest potentially. Arvez One away from the showstopper as well, probably. Well, potentially the missing piece of the puzzle if KC want to find an answer here in round 19. Flash over the top, Apeks. Luckily clear through towards Mount here.
Gonna have a lot on their hands though. There's a lot of players. And Martin with Sugetsu. It's a really good attempt. Sadak! Oh! Stunner! Over towards door. Over now, overwhelmed. Aim training time, baby. Can you lock in? Sugetsu with 5 HP, the one to deliver the bullet. KC clawing back in. Not down and not out yet.
Potentially echoes here. The ending on Sunset. See the margin for error slightly bigger this time around. The pay save card thrifty here from KC. Beautiful crunch outside C.
And they've got all the ults now, Mike.
Yeah.
Full hand.
Yeah, we're talking
KC.
about maybe throwing a showstopper in the previous. Now, KC, I mean, look at the funds as well on the other side. It's been a back and forth exchange, but we're going to see a crunch here.
Right off to the battle. Penny blind, unable to do much. But a great trade of Over. We're sticking around on this? I don't know what this call is right now. It's a mess! I felt like they'd done enough to stem the bleed. They didn't have to stick around and regress on this. Look, remember Sunset. It took a long time to close that game out for Apeks. Open up the door for chance. Casey once again getting that glimpse through.
Apeks now humbled in terms of the finances. And late on in Sunset, we did see a chance to maybe compose themselves.
A.
A timeout here to take a pause for thought.
Yeah, think it through. And look, I hold these teams to different stands to an extent, right? Oh, remix, run it back. But Apeks aren't used to be in the driving seat.
No.
We talk about how many times they've been able to get a couple map wins here and there.
Also, as well, to just come back.
Yep.
Minnie was saying, you know, they're playing with no pressure and, you know, there's nothing to lose almost here. Do they crumble under some of this late series pressure now where they are on the brink of actually closing out?
Against a big team.
Yeah.
Look, I hate being that person to bring it up, but like, French org, you got champs on the horizon. People want to see them fighting with everything they have, right?
Yeah,
like,
I agree with the sentiment. KC are the ones under a ton of pressure, not just today, but in terms of stage 2 and the rest of this year.
Yep. Look, you've got big names. You've got a lot of talent there. You carved out a bit of room. It's not over yet. It's not even 12 for Apeks yet. You can still snatch away this map, and we'll forget about it. Maybe a couple, you know, memories and, you know, a couple throwback comments, but by all rights, you carry on your pathing. Still got to close that gap, though, don't you? Sheriff's out. Let's see, Martin could be caught off guard here. An opportunity for Batu. Bullet to the back of the brain. He's done it. And a little bit lackluster again. Martin left out on an island, and he just seemed to lose track of that potential timing. Rifle to be picked up if they want it, but Batu was off to the races. He was trying to be pacey about that.
Almost hitting the panic button in that regard, just to slow things down. Penny trying to be the benefactor on the back of that, but shut down by Arvez. Neural Theft going to go in. We'll reveal the state of play here.
Alex got a lot on his plate. 4 players now towards the site. 2 players on the back of the site, though. Nice Arvez to get to here. That's what you need. That's what the doctor ordered. KC controlling it. A little bit of chance there, a little bit of threat with Batu finding that, and maybe the rifle, but caught on the speed up. 5 back in play now. Some big ults. Martin's still got his. Finances looking healthy enough. Operator being considered as well for Martin.
Yeah, light shield across the board once more for Apeks, just trying to protect the purchase.
And again, if I'm thinking about it now, how are you going to force an operator off angles? You don't have that kit so readily available.
Yeah.
That could be a really big investment now.
I mean, this ultimately relies on Molesy. Well, the rest of Apeks to figure out where the operator...
Oh, Lord, Sugetsu is still standing, but only for a second longer. Penny catching him in the end. And it's pacey from the absolute word go. No satchels here for Penny. So the slow march, but wait, it was a Vova to get elite. So Arvez still alive on 14. Batu checks the corner, crouches in. Now Sadak trying to thread the needle, but he's alone in this one. Next support layer through CT, but he's been caught out. Martin, retake with an operator. Here we go. I don't think they'd heard it yet either. No. Still playing on the site. This is hard for Martin. Trying to make a go of this one, but they're not giving him the play. Oh! That's a shot.
Out here. Big swap out.
He has. Phantom found. Flash still had. The time's starting to run low. Nice passing. Nice work!
No way!
Oh my God, Martin! The one and only. What a brilliant play!
What the hell was that? He just absolutely broke Apex's ankles.
Red Bull clutch.
That round.
God damn. That's caliber right there. And this is what we talk about with KC.
What is that?
It's a pixel. It's a pixel at best. And again, the pathing here. Lovely. Isolates one. Oh, it's just magic. Absolute magic. And that's why we hold this team to high standards, because that's what they're capable of. 11-11. And I'm sure Apeks are wishing they'd close it out sooner now.
He
Confidence building, Mike.
Hasn't had many moments, Martin, but what a time to find one.
Oh, yeah. Good God, I'm still reeling.
Once more, Ollie. Apeks keep finding these openers here.
And he's kind of stuck, but it's going to be on the other side. Martin backing away. Elite going to catch Penny. But the catch though on the ult here, Elite's still farming. He's still doing some serious damage. Incredible to work, but the ult was in play, so it took one of the players out of the equation. That's Sugetsu. He seems to be the one to be caught by this every time. Molzy, do you want to try and deny this 12? Martin noted earlier towards 8. Ah, you can't walk into that. It's 12 for KC.
Oh, I'm saying it might echo the end of Sunset.
Match point.
Could go the other way here. KC the ones to find series point first. Again, isolation onto Sadak. Felt a little one-dimensional on the way in here to see sight. Able to really capitalize, I guess, on the back of Batu's ult catching as well. As he steps into the flash.
It's unfortunate. You understand it. Elite's just been popping off. We get some control towards backside. Chuck a flash at it. The last hurrah here. Can they close it in regulation for KC? Chosen the right side to start with.
I think going to get Molzy's ultimate here. Yeah, outside seat. Broken purchase. Well, 2 Guardians here. Still light shields, but that's been the go-to for Apeks.
Close Prowler.
They go for this? Doesn't fully catch.
I know exactly. Wait, but Sadak went down, and now the ult comes through. Hold on.
TP committed here from Avova.
Yes,
finds a ton of space to work with.
Beautiful off the back of the ult from Ollie. And now you're stuck here, caught drifting. Martin's still alive. But the question is really for how long? Well. 31 HP.
No TP available here for him.
He's stuck here on tree, tries to turn it preemptive. Wait, this is, hold on, he's still done some serious work. They had every advantage. And Apeks with a quick dodge. The man to the good now for KC. Undenied. Penny called upon here, Ollie as well. Both need big impact. It can't be average.
Looking for a kill here.
Ollie, you can't re-swing that now. Needs help from Penny. Oh, he's dinked down. They might want to close this here. Penny trying to make a play. I like this. Got to play outside of the norm. He looks a little lost on the cross, and he gets caught. Sugetsu there. And Ollie's position considered, noted, every round needed, but it's KC to save themselves in the end. 13-11, Mike. That was close.
Close, but no cigar. I gotta say it. The turning point here, one of the most sensational clutches we've seen in a long time. And from, like I said, a player that's not really found his moments consistently. Recently, at least, finding some of that magic once more. Apeks coming so close, but course correction here from KC.
Bloody hell.
Find their composure once more. and by the skin of their teeth, close out.
Yeah, it was a close game in the end. Had a lot of big individual step-up moments there, though. As you said, we saw Martin with some simple magic coming out. We saw Sugetsu as well in the earlier maps doing brilliantly too. I mean, every single player, you could probably go down the list and note it.
Yeah,
but man, they got taken the distance.
KC, though, showing some resilience here. Again, they got battered in terms of the opening engagements here on map 3, but still flipping so many of these disadvantages.
And I'm impressed with Apeks. So we doubted them from the very word go. I've got to give credit there.
I hated what I saw coming into map 3.
Yeah, I was worried about the comp they were running, how they were going to apply it. They actually showed some real validity.
Yeah, not sure the comp itself is validated, but absolutely the playbook, yeah, and the execution. Take nothing away from that.
Yeah, so, as I said, though, we've got to head it down to the captain of the ship here for KC, which is going to be Sadek, standing by with Drinkos.
Sadek, great to have you here.
Great
After
to be
map
here.
1, I thought we'd be here a little bit sooner, but things got a little bit dicey, man. Talk to me a little bit about the pressure in those last few rounds. It was pretty damn close.
To be honest, yes, I still am out of breath. Yeah, I think after the game 1, we thought we had it under control, of course, but at the same time, we knew it was their best map, and it was kind of like a good map from us, so we had our doubts, and it was a close map, even. And then on the third map, I think we went, everything started falling down, and thank God some of our duelists started doing a bunch of clutches, insane. Thank you guys for the carry, of course, always. Thank you. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I mean, of course, we're not happy. Even if we win, we're not happy because there were so many mistakes, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
What do you feel like was the biggest takeaway from today's match overall? Like, what were the things that when you go back to practice, you're going to talk about? Was it coordination? What are you guys going to be looking at following that kind of close victory?
I would say it's kind of like we're putting ourselves in those tough situations. So we kind of have to rewatch it and try to understand even more how, when, what is happening, to be honest, and how to deal with these difficult situations where the runs start going out of hands, you know? But yeah, for sure, that's something we're going to see after. Right now, we're happy.
A win is a win.
It's
safe to say.
Of course.
Road to Paris, it's a big thing everyone's talking about. Champs on the horizons.
Yes.
Playing for KC, French organization with a huge following. What is the pressure like for you guys? You obviously had a really good map against Fnatic last week. You had a close series this week. What is the vibe? What is the focus right now when it comes to making sure that you can at least make it to playoffs to take the next steps?
I would say we have to keep focusing on ourselves. There is, of course, the pressure to go to Paris, but we really want to qualify. We know how important it is for the fans and also for ourselves, of course. And right now, yes, we're just going to keep grinding and keep preventing these mistakes, I would say. Fixing, trying to find the solutions to not let this happen again, you know?
As a final question, a little bit more lighthearted.
Yes.
You got a guy on your team busting out Phoenix. Bez, he's on the opposite side of the break. We're going to go to break really quick here, but I got to know, what are you thinking when you bring a player onto your lineup who's like, Phoenix, this is the call, this is the agent?
To be honest, I love Phoenix. That's a short answer. I love Phoenix. I think he's super flexible. His ult is really cheap, so you can basically spam the ult and you play like 6v5 in most situations, which is amazing. And then his flashes right now are the best. So yeah, it has a couple of good things, you know.
I like that you're so supportive of your teammate.
Yes, of course.
Of course. Well, congrats again on the win. We'll see how you do in the matches upcoming. For now, we're going to throw to a quick break. When we return, GX versus BBL.
Bye, guys.
Congrats again.
I love you guys. Bye.
They love you too.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. sleep. I dance in the realm of dreams. I dance when I'm in the boneyard. Dance when I'm caught off guard. I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night.
Welcome back, folks. Kakuka here, joined by Mini and a special guest, Apeks from KC. You managed to take the win today. First of all, how are you feeling after that long match?
Pretty tired, to be honest. My voice is a bit gone because I was just shouting the whole day.
We saw you.
Yeah, a bit tired, but yeah, it was a very fun match. A lot of emotions, of course. It was very fun.
Now, I've heard that there's some backstory between you two. So, Mini, can you tell me? Can you let everybody in that story?
Well, there's a couple of things. I mean, Apeks is one of the players on my famous scouting list that has been at the top. I'm very glad to see him here this year, performing quite well. The second thing is we had that tournament in Egypt together, and when I went there with Boaster, me and him are idiots, didn't know what we're doing, and Apeks very kindly was our guide at that event, making sure we had food and eating properly. So I wanted to ask Apeks, you come to Berlin now, is there anyone on the team looking after you, making you feel comfortable?
To be honest, everyone.
Everyone?
Yeah, because everyone in my team was in Berlin before. They all played in VCT, except Matt, of course, like Sadak. But everyone is helping me. They're telling me what is good, what is bad. Yeah, and it's pretty good.
So you're telling me he was on your scouting list, he took care of you in Egypt, and you still didn't get the kid? Mini.
Okay.
He was doing his best here.
We tried in some moments. It wasn't quite right at certain points, but like you can tell how good he is.
Yeah, exactly. Let's speak about how good you are, Apeks. Let's speak about comfortability. Let's take a look at your stats, at your performance for today. And I think that's something that we have to address and everybody wants to talk about is the double duelist and more specifically the Phoenix. So, thoughts? Is this something that you want? Is this something that the team wants?
Yeah, because Sadak was on that interview saying, I love Phoenix, but then, was that his idea?
To be honest, it was their idea at the beginning. I played Phoenix before, but then after I tried it in Prax, I loved it so much. And we kind of like, we pushed to play it in a lot of maps. But yeah, on Sunset, it seems like it's the best.
What do you like about it?
I think it's very good as an solo agent, I would say, because you can do a lot of stuff on attack and defense. Of course, the top one thing is orb. Like you get your ult after 6 orbs, which is the best thing. I think this agent is more like also Euro because you can get out of spaces very easily. You have your wall, your molly, you can easily get out of spaces. Yeah, and you can heal. You have 2 flashes, which is getting back. You can just literally flash like 5 times, 6 times per round. So it's really, really fun. I like it.
You definitely are convinced, and I think that people are more convinced. Would you like to see more Phoenix, or do you just want to be the only one in the region?
To be honest, I feel like some teams are gonna start playing it more because it's really OP. And I think it's kind of underrated right now. Like you need to have a specific play style to play it. It's not very easy because it's not a dasher. It's not that easy to play around it. But I think once you get used to it and you understand how to play with it, it's very, very strong.
Okay, so let's also take a look at something that happened today, and it's that Lotus at the end of the best of 3. We saw a composition that Apeks had used in the past when they were in Tier 2, but were you specifically surprised when you saw them picking this, or is this something that felt within your preparation, knowing that they will most likely move away from the Tejo?
To be honest, we had 0 preps on them on Lotus because they didn't play it once. And after we saw their comp, and agent select, we understood how to play against it. We discussed, and it was a little bit rough, to be honest. But yeah, at the end we won, so I'm very happy.
Can I ask? I think there was rounds where I think you could have walked out Rubble on attack side, and I don't want to you don't have to give too much away. But was there a reason why you didn't walk out Rubble more?
To be honest, we expected them to play a lot of they were trying to match us a lot. When we go towards C or B, they were trying to match us and refight with KO flashes, and we had all the time kind of a control with at least info with Cypher camera and cages. So we didn't really focus on taking Rubble. We just wanted to break their utility and let them come to us and use their utility. Then we can exec very easily.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I want to ask you also about your growth as a player. As Mini said, you've been in his scouting list and apparently many other coaches as well. But now this year you're in Tier 1. Start of the year we see a lot of Harbor. There's been some evolution on your team, but you are so lucky to be surrounded by such experienced people.
Yeah.
Tell me about how your journey has been so far. How do you compare the Avis that first joined KC to the Avis that we see today?
Yeah. I would say I should have made it to VCT, I think, last year, but some problems happened with my
Mini left.
I agree.
Oh, he was moving.
Some problems happened with traveling and stuff, so I couldn't. And now I'm very, very happy to make it. I think, to be honest, I could do much better. Maybe I'm doing good, but I feel like I have so much potential. I can go much, much up higher. But I feel like I have very, very good impact on the team in a lot of aspects. And so far, it's going good. At the end, our goal is to make champs. This is our main goal. We're really trying very hard to do it, and I hope we will.
Okay, so use this moment to tell the people, because of course you have a lot of fans that really want KC at Champions Paris at the end of the year. So I want you to give them a reason why they should believe this KC is going to make it to champs.
I would say, to be honest, we're working very hard. You guys don't see everything, but we're literally day and night just working. Even after practice, everyone is playing ranked, everyone's watching VODs. We're working really hard. We're trying to fix mistakes. We have a lot of team talks to fix mistakes. So we're trying our best, and I have very, very big belief that we're gonna make it, to be honest.
Okay, absolutely love it. Before I let you go, we have Giant X taking on BBL afterwards. Do you want to do a prediction?
Yeah.
Okay.
BBL 2-0.
Okay.
Why?
Based on practice performance.
Okay.
Produces BBL in practice?
BBL practice are the best, to be honest.
Well, we'll ask you more about that. Or maybe we ask BBL what they think about you on practice. We'll keep an eye on that. But Avis, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you next week. You're playing Koi, so I hope that you have a good rest, and see if we talk to you again next week. As we're saying, we're moving to Giant X and BBL. And Mini and I have prepared something to speak about a topic that has been on our minds, and I think that it's of the actual news that we've seen in the game lately. So I grab one of the experts that I at least consider in this topic, which is Mini, because we're going to be speaking about Viper. Mini, we have seen Viper in so many maps being a core agent, right? Like Bind, Icebox. But nowadays, it looks like we see her everywhere. Why do you think that is?
So I think in 2023, Viper won the battle of composition. So she represents double smoke composition, and I think she was the strongest. But the problem is that Skye then got nerfed, and people veered away from her. But now with Yoru back alive and kicking, the Yoru provides flashes and means Viper is very strong right now.
Okay, so I wanted to take a look, as I was saying, we're going to be speaking about BBL, and they run the Viper on Sunset. So I gave you a toy because I want to ask you, I want to pick your brains. This is a setup that BBL do on their defense. I want you to tell me, when you're creating a Viper setup, what is it that you're looking for? What makes a good Viper setup?
A good Viper setup fundamentally does multiple things at the same time. And so the three main things to me are, the first thing is to hold and delay the sites. The second thing is to facilitate retakes. And the third thing is to facilitate pushes or replays.
Okay, so it is a lot. So speak to me a little bit more about this this setup, and why does it fit into those standards?
So we're going to look at the wall here. So number one is the hold and delay. So the wall here on these two segments stops the attackers going through, and if they do go through, they're going to be taking damage and then at disadvantage duels. The second thing, the retakes. When you retake through here, you have the smoke across the site. It means you can isolate the backside. And you can also cheeky walk through this part of the wall if it's smoked off for you. The third thing is the mid push. So you can see this wall here, this segment. The defense can re-clear or push middle whenever they want to with a little bit more security.
I feel like BBL probably didn't use this setup enough. But let's move on to the attack, right? I believe that we have something that Team Liquid used to do, because obviously I assume that the priorities once we swap sides might change in what we look for in a Viper setup.
So I think for the attack side, there's two main things. The first thing, the most important thing, is the scaling and re-clearing that Viper provides. She's not a brute force agent, but at any point in the round, you can scale. So you can see that this orb and wall combo allows you to scale up into space a bit more safely. The second thing is that often a good Viper setup should facilitate post plants. So this part of the wall and this part of the wall allows the attacker in the post plant to deny the chokes a little bit easier.
Okay, I like it. I think that we got the core points. The last thing that I wanted to show, because of course this is not BBL's, is something that BBL was actually doing on their attack. You're speaking about the retake, the post fan, all of that. But what I'm seeing here is a wall that goes across mid and an orb that is on main of A. What do you think of this setup?
So technically it does hit the points I'm kind of saying, but I think specifically on Sunset, in order to scale middle here, I don't think you actually need a smoke crossing the door. I think there is an advantage duel for the attackers scaling there. And I would argue that you don't even need this portion on top middle. I think at any point in the round, especially when they play Neon and Omen, you can just smoke it off and it's fine. The second thing I don't like about it is that these two pieces of util often need to be used at the same time to get value, which means you've got a tricky choice. You either waste your toxin at the same time, which means you don't have as much time to scale, or secondly, you use one at a time, but then you kind of make your intentions clear. So if you use the wall at middle, you're probably going middle, and if you use the wall on A, you're probably going A, which makes things a bit readable.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I think that we all learned a lot about Viper. That was a lot of knowledge. I think that, you know, it also will help the viewers. Let's go back on the desk. Dracos is waiting for us. Do not be rude. Dracos, did you learn a bit about Viper? Do you understand it better?
I was so excited for this because I hadn't seen the walls yet. But then right before I went to that other interview, Minnie said, "You're bad. You need to work on your aim first. Stop worrying about walls," which does undermine the segment. But a reminder to those of you who are terrible like me, apparently aim first, walls second. But now you have the walls, and you can work on the aim in your own time. Of course, this matchup, this one's going to be spicy. I feel like this is going to be good. I feel like we are headed to a 6-map day, GX versus BBL. And BBL, playing Team Heretics, was pretty close last week. Felt pretty winnable, to be honest. How are you guys feeling coming into this matchup?
For Giant X, I think that to me the biggest thing last week is they cleaned up their act a lot. Throughout the rest of the year, we were seeing them throw in advantages, throw in anti-ecos, just losing the thread of the map and losing a little bit of their identity on the way. I think that people have a right to be excited about Giant X.
Yeah, the thing that excited me about Giant X was actually they did something a little bit less standard than usual.
Which is weird, yeah.
But yeah, on the other side here, BBL, I still think that BBL are going to be a little bit favored today. I think that Giant X had a great first week, 2-0ing Vitality, which is great confidence going in. But BBL are looking hot right now.
Yeah, BBL are definitely looking good. Jumpy also, like, look, coming in, week one, I'm watching you guys. You're doing a great job on the broadcast. There's a lot of people popping off in that game. There's a lot of like back and forth aces. That one was entirely crazy.
The back to back to back.
The back to back to back.
That's the way we do it in EMEA.
Look, the spice is there, and I'm saying like Jumpy's bringing it. I feel like there's a lot to be excited on the side of BBL. I know GX are kind of the dark horse in this one, but I want to give a little bit of that praise to the side of BBL overall, because I do think that they showed some pretty great stuff.
Yeah, I think that we always have to speak about Jumpy, because it's not only that he played super well through the entirety of the year, he's proven that he can not only be an in-game leader, he can also be an outside of the server. Every single time, doesn't matter if he's performing or not, he will be standing up, he will be cheering for the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's lesson 3 once again, having fun. Yampy is the person doing it.
Yeah.
I think we just have a lack of these people in EMEA. Like the lack of leadership in EMEA can sometimes be a little bit frustrating. And Yampy's come in this year and proved that he can do it.
And where do you How do you know he's being a leader? As a noob. All he's doing is shouting. I'm just trying to understand the nuance.
Seriously, like there are so many strong personalities in BBL. I feel like there's a good mix in between because you have Prophet, who's an absolute silly goose. He's very loud and he's very like strong in many ways. You have a little bit of inexperience coming in from the side of 11. You have a very old rookie in the side of Sociable, which is, you know, I don't expect it to be childish. And then you have Magnum, who's Magnum. Like, I feel like Magnum, it's impossible to describe. He's just a very special individual. And Yampi's the kind of person that has so much experience, has been under such good leaders, and he really has soaked in the experience. So he can give you the best of any world.
So when we talk about leaders in the context of Valorant, oftentimes what you're talking about, at least in this case, is someone who can keep that vibe going, someone who can keep the emotions up, the mood positive, even when you're in a matchup that you might not be expected to win against Team Heretics. But the good news is today they are expected to win against GX. GX, however, did have some pretty good moves of their own. I'd say pretty big upset over Vitality. Again, I'm coming into this, notes for teams, Apeks, Vitality, super team. And I was like, hell yeah, I love super teams. We don't do them good in LAC, surely you do them well here. Wasn't the case. GX shut it down in the blink of an eye.
I'm sorry, you said Apeks and they were so close.
They were so close!
So close!
They were sorry. I'm sorry. That's a stray. That was Apeks didn't deserve it. Vitality did, though, I think is the reality. They got outclassed in this one. So this is the kind of what you mentioned earlier, Kukuka. GX really did clean up their act, and the kind of the proof is in, well, the clips in this case.
But I think that just because it was the week one, the question in everybody's minds is how much of this is on Vitality's side and how much it is on Giant X actually like taking the opportunity.
I think to me it's a mixture of both. I think Vitality didn't look as strong, but Giant X looks slightly better.
But what percentage? Is it 50-50, like both of the things have the same weight?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, so is there optimism?
There's optimism, but for some reason, I'm the worst person to ask here as the least optimistic person in the world.
You are the biggest pessimist I've met on this
For some reason, I just don't
yes.
have faith in Giant X for some reason. Even though all the logical points make sense, something in my gut just doesn't quite...
But even when they were cooking on Bind, even when they were pulling new stuff out, is that not enough?
But that was
what does it take to please
If they're doing this cooking on lots of
maps... Doing it more than 1 week.
Do it more than 1 week, cook on multiple maps and have an identity. I think that you see here the Giga Chad solo Gecko Initiator. Like, to me, this is new and strange, and it's something that Giant X have clearly identified for themselves. And in the past, they would just copy people, but this is their own thing, and I want to see that across multiple maps.
I think the other thing that we mentioned when we were talking about this matchup that you guys were really hyping me up for was the smoke battle. Because regardless of team expectations, I know in terms of individual player expectations, we have two incredible smokers on the map for this one.
I think it's more that it's not only that they're very good smokers, it's the fact that we speak to players a lot and we see a lot of shuffling of like, now I play the duelist, now I play the smoker, and then you go on and find very few players that really like dedicate themselves to being pure smokers. And of course, they excel at both of their roles. Rubinho is having such a glow up, or at least he did last week on his debut on Giant X.
Yeah, it's been great for him, and also Prophet coming into the league. I thought him and Ruksik were both these rookie players on the smokes that I was looking out for, and I think he keeps getting better and better, and it's just been a great performance by him all year.
Yeah, I'm ready. How do I tell? How do the beginners tell? It's going to be tough to be succinct because we're getting ready for the game here.
As a smokes player?
Yeah, what do you look for? How do you define when a smoke player is doing well?
When you're playing Omen, it's pretty much killing. Like, as long as you don't whiff your smokes and you're fragging, I think that's a pretty good Omen player.
Would you consider not dying at the beginning of the round also something that you need to do?
What are you implying?
I'm just mentioning Angel. I just want to speak about Angel. I know that Nami ain't playing, but I just think it's always
I'm firing strays. Do you want to fire any strays? I fired some strays at Apeks. We got a stray at Angel. Any other strays?
It's fine. Staying alive is pretty good.
Look, it's fair. We're getting ready for walkouts. We're just 20 seconds away. So I'm just going to hype this up. GX versus BBL. This is going to be an incredible matchup. No doubt the road to Paris continues here. GX, BBL, two of the best smokers in the league, and now it's time to see if they can deliver on those expectations as we get ready for our second match of the day, GX versus BBL. Okay, I see it now. Yampi just popping off. He's up there throwing fists up in the air. This man is keeping the vibe going even before we hit the
Revving up the crowd.
All right, now we can talk about maps. I really just want to see, I'll be honest, a lot of maps are new for me, right? I played, last one I played, like Lotus was just coming out. So everything is kind of new for me. But Icebox...
Just trapped in Icebox and Lotus. This is what defines the EMEA. I really, really hope that we get to see Corrode. I want to see what BBL have been cooking. And I think I'm even more excited to see what Giant X might be putting on the table since they had more time than BBL to actually prepare something for this Corrode. In fact, at the end, we can see that they had the choice between going to Haven or Corrode, and they decided it is the new map. And I think it's a very good choice for them. It's a very good wild card for them.
Yeah, I agree
if
with
we
that.
Get there,
I think for both teams, having to get reps on this map is important. Like, BBL have to get reps on this map at some point. Giant X using it potentially as like a way to maybe win. They banned it last week, and letting it through this week is interesting. To me, the big story is BBL ban Bind, which is Giant X's best map in general, and BBL look pretty solid across the rest of the board. So I think this map pool matchup favors BBL quite a lot.
It makes a lot of sense. One question that's been on my brain as we do have a bit of time before we go to casters is when we look at Icebox specifically, we know it's rotating out for champs. Is it only because this matchup is so important, the stakes are so high for both these teams, it's kind of hotly contested, that we see teams continue to trend towards Icebox? Is that something we expect to see teams drop if there's a bigger mismatch? Why are we still seeing it if we know it's going to rotate?
The only team that can play that game is Fnatic at this point with the champs points they have. I don't think, and even then, I don't think they're going to play that game until they're qualified. So it's just about getting to Paris first and then worrying about the rest later.
It makes a lot of sense, and perhaps a philosophical discussion for a later date as we now get ready for agent select. And anything that we're specifically looking at, again, Icebox, as you guys have communicated to me, is kind of the vanilla ice cream of comps, very fittingly.
Yeah, but we haven't seen Giant X play this map in this entire year. So you're saying vanilla, but the same way that they were able to surprise on Bind, we might see something outrageous coming from their side.
I just want to see Sage. I love Sage.
I think that's something that we were lacking on the previous Icebox.
Can I just ask, what happened to VALORANT that Sage is the crazy agent? Sage was like...
It's not
She
crazy.
got nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. She's actually low-key, still decent. You see Paper Rex run on a map?
No, it wasn't a power thing. When I started, it was like it was the...
Icebox is Sage's map. Like, I think that if you're not playing Sage on this map, you're crazy, in my opinion.
Okay.
I'll put it there.
I rate your word very highly.
Thank you very much.
It's only one of two on the desk, so I have to. You both get high marks here.
I literally built a segment for him to like look at it, and I was like, oh my god, you're so good at this, so we have to do this.
We're hyping it
let's
up.
actually like speak about Icebox. You're mentioning the Sage, but what I was saying is, on the last Icebox that we saw earlier today, we were kind of missing, maybe not only the Sage, something that we have also seen a lot is the Gecko, or some tools that will help you defuse and plant the spike.
Yeah.
So
fundamentally, Icebox is a post-plant retake map. Having agents like Sage and Gecko that help you plant or retake, i.e. defuse, are pretty strong on this map.
All right. Let's see what we've got.
We got a Gecko.
We got a Gecko.
We do not get the
and a Jet.
Sorry. We get the Jet. We have the double smokes coming in from BBL. This is something that they've been playing. I love the trip that BBL, the journey more so, that BBL has had throughout this map, because the first one that they played in the year was an absolute joke, and now they're actually pretty good at it.
The big thing here for me is the Levin versus Ara Jet off. I think last week we saw Levin have a phenomenal opener with Icebox, and he needs to do that against it.
It was an 11-1 half to open up stage 2 for them on this map. So it makes a lot of sense that they decide to go for that again. He was against no other than Team Heretics. So Giant X, again, coming into today, if they've done their homework, they know that Icebox is a very, very high probability for them. And I think that they've not gone out of comfort. Cloud has proven that he's very good on the Gecko.
I think one thing to look out for is Giant X not running the Sova or any way to drone out Levin. Levin had a field day last week, and running Gecko KO is quite intensive.
You mean Ada? Oh, you mean, oh, sorry, come again. No. Yeah, you're right.
So no drone means that if he gets deep operator lines, it's going to be hard to get him out with just the Gecko flash and the KO flash.
Things that I'm excited to see the Gecko coming in. I think I like that we're already seeing more spice as we get into this map. And for both these teams, it feels like the stakes are pretty high, right? For BBL, this is a kind of, I'm not going to say, it honestly feels like every match is a must-win match, so I don't want to jump to that. But on Giant X, I think this is an excellent opportunity to show that the Vitality upset wasn't just a flash in the pan.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that keeping it up, I think that a lot of people have become hopeful. We've been here in the past, but at the end of the day, BBL has only lost to 2 teams in EMEA this year. And Giant
we'll see
X
if it's going to be a third as we send it over to Haza and Cairo. Please take it away.
Thank you, Dracos. Look, 6 months ago, these two kicked off EMEA's opening game. And now, half a year later, both of them look completely different. And that's not just talking about the new faces.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you've got to be remembering the results that were happening last week, right? I mean, you saw Giant X. They had a good performance and a good result against a Vitality on decline. And BBL, they had a good performance, but a poor result against Heretics.
That's the headline. A Giant X that could be coming into serious form at just the right time. Few would choose to play them after last week, but BBL have no say in the matter. They shouldn't be under the illusion of any safety with the pressure that they're facing at the business end of the calendar. But in terms of this game, it's going to kick off on Icebox. And this is another interesting one, Cairo, because we haven't seen it until, well, exactly 1 year ago. Since now, Week 2, Stage 2, 2024, last time that GX debuted it, they'll begin this one on the attack.
Low default, mostly towards that B long for Giants, as we see Prophet looking for that early duel. Grubby will win that out. That's an entry. Giant X will be looking to use to their advantage as they head on towards the B side.
Against Heretics, BBL were very heavy on the A side, and already some of that proactive re-clearing coming through. Already setting up for a flank, a heavy one. Magnum just controlling the space between the B plant, which has been denied through the Nano Swarm, and the rest of the GX players who are all grouped up right around yellow right now.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that BBL have re-cleared through mid will give them that availability to just focus towards the spike plant if it does try and come through, but continued delay from the defense denies Giants the opportunity to do so. And you can see the delay coming through and time ticking away. This could start to get worrying for the attack.
Here's Levin. Looking to try and take the fight head on. 3 players spotted yellow. It's the one from main which takes him down. West side, Sociable very quick to trade it out. Hitting the 30-second mark. The spike still not on the ground as BBL are continuing to fight into these players and falling. West side with 3 now. Low HP on Cloud.
Planted.
His hands are busy, but the spike is on the ground, and with Sociable playing through his own smoke, he is on site.
Yeah, he has a paranoia to work with as well, and both players slightly disconnected, so a chance to dice up an engagement.
This turret, which is watching the entirety of the left-hand side, Sociable still creeping around, now starting to think about the possibility of a flank. As time ticks on, his chances start to slip away. Needs to isolate a duel. Does have the smoke back up, so there is the opportunity for him to just stick this to half. That is the win condition. Still going, but the fight needs to be taken. GX go in, only gets 1. Needs to find Cloud. He's gonna get it, but oh, time's so close. Is there enough? Oh yes, there is. Okay, Sociable pulling off the Red Bull clutch.
Massive first round as well. And when the confidence was there for Giants coming into this game, it's a nice way to stunt that for Sociable. I like it, the mid-rounding from BBL, right? They go through, make sure it clear mid, make sure that there's no potential win conditions that Giant X can depend upon if they get into post-plant. Then on top of that, you think about the delay and everything else that they were able to work with. And then Sociable, well, I mean, clutches up perfectly.
Able to fulfill any role in this BBL team, it feels like, but that is such a frustrating way to start things if you're Giant X, especially after last week. As we said, they've always been touted as that dark horse in the region, but never really lived up to expectations. This a force fight, a very quick push, one which is shut down instantaneously. Yumpy's dart lights up the entirety of Giant X. BBL bury them where they stand.
Yeah, hit with a sledgehammer and no way out. I don't know what else you can really say about that. Anti-Eco does well. And now on towards the next round here. Finally, the buy for Giant X in this next round, and it's not convincing either.
Absolutely not, especially when you force in there and hot BBL only lose 1 player. So much energy on the stage today, honestly.
This class.
But carrying on from what I was saying about GX, they've put a marker down, but now you're against a team who has been playing well this year, who's been floating on the edge of top 4 since kickoff the last time they played each other. And a lot of that is down to this man, Levin. It is an untraded opening kill. He is brought down to 22, but the Outlaw has had its way with things.
And I like the point that you bring up there about like finally playing against a team who have that upward trend in BBL. I mean, the thing that the Giants had said, it was Westside, sorry, not Westside, it was Westside, sorry, said that they can finally show that they can play good Valorant. Maybe the scrims weren't being shown, like the scrim results weren't being shown in the server in the last couple of splits, but finally they can have a little bit of confidence.
Toxins going up.
Fabinho is part of the changes coming into this stage, and he's caught a lot of audibles, footfall towards the B site, and retaining his position up tube, which is still guarded through the Killjoy utility. It's a rotation towards A. Yampy is there, captain ready to receive, and with the Viper wall up, how does he want to try and play this?
Still has an until up, so when the hears the audibles, he can confirm if needed to. And that luck, that's going to be tough to lose. Yampy looks to put his place on the site. Plant denied. This is looking as easy as it possibly could be.
Thought for just a moment that Sociable Smoke had allowed GX to get into the site, but it was just a false sense of security. Nice recon from Yampy, like you highlighted, and he's brought the Hunter's Fury up online, coming into what will be the first rifle round of this game between the two.
Yeah, that's always the gamble that you take with forcing in on that second, and Giants having to pay for it. And this can really start to build momentum for the defense of BBL. Especially when you get the advantage in the ultimate cycle. And Giant X, unfortunately for them, they've been building towards Westside's ultimate, the lockdown. And the natural counter to that is the Hunter's Fury that Yampy has up online already.
Really trying to stick it to him early on though. Fighting for control of the orb. Levin's Outlaw, I don't know if he just spotted the toe there, walking across the belt. Giant X are 5 players towards the A side of the map, but BBL have 4 to greet them. They are heavily stacked up.
Oh, lovely shot from Levin. Entry found. Sociables still not being able to be cleared. You can see Giants have an idea about it. Yampy played from there before. The next 2 kills for Giants are well caught. BBL have to respect it, and definitely with that lockdown going down, but Magnum's still trying to get cheeky, still trying to find one back in the conversation.
Yeah, and because Yampy tried to force that Hunter's Fury as the execution was coming in, there was no counter. BBL forced to respect and play the true 3v4 a man down.
Partnered up and through screens, Prophet and Magnum go. It's Flickless that stops it though and leaves. Prophet calling his lonesome, waiting for Yampy to come through, but he's already down on towards Fridge and kept cold in this round. Giant X finally respond.
Keep a few players alive in the process, still building towards some ultimates. Westside investing his there. And after this kill from Levin, Ara does really well to open up the play. And it's a post-plant on site. For GX, we've always wanted to see them find their identity within the region. I think the meta read looked a lot better from them in the Vitality game as well. And with Cloud on this Gecko, it is a pivot away from the Sage that we saw the last time that they showed us a comp bit. It still offers that plant security, which is very much needed.
Very quickly, a bust through mid. Through onto the B site where Prophet awaits them. It's Magnum instead from Kitchen. And he's going to be under fire next. Able to stand the test. Ara goes, advantage BBL into the post plan.
BBL don't want to get dragged into these scrappy fights. Every player for themselves. Now they've highlighted Westside. They want to try and isolate him, but he does get out.
Yeah, he's been caught on transition though, so they know about that information and instead maybe looks to reinvestigate that as the rest of BBL descend upon the site. And well, all the players are kind of split up. Yeah, the Thrash is used, but it's denied. And now BBL need to try and get these engagements because time is getting low and Giant X are winning them. He's got back to a 2 versus 2. Sociable gets one back in the conversation, but time is the most important factor. Finally on the spike, and now we see the players use the utility, get the players off the spike, get another round for Giants.
Nice pathing from Grubby towards the end there as well. Does end up losing his life, but it's an interesting post plant from Giant X towards the spawn side, so he was able to spam it from that direction. Magnum does cut off one, but yeah, Ara again finding entry picks, and it's so important for him. I don't think there were really many eye-catching numbers from his start to the stage. You think of the officials that they've played, this only the 4th in VCT for him. Negative in first fights. Last time out, you want to try and have some impact here, and you can already see the space that he's creating for them. Storm online.
A couple of discrepancies in the buys in terms of that Guardian and the Vandal to look at. Most interestingly is the Stinger on Yampi. I think like it's a gun that gets more value towards that A side. But if you go to like the longer lines of sight, it can be very difficult to make it work. But Giant X, they know that BBL like to be aggressive. And well, there you go. That Vandal that Levin had is off the board.
Really good preparation there, just being aware of what it is that BBL were doing. You were wondering, were they going to turn that into a flank or just play to contain? Because it was not too often we saw them actually, you know, chasing up the rear against Heretics. They were just calling the rotations off the back of it. Prophet has had a bit of a warning ahead of this one, but still can't manage it. Too much to handle. Arrow with another. An open B site. Sociable trying to flood in to help. There is some delay.
I don't think that Nano has yet enough.
Well, that's GX's Nano.
Yeah, this is... It's interesting if you can get that Stinger up close, but I don't think they will be able to, though that smoke might help. You've got to be looking at Magnum coming in so late. That Guardian won't be able to help here.
Not at all. Sociable playing up close in yellow. These smokes have been a real problem for GX, so they are looking to challenge this directly. It's Grabinho swinging from yellow, but supported by his side. Flickless is there.
I think this now becomes a game of exits. What can BBL find?
And they've got one body on either side for this too, but you have to be looking at Magnum with that Guardian.
There's one. A lot of creds in the pocket of Giant X either, so this is where it gets worrying for the next couple rounds.
Just the one that he's going to walk away with. So, a tied game, 6 rounds in here, Cairo.
Yeah.
GX with a fairly healthy ult economy. BBL can sort of say the same. Magnum has his Outlaw as well. The Nano which dropped on site, it's important to remind, was just to try and clear out any store utility from BBL, their own Nanos of course, as we have dropped into our first timeout of the game.
Yeah. Head coach Pal getting his shot on the mic as he gets to talk to his players about what's been going wrong for the past 3 rounds. Sure enough, the last one was thrifty, so with that being said, I think he can maybe write that one off, but the 2 previous was a bit tough.
This is something I think that we've got to be talking about a lot when it comes to Levin, his performances on Jet versus the other agents in his pool. His Yoru, which we saw a little bit on Haven, the Raze sometimes, and the Neon as well.
Yeah.
It feels like every time he had a bad performance on one of those, it's straight back to the Jet.
Yeah, it's comfortability, right? And I think as well that this is an agent which we've seen him have so much success on in terms of how aggressive he's able to be and get out of those engagements. And then when we see him play, like try out these other duelists, it feels as if like he gets a bit too comfortable. I remember watching him on Euro before where like he would be too aggressive and didn't have the, it's crazy to say when you've got a TP out, but didn't understand the limits of what he was playing with.
Placing sentry.
High risk, high reward. That's how Levin plays and has pioneered most of the Jet on this map. Icebox right into the gun round now. Blade Storm up on the other side. Ara has been calling the shots for GX, leading them into battle. The point man of the push again. It's the null command behind it with the flash to support. Straight through the toxic screen he goes. Yampi still hanging around, but not caught blind. Ooh. Not caught at all. Nothing getting past him. The spike will slip between the lines as the pit goes up, but
BBL bring an advantage into this retake. BBL were worried about this being a fake, so they're late to rotate in, and that's allowed so much time for Giant X to set up. This lockdown, though, will probably stop this setup.
It is a fragment which drops over the top. Not sure if it's going to break the ult. It doesn't. I think GX had an air of safety there. They just going to get anybody detained in the end, but they fight back in through the pit which they left vacant, and BBL make it look very comfortable. Yumpy the only one that goes down, but he did his job at the start of the round, and the rest followed it up.
Yeah, and I like this from BBL. They had a plan set up coming into this round straight away. I was a little bit worried with how late they were to like rotate in, whether Giant X will have everything they need, but they knew they had the lockdown. They knew what they needed to do.
Nice!
And, well, yeah, it was very nice.
Let's go.
I feel like I'm seeing the same replay every time, man. Magnum always on his feet, keeping the energy up throughout what was a very long series last time out. Yeah. So heading into this one, try and keep it snappy, put GX away.
Shutting them down.
Again, look, you can't consider BBL to want to find themselves in an 0-2 position. We've not seen anyone come back from losing their opening 2 games in a long time, if ever.
Look at mid. Look at Magnum. He needs to be careful about these 2 players sitting here.
Does.
Oh, yeah.
In the meantime, it's Sociable faced by the Thrash, which does commit to his position. Cloud should be able to recover it, as there is still a stalemate in middle.
If Magnum goes down, this full mid setup falls. I mean, Yampy's behind him, but I still have to put a lot of importance on this.
In effect, it's a 2-on-2. And something else to raise, while all this is happening, you do have Levin just sat outside of A, giving the info, and there is no trade. Magnum able to pick that one up on Grabino. Westside will start to fill the negative space, but look at the comfort that BBL have towards B.
It gets even worse.
Sociable finding 2 quick kills. Well, Westside has already made it past the turret. He has alerted Magnum to his position. First couple shots not going to land, and they know about Flickless.
30 seconds
This
left.
has been such a well-executed round from BBL, getting players in the right position. It's an in-zone flawless, in fact. Cloud's GX fall asleep at the wheel.
I mean, I guess we'll see it in the replays here, but I feel as if it's criminal, the fact that Magnum's able to peek out in mid and get that entry kill. Like, the dart goes out, catches Grabino as he went for the destruction, right? But where's the trade out? It feels as if that's pretty tough. Sociable does well to get his double, and then from there, BBL just steamroll the rest of the round.
We don't get to listen to that one.
Yes!
Yeah, as you say, there was that tiny bit of micro there to set up the initial play. But when you look back at the bigger picture, I think that's something else that I wanted to consider coming into this game. Because when you look at Cloud as an in-game leader, he outcalled Unfake in the previous game, but that's someone who's only just stepped up to Tier 1 and is facing someone who's moved into a role which is now showing a lot more competency. Now you're up against Yumpy, who, in my opinion, out of all of the IGLs we saw created out of that old Liquid roster, the one which lifted the trophy in 2023, Safe, Nats, who's still there, and him, of course, I would possibly argue that I think I've been most impressed with how he's done with this BBL team.
I would have to second your thoughts, and I think not only that, and it's something that the desk was talking about, was the leadership as well, the most important factor after how well he's called, and how he's able to bring up the rest of his team, and also just still be that vibes guy, still be himself throughout everything that he's taken on in this roster, and yeah, it is great to see. And I think as well, like, to compare like 2 leaders and 2 IGLs, like compare Nats and compare Yampy, like Nats is that kind of stoic type of leader, whereas Yampy's the fun type of leader, you know, which is kind of funny.
We are having a couple of audio issues, unfortunately, so it will be a moment before we get back to the game, but I'm happy to extend that conversation a little bit further with you as well. I think IGLs and EMEA has always been a tough topic to address. Yes. I think we've seen a lot of newer IGLs come in, right? Not necessarily have been picked up for that role, but shifted into it, and Yumpy's definitely taken that up. I'm liking just how proactive some of these rounds are. We saw on the flip side, though, the extremes of it, where Levin is pushing through Garage and getting caught by 2 GX players waiting for him. It's that balance, something that was mentioned a lot in the Heretics game on this map from BBL's point of view, was the discipline. How much are you showing? When do you get carried away?
Quick note coming into this round, though, Hazza, is that Giant X are really at the end of their pus, and Ara is even having to pick up just a shorty while using the blades and a heavy shield. So that's what we've got to deal with. If you look towards the A site, all of Magnum's setup is ready to go.
Also fighting through mid, but Westside has the adjustment, finds him acutely. Yampi still rotating, could be caught in transition, but won't fall for it. Rubino goes down, all of a sudden BBL a strong A side.
Yeah, and also on top of that, we've got a late lock coming through. Giant X have no idea about this, and Sociable will get the next kill.
Not exactly late, he's right on time. Sociable ready for the duel, happy to entertain it. Paranoia slightly wide of the mark, but it matters not. BBL notched their 6th, and it's securely.
Very, very nicely done. And it's the fact that we don't even see Giants react at all about the possibility of there being a flank. I know it's hard to when you've got so much going on throughout the map. Yeah, I mean, Yampi does well to get what he got, and then down in that spike in that position, yeah, Giant X just can't come back from it.
Nice, boys! No, it's just a handshake this time, okay.
Nice and polite, he's a gentleman.
Gentleman's agreement. He's really enjoying that mid dart as well. It's an area which GX haven't really got a hold of. Ara updrafting top of the tube. Has this been relayed onto Sociable? He's just walking out into the open. That's when Ara drops in, so doesn't catch the timing. Sociable still going. 2 from him. Feels like overachieving in that position.
Yeah, Ara behind enemy lines though. How does BBL deal with that while the spike's going down?
Spike planted.
It's 11 on the line, by the looks of it. Little bit awkward for Profek. He's starting to pair up and clear this space. Yampi the same. He's late from Boiler. Did you see the barrel? I don't think so, but you still have an idea of the area where Ara could be roaming. All of this is eating into the time bank. A big chunk of it already lost.
Yeah, remember there's still so much utility as well to come through. Ara will get that kill, but let's look at what's on the site.
It's only just gone down to a 3v2 now, and GX have bought a lot of time. If this nano doesn't get broken, it bounces really awkwardly. Fragment coming out as well, then GX could be in a winning position, and Flickless has already found 3. There is no half. In fact, there is no round. It just took far too long, so Flickless plays to the time, and GX play to a 4.
Yeah, and Ara is the hero of that round. The fact that he's able to waste so much time, 3 players dedicated to the re-clear. And then, yeah, the utility does its work from there. The value that they find because of Ara's delay is brilliant.
Really liking this performance from the young gun right now. And look, I mean, the KD doesn't exactly reflect the highlight, but as we said before, it is the amount of space that he is getting away with. Making life difficult.
They're facing us head on, and they've got the first.
Yampi in, flashes back, BBL in the feed. Rubino able to stabilize the core of Flickless, so it does end 3-on-3. But once again, when you take a step back through that wider lens and look at the radar, it's BBL stacked up in position on A with control through middle, and GX have just not raised any question marks elsewhere. They will freeze and most likely re-hit.
BBL here to face them.
And in saying that, there is a lot of utility here for GX, whereas BBL perhaps can't call on as much for their site defense. It does have the screen, I suppose.
The one thing that BBL could use is the fact that all that KG utility is down, right? It's whether they want to. I mean, you can already see Sociable starting to play with the idea, being all the way up towards pipes. And Magnum has rotated to this B site, but his position and the way that the players are entering towards B could be under fire.
Target's destroyed.
Only just reads it once the turret goes off. Heard the poison orb. And now he takes the timing as the fragment falls at his feet. He drops. Cloud with a kill, which makes GX look like they're going to move within 1 round. And moving very quickly into BBL territory. Snowman, it's a double flash, a well-coordinated piece. Profek falling, and Sociable required of in the clutch.
won't even be able to react to the first duel. A very nice mid-round from Giant X and how they played that. BBL kind of feel like that wee guy at the pub who likes to pipe up now and again, right? 3 players trying to fight into 5. It's an unwinnable duel, and they actually come out at an advantage. The only thing that undoes them is the fact that the KO ultimate is used.
Eyes too big for their stomach, perhaps. The translation of the Scottish idiom, which we were waiting to get our first taste of, but Cairo is back in the building.
Viper's Pit available for Prophet, and this is the last round, so we know that these ultimates have to be used.
BBL just doubling down on this as well. Yampi moving within 1 of his ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, but you can already see the pit is available for Prophet to reinforce, bolster up the B. Sociable 1-off as well, and Magnum, not too far, but not really tangible in this round.
Yeah, the one thing as well that BBL are doing is they're denying the opportunity for Giant X to get orbs, which is big. Viper's Pit goes down, and the point I'm trying to make is the fact that there's 3 players 2 off. That would be 1 orb and a spike plant if Giant X could get it, and they're being denied by BBL.
Here.
Wide perimeter held by the attack side right now as we've gone inside the minute mark. Still Prophet playing around the pit, looking if anyone's going to cross on B while the A fight comes in. Magnum the one to win it, him supporting, Levin still going, and with Sociable supporting him, that might just be the advantage on the half. That's unless Ara has anything more to say about it, but time plays against him, as do the positions. BBL closing the net, and that will be it. They'll stay in front.
Yeah, a lot of toing and froing in this half, to be honest, has both teams showed some nice signs of life, but I worry when Giant X go into that second half and what their defense looks like. But we'll find that out after a quick break.
It is done.
So into the second half we go. It's been a while since we've seen Giant X on this map. In fact, it was the same playday last year, which they previously debuted it. That one settled by a matter of just 2 rounds, and overtime lost to Koi. This one kept competitive at the halfway mark, but now they move to the defense, where you looked at GX having the 2nd highest attack side win rate in the league, only 1% behind Liquid and Fnatic. They now move on to the defense. Cairo.
Yeah, I think as well, BBL have already proven what they can do on this map, proven that what they know, it's all about Giant X and the fact that they are an unknown quantity, and BBL have nothing that they can really prepare for. This is kind of like an undercut, right, that they can be able to do to BBL as they start their attack, but let's look at the big stack of players towards mid for that attack.
Cover going out.
Approach from BBL, that's one area that they can look to gain an advantage, just change up their own game, focus on themselves. Yampi has been caught and he's left to his own devices in Garage. Ara finding one in the meantime, opening things up. GX full clear of long at the concession of a plant.
With that spike going down though, you look at the players trying to come back in and, well, BBL play on the front foot.
Vino's got a slight element of surprise here, he's up close and personal. Sniffed out in the end, but Levin has a 1 versus 3 to play into. Could be one of those players just locking it down as the rest of GX stride on over with a bit of swagger about them now. 66 HP, quickly cut as his head falls off. Westside leaves it rolling as GX gets started nice and early.
It's the fact that they go and actually assault the weak arm of the push, and also on top of that, the point I was about to make is Ara ends up fighting the big stack to give that information for the fight, and even gets a kill off the back of it. It all falls apart.
Let's go, guys! We got the pistol.
You did. So an astute observation there from Westside. But it's important that they have. And what, with them forcing on the second round last time, BBL quickly built up some momentum. Very patchy first half. Now with an opportunity to set things in motion themselves.
BBL always like to play it slow, like to usually walk around the map, take their time with things, and well, Ara's not. That's a double kill. As both players try to peek out without any sort of utility to support, and Cloud's got one more.
Ara's starting to catch some of these clean as well, before where maybe it was a 1-for-1 or just a trade out. Now you're starting to see it look razor sharp. After all, it is the anti-eco. The expectations are low here for BBL. With a couple of Sheriffs, you're always thinking about what it is they might be able to pull off, but Sociable can't even touch it. It's an in-zone flawless.
I think as well, like that's a big point to speak about in terms of the expectations of the teams and where they want to find themselves. Obviously champions on the line, and that's where everyone wants to end up. But the thing that I found really interesting after what was a big matchup last week between Heretics and BBL, two teams vying for that champions places, was that BBL were happy with the result. Like, not happy in terms of, oh, they lost, but happy in terms of how they had improved, and then also the mentality aspect of it and how they were able to bounce back in some scenarios.
The narrative's been all about BBL pushing to improve theirs, GX trying to undo the last year or so, and it started well in this game. Flickless with the opening pick. Pressure put onto B Long is unrelenting, and Yumpy is caught sleeping at the wheel. Absolutely no idea. Two back, BBL, but still Grabino is hanging around.
Cover going out.
Sociable expects presence. Could it really be all three? Definitely not. Overlooked. Sociable in another situation where he has to do it all.
That's 2 TP, so he could get away from this engagement, which he'll use.
Sight is free at his back, but really wants to try and take a kill first, and is going to get it. Grabino's head on a platter. How much further can he take this? I like the plan. It's been fairly open, and no one on GX to challenge.
Yeah, he's worried about players rotating in from A. He's not sure what the whole picture looks like, and he's going through kitchen. A height advantage in the next engagement, and an ability to go and rotate for another angle in the next engagement.
Is he pathing to? Still just roaming around kitchen, seeing if any GX players are going to bite on it. The smoke is put into a bit of trepidation, but Sociable is unperturbed. He fights back through, and that is ill-advised as Ara was already on the line. GX making the most of the numbers. They'll convert the 2v1 in the end, but it was damn near close as it's a one-round game.
Yeah, made it far too shaky. Sociable though did well to again tice up. I feel as if for BBL, a little bit disrespectful in terms of like just having Magnum pick up an orb. Nobody's thinking about the possibility of a player getting through. Speaking of disrespect, there must have been some there.
Oh, got to. Stick it on VAR. After hours. Look, who knows? Maybe we could be heading to Corrode.
Keep up.
Here's the hoping. From BBL, mixed bag. Yampy loves a stinger. You've seen him take the hit for money, so rifles can be bought at times. He's the exception to the rule here.
Same angle that Ara's used before. This time BBL are not falling for it. They're already through it.
Magnum slipped the net on the zip line. Still is held by Cloud. Doesn't really feel like they've gained any yards in this maneuver either, as it's a quiet 30 seconds.
Yeah, and Giant X will start to question themselves. They want to re-clear some space, get some angles, so they have concrete information. You can see Flickless pinging towards mid and worried about that aspect of the map.
One of the reasons why BBL have looked so successful this year is their macro understanding, as we said, and it's the details that can make the difference. Ara's found another opening pick through the Outlaw.
And it's forced BBL's hand a little bit. That's why they've been aggressive towards the B side, trying to fake out and pull players across, and it's been fairly successful.
Goes back to the point I was starting to open up. In a round like this, look, maybe you can weave your way into a site, raise some question marks, create some pressure. Levin has a magnetic pull, which 4 GX players have fallen foul to.
Yeah, the question is, does he become a joker in the late round? With a potential luck and a win condition that BBL can play through. Spike down, and we're now in the post plan.
He's slow to clear through middle. It is the post on site. BBL looking to really take these fights on the chin and get aggressive. Yumpy, that was a chance to get the first, but Ara wins it. Sociable! Just the one. And that's just not going to cut it in this situation. Now with the screen up and the diffuse coming in, Profek is going to watch it slip away. Drops down, Levin half a chance still. That's a fleeting one. GX get the round they were expected to. Any more damage is fantastic, and Levin can't quite scoop up the Phantom, but the 3 kills to follow is more than good enough.
Yeah, but you look at the money that Giant X had in their back pocket anyway, it doesn't really matter. And there's going to be an operator in play for Ara, who we've seen in the past couple rounds. The scope weaponry looks excellent. And nice ideas from BBL, just very unlucky that there was a late player coming through screens. And overall, as you said, talking about that macro game, what they were able to do with pulling players across to that B side and faking that out. Now we go into the next round, that operator on top of yellow.
Recon right down Ara's throat, but still no scan. Gets away with the first shot. How many more will BBL allow? This is a huge round. Struggled to deny momentum for their opponents. That has been a theme they've had so far this year, and with GX already loading up 4, will there be a 5th at the end of Ara's off? Certainly, he seems to think so. And on the opposite side will try and answer him, but it's a wayward shot, no trade. And with Sociable off the board, they only have the toxic screen towards B to deny any sight right now.
Magnum,
placing swamp grenade.
seeing what he can find here. Potential to give a bit of relief to BBL in terms of a sight plan.
It does feel like a 2-person fake, but towards which end of the map? Yumpy's the spike carrier.
I mean, all the way in towards site nest. Grabino's going investigating.
Profek's found his first. Grabino has to be careful here. There are so many angles to consider, and it's Profek who goes overlooked. That spike is now in transit. It's going to be a while before it can get planted. And with a little bit more denial from GX and the wall going up, there are problems for BBL.
Yeah, time is getting so low. BBL ready to assault into the site, but there's players lying in wait. Even though they lost the first on the site take, they won't lose anymore. It's going to be double digits for Giant X as they look to finish out this first map, which is BBL's pick.
Only BBL's pick. It was a dominant display against Heretics the other day. But as we said, that was a streaky game in and of itself. Yeah. Usually BBL are the team that get to 11 rounds and struggle to convert. This time, looks like GX might be hitting that marker first.
Yeah,
Good job, boys. Well done.
and something interesting that Flickless had said last time was about how they felt like they were a little bit shaky towards the end of Bind, so maybe perhaps there's always that worry about them finishing out maps.
Top of the charts for GX at the moment. The unsung hero who's been cropping up in the feed consistently throughout is Grabino. You look at his career, having spent 2 years in Challengers, and now this being his second in VCT, with a new lease of life in GX, honestly. Playing to the levels that we knew he was capable of his rookie year on Koi. I think it's really interesting to see what his role is here in comparison to what we had from him in Kickoff and Stage 1.
I love that he's getting this new lease of life, and it feels as if he was like the linchpin that Giant X needed to move forward with the roster. And I think as well that the big part for me is with Grubby being in this side, the roles make so much more sense.
And I'm so glad you raised that, because I was looking back and GX have never really had a designated smoker post-merger. You had Purpo, Runner, Tamazi last time floating it about, and even before then, what was Redgar, Nukia, Hoodie? It was always someone different. Consistency has to be everything.
Get out of my way.
For BBL, God, it's belief. Belief that they can win this next round. Ara's up wide on belt, Levin holding, but the flick misses, and that is a warning shot which you don't want to give any more cadence to.
Yeah, and the thing for BBL is their hand is forced. GX know that this is going to be the response, so that's why we're seeing Westside change up his positioning on site.
Such an over-rotation as well. Look, 3 players moving spawn side. Little pressure yet in mid. GX are going to be here and ready for this fight before BBL can even get on site.
Up Levin's blades. Usually he's good for at least one. He isn't this time. Magnum now through mid gets one back. And while this Hunter's Fury rings off, there's only really one tag. Magnum fought out. The second look isn't. Sociable get what looked like some relief for BBL. It will not be. Sociable needs to clutch up once again.
A little far out of his ballpark. Speaking of, he's heading down the road with the ult. Wants to pick up the spike, bring it over to A. There is time to set this one up. GX should be aware of it, and as you can already see, starting to get their legs moving themselves. Full util belt.
Yeah, it's another 1 versus 3, which he has to work with. And you look at how the 2 sets of players, they're completely disconnected. Ara has an op as well. Sociable up against the first, won't get it. And well, that will be 11 as this gap continues to grow. Giant X are now starting to get within sight of the finish line.
Yeah, like, don't want to call it in just yet. We were there in the rafters watching the Apeks KC game earlier.
Oh my God.
Evan just so isolated in taking that first engagement. Flickless drops, but the suppression is still in play, and GX fight in numbers. They make a very convincing call. Call back to the macro I was talking about, and this IGL head-to-head. Cloud has set it up perfectly, and BBL now need to try and find that winning solution. It's 6 unanswered, stepping into what could quickly become map point.
And the worst part about this is the ultimate's expended in the last one, right? And Magnum, who has that lockdown, there's 2 easy counters through the Thrash that can maybe go and buy space to go and destroy it, or even just use West Sides. Aggressive positioning through the A side. Already gets a look at Magnum moving forward.
Look at the line control that Ara already has. He'll be calling to the rest of his team. You can stack up towards A now. There's nobody peeking long. The Profec's job here is going to be to try and raise a bit of a question mark, but there is little behind this. He will struggle to do that by himself.
BBL move into Giant X's Dominion by trying to use the lockdown, and the player's aggressive. Magnum's actually the first who gets the kill. And well, Ara, as BBL look elsewhere, will get his. Now it's up to the 2 players of Sociable and Yampik, the daring duet. And well, Sociable being aggressive.
Okay, Castle hanging around, he's been removed. Ult coming back through 2-on-2. Ara hitting the scene in just the right amount of time. What do BBL make? What's the play?
Oh, they're not looking! Oh, what? Yampik manages to just escape into jail, and it'll feel like that with the lockdown going off. He manages to hold on! But hold on, he cannot get any further. It will be 12 and map point for Giant X.
It's cut so fine. Such little amounts in it in the end, but Westside has hauled them through. It was the lockdown destroyed here by a bit of utility in the end, I believe. Oh no, Cloud peeking through the screen on the other side. It was chaos on the site. Social does so well to get 2 back, but then just completely overlooking Ara, who is playing with a real sense of confidence.
That will feel like a gut puncher, a real miserable round to lose, especially with the plan that BBL had. We move into the next. The buy is all over the place, especially when we look towards the Guardian and Profec's hand, the Stinger and Yampi's and the Operator, and Ara's. He's not able to get a kill, he's not even able to destroy the turret, and he just misses out on Magnum.
This shot, uncharacteristic. Profec able to capitalize, does find a player boiler, that's flickless.
The regress from mid. And the question mark on mid is already basically cleared with the positioning of the players.
you're looking at this guy right now. Rubino, pushed up on A, has the pit. You've got the element of surprise, and I think that counts for more right now. BBL won't. As soon as that alarm bot gets hit, the penny drops. It's the B site. Some stall, buys rotation for GX. Second nano would be a blessing if he can land it.
Ara has been put on notice with the health that he's on. Well, Magnum's already found Cloud, trying to work his way on towards Snowman. That's going to be a tough one to lose. Spike down, we move into post, and trying to retake with an operator is never nice.
Rubino still has the ult, as I said, but now he's on the flank.
Yeah, is it? Oh no, BBL are falling apart. Oh. Not like this! Not like this! Giant X, out of nowhere, will win the first map, which again was BBL's pick.
Such a back and forth first half, but in this game of pass the parcel on BBL's birthday week, that first layer comes off, and it's a scary surprise. Giant X winning out Icebox for the first time we've seen it in a year, and BBL have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, that they do. The second map, we look towards Lotus. That'll be an interesting one. And third map of Crows, which we could potentially get.
We'll find out after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need. Even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody, please, your perk. Your perk. I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a kite being my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ Yo, how about now, bruh? จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now, out. Need the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลแต่ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยต์เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิดด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. เพราะลับคือ I'm the best, right?
Those are some handsome boys in those highlights, and they must be feeling pretty good after they broke the ice on Icebox. That was cringe, but their performance wasn't. It was a great game from GX overall. They got the win. They busted out Icebox. It's the vanilla ice cream, but they did it so good.
It was great. I feel bad that I didn't believe, and I'm starting to.
And you should
believe. Like they won. They won. That's my whimsical voice.
Yeah, you're like Neo in the Matrix, bro. Think of all the things you can do now.
So yeah, BBL's map pick, losing 13-7. Like that's a pretty, for this game, pretty decisive, I think. I'm starting to believe in this Giant X team, and we're not even their own map pick.
Just think about the way that first half ended. 5-7 for the side of BBL. Giant X about to jump on the defense. And there's so many things that I loved about the defense. Number one, very extensively prepared against BBL. Number two, we still see at the beginning of the day, I was saying, man, what I really like about this Giant X, they cleaned up their act. They're not throwing things. They're winning disadvantages. They are still doing it. They were so proactive. They lost the fear of being proactive and screwing up.
Yeah.
For the lack of a better word.
Yeah, I have to echo everything they're saying, really, where it's like the aggression on defense from Giant X was beautiful. It was all working. There was confidence. Like in the past, I feel like Giant X were a bit standardy, kind of middle of the road in terms of their pacing, but today it felt like they're coming out guns blazing on this defense. And the preparation too. One of the early rounds, they literally just sent it as a full anti-strat, knowing BBL were going to group up B. It was beautiful.
This was like a pretty difficult thing to achieve, because you wanted them not only to clean up, but also to play more aggressive. And it feels like you do those things one at a time. Normally, it's like first you clean up, you play safe, you eventually get confidence, and then you kind of start to pop off. I feel like they did everything in a single map.
On a map like Icebox, you want that early aggression to get your picks, and then you play disciplined and play the cleanup part. So I think Icebox is the perfect example of those two things coming together.
Perfect way to show Mini how wrong he is about this team. Of course, it is only one map.
Starting to believe.
He is starting to believe.
I'm reverse cursing it now, because I said believe with a slightly teenagery broken voice, and now they're just going to get rolled.
I love your teenagery broken voice. Don't. We're not cursing like that. Come on. One of the matches that we wanted to draw attention to was, of course, Profek versus Clavino. Like, smokers, I don't think. I mean, there's probably some good smokes. Don't get me wrong. I'm not the man to judge, but in terms of the stat line, one looks, I would say, a significant amount better than the other.
I think it's not only the stats. When you could see it in the game, you see Profek being shut down at the beginning of the round, even on the attack, which is what hurts the most in the long term. So you have a Giant X that is being aggressive. They're taking down your Viper, so you're mid-rounding into the late. Gets even more difficult for you to progress with and to actually scale with it, as we were speaking about when we talked about the Viper walls. Profek was in a very uncomfortable situation. And on the other side, we have a Gervinho we had in our minds. Is this just like a week one thing? Like, what kind of Gervinho are we going to get for the rest of the stage? And he's looking very, very comfortable, and he's meshed with this Giant X roster pretty quickly.
Yeah, specifically the Viper on Icebox is a bit of a dirty work kind of agent, and I think Robinho did all the dirty work he needed to on this map. Profek, he was trying to group the pack a little bit more, couldn't get anything done, and when he did go for lurks, he was also being shut down.
All right, this brings me, now we get a look at the Lotus, which I'm excited about. Of the maps we've seen so far today, I think it is probably my favorite. Now, the strategy we saw in our first match, I know, Mini, you weren't jazzed about it all. There was like, A doesn't exist, screw this site, we want nothing to do with it. And there was good justification, obviously, we heard after the match. But what are the expectations going into this one for both these teams? This is GX's map pick. Is it a bounce back? Are we looking at a 3-map, or are we full steam ahead on the GX train?
We're looking at surprises, and it has to come from both of the teams. For Giant X, I love that they go for this pick, because for EMEA, Lotus, and for the entire world, we're speaking about champions here if we are realistic, and Giant X, it really wants to go on this run. Lotus is such an important map. Most of the teams love it, or at least can play it. It can be a safe net for you, and it's something that, just like Corrode, we were saying, you need reps on, you need to get good on. And both of these teams used to run the Tejo. So coming into today, they can both surprise. They can maybe, we get to see the second Tejo of this stage. But all of that preparation that was for Giant X on that first map cannot come on the second one.
Well, luckily for us, Agent Select is coming in hot, fresh, delicious. No Teos, but...
Oh, Sociable is back in the chamber.
Yeah.
Do you like that, Mini?
Sorry,
I was like, am
I didn't realize we were locked in. I was thought they were like teasing us, but I forgot that we're now locked in.
We're immediately locked in.
Chamber. My gut is telling me no, but Sociable and Chamber.
Put your body.
The Sociable Chamber I like. Going for a Deadlock Chamber as a combo on this map is very strange. Not having the Viper seems like an odd choice to me.
So the thing that we did last time we saw this map is you guys very eloquently highlighted, hey, retakes are going to be really weak for the double sentinel comp that we saw. I'm really curious, is there anything that stands out to you immediately right off the bat that we need to keep our eye on? A weakness in either of these compositions, a hole in either of the plans that these teams are bringing?
A sociable on the chamber, I think it's an important one because he's going to try and go for those first and opening duels the same way that we were seeing those duels onto Mount. Sociable has to do the same.
I think it's going to be, can Sociable get value against camera, prowlers, Viper walls, boombots? It might be too much for him.
It might be too much. That's a lot of words that Minnie just said. A lot of utility to be scared of. Haza, Cairo, take it away. Let us know how you guys are feeling about this one.
Yeah, look, I'm scared for Minnie's gut health. All those feelings that he's having. It was, what, GX in the first map. Now it's BBL with this chamber again, one which we all remember from Sociable on Pearl way back in sort of the start of the year. Could it be the addition that they need here as we are now living life post-Teho? Praise the Lord.
Yeah, exactly, mate. I think that they raise a lot of good points on the deck, especially this one of the chamber. It's a 56% win rate for BBL when it comes out, so it's not fully convincing for me, but we'll see exactly how it works out on B main. And Levin starts out with a great couple kills. Grabinho, though, 2 quick ones back.
We certainly didn't need to wait for long. Apeks in a tenuous position here, able to win the fight against Westside, and it's so important that he does. Alleviates pressure towards the sand side, and Magnum does the rest. Between the two of them, they've got the pistol on the board. BBL with both.
Yeah.
Openness. There you go.
Cheers, mate. No, it's a good start. It'll get the buy-in and get things working, and I think there's a lot of good icebreakers there, especially Levin getting on the board. I think it's good to, again, highlight the fact that Levin, this time, isn't actually on the Jet. He's on the Raze, which, let's be honest, we haven't really seen a lot of.
Come on, get pistol, get!
I don't know about you, I could watch those replays all day. Yampi is a bundle of energy, and that's what BBL needs here. Grabinho, backdoor. Rob Dracos on the desk, but oh, what is this? Right behind them. Gone straight for the Nexus.
It's the fact that there's also going to be upgrades for the players to work with. I mean, Sociable has a Marshall in hand, and yeah, players are low, but it's about getting onto the lines and getting clean gunfights. Magnum only has the Ghost to work with.
The position of Cloud and Upper here as well. Creating a bit of a crossfire. Smoke goes up, only makes things even more difficult, so Magnum has to turn to tree.
There's not a lot of initiation utility to get back in either, and Sociable at least gets Ara.
Marshall has its first. Bit of a distraction created by Magnum, but it doesn't last long. Spike not yet worked on. Time running out. GX may not have had the pistol, but the second round is theirs. It is a pay safe card Thrifty to retaliate.
Yeah, we spoke about miserable rounds to lose in the last map, and that's certainly one of them. That is really tough for BBL. The fact that they lose track of Grubby moving through here, trying to continue to fight, and I feel as if this has always been a problem that BBL have time to time, is the fact that they continue to fight. They're like, they don't want to back down.
Yo, Yampi, brother! Oh, sit down!
Good. Never back down, never what?
Never give up. Leaves me hanging so often, I felt like I had to do you a favor for once. Nothing in this house. Dresses like me and everything. It's ridiculous. Start speaking Scottish soon.
Oh, well, let's not do that.
Sociable has all of his headhunter bullets here, so that could be quite useful. Know a thing or two about BBL and pistol rounds.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, get a bit of information, the fact that Cloud was there, but you knew that through the utility that was being used. But, I mean, the goal isn't the A side, it's towards C. And the fact that there's a lack of noise, a lack of utility, you would think, maybe they're not going to be here. But instead, no, BBL hold fast on that side of the map, and 5 players are going to hit in towards 11.
In a lot of their defaults, when we had seen them show their theory on this map before, it did result in playing through the middle of the map, setting up C a lot of times towards sand. That's where they're going to end here. Levin has been relieved of his duties, and BBL are setting up for a retake. It's as much damage as they can do. Do have Magnum floating around on the flank, but 2 traps and a cam kind of puts it out of the question.
I mean, you look towards what's left in the pockets of Giant X, there's not a lot. They've got the better weaponry, so that's what we expect. But Magnum finding that may open things up a little bit and force Giant X to move forward. Find those fights, which they are doing, and winning them, which is the key aspect of this. Nothing to get too excited about. Magnum does have the Phantom in hand. How much damage can he do? Only 1 more. So, 2 rifles, or 2 buys lost in the end for Giant X, and they'll be happy with that.
And Ara leading the charge once again, picking up that momentum where he left off at the end of Icebox. Seeing that Magnum has the Annihilation available on the Deadlock. That is the one ult that comes into play in round number 4. The first full rifle round that we see between the 2 teams, as of course BBL did lose their anti-eco. And in terms of the setup, it's the classic chamber holding the C space, something which GX have had a high priority on fighting for.
Typical combo to get on towards the A line, stop anyone from getting out. Sociable though, in the box, won't be known about.
He's playing for 1 here, just to take that peek, catch GX off guard, and that's exactly what he's going to get. Does forfeit some of the space. Now towards Waterfall, but the job is done as far as he's concerned, and it's West Side as well, so that backline is called into question.
And I'm glad that you highlight that, because we saw last round Magnum try and go for that. So the Giant X try and dedicate a player to hold the flank, and how do they bust through this chokehold right here as Sociable holds on from up above, doesn't decide to go for the peak, instead waits for the race to come through to him, and it's a disaster on the second engagement. Now BBL forced out, Levin not. Rifle in hand, he's doing well. He's even got another one for his trouble. As BBL are holding on fast, but dedicated a lot of ultimates to this round. And Cloud again continuing to put this into a position that is possibly winnable.
1v2, but Levin will get a quad. Well played from him. BBL tying the scoreline right back up. And I have to say, Cairo, past those missed shots, missed ult from Magnum, Levin just does so much work and they couldn't dig him out. It's like a horror movie.
He's behind you, beside you, and speak about horror movies. Here is the villain, Levin in that round. The fact he gets the showstopper online feels that it's worth using there. It's 2 big ultimates that, if you look at this comp, will be needed in terms of retakes, and we've already spoken about how much BBL can struggle when they get to retakes.
Feels almost like a non-statement, but when Levin isn't dead in the first 30 seconds, he's a lot more useful. You know, when he has players around him, when they play to his tune, and unfortunately this time it is the reverse, and GX picking up speed on the way through to the A site. Craziness right now as Zara gets a showstopper of his own online, finds a kill, and now it's a 1v2 the opposite way. Sociable with the op, back into the A site. Spike should be going down with a moment's notice.
Rifles to pick up to get things back towards his side, but remember the TP won't be up for another amount of time, at least 10 seconds before he can place that down. Both players for Giant X have actually split up.
Same position that Cloud had in post before towards upper. He can catch Sociable here.
He's all the way through to the back side, and Ara doesn't even know about it as Cloud. As he holds on. Yeah, the angle, good enough for him. Giant X take the advantage in this half.
That zipline is always cursed in a clutch.
Yeah,
the amount of times
time.
I've seen someone, you know, start to lapel, yeah, you're screwed, it's done. Right idea. The Nightfall here as well just means that GX can really scale quickly as Profek gets caught, TPing into his own one-way smoke. Really nicely done. Next round is BBL back on pistols.
Yeah. I find it funny, right, that it's... oh, a second actually. It looks as if this is going to be another quick start. You look at the bodies here. Robinho tries to be aggressive. It's Cloud elsewhere that actually gets the first kill. Oh no! Robinho's trying to get out. Come on! He's stuck. Flickless trying to defend. The rifles are on the ground, but that's not what you want. Spike down, and then BBL's territory. West side holding on. There's plenty of targets to hit, and he is knocking them down.
Everyone hiding.
West side in a target-rich environment sometimes just feels like an aim-lab shoot-around. The hat off his head, the spike on his back. GX are C-bound, but Ara is ahead of the play and already starting to repossess some of this neutral ground for his own. It's a 2 versus 2.
The thing is about this, BBL decided, right guys, we want to have the rifles in hand, so that's what they're going to go for. And it's also the fact that when you look at what Giant X have in terms of health pools, Westside's pretty low, and on top of that, Ara's really only on a outlaw, so if he misses the first 2 bullets, he's gone.
Fortunately, he has 2 bullets and a paint shell, so he can slow the fight down to a snail's pace. West side low on the other side of the box. So be careful not to get caught by the spam. Both BBL players on a Phantom, but Ara has hit his first shot, and the second is just set up. West side weaving around the box. Sociable out in no man's land. GX moving up to a 4th. Not the most convincing against the eco for BBL. Damage control on their behalf as you're looking at heading towards timeout territory now, Cairo.
Yeah. And I think that's the big thing to here is timeout territory when we get close to it. You know what the head coach and the coaching staff of BBL will be wanting to say here. Just every time I see it, man. But the eco fight looked great. Again, Levin seems to be that real highlight. Already 8 kills, sorry, not 8 kills, it's 10 kills in these first 6 rounds.
You need to be able to convert those advantages, and that's something that BBL were really good at doing in week 1. The stats speak for themselves. 92% win rate from a 5v4. Best in the league. Not something which I think they've been able to call upon all too often. As we said before, different kind of statistics do tend to favor them. They were really good at pistols before. They have win conditions, but I want to see a little bit more than just Levin right now. You are looking at this 1-2 punch, Sociable. What is he offering? And how are they setting him up? Is he really heavily fighting in extremity and giving you all that space with the op or whatever gun it may be? Kind of like how you would with a Yoru? Or is he playing off other people as well? I kind of want to see that first iteration a little bit more.
I agree 100%. I think that when you know that Levin is shooting, there's always that second aspect of, well, BBL will win, and that's typically how it goes. And this is quite uncharacteristic of him. Obviously, you highlighted that through the fact that the advantages are not being converted. We'll look towards C as these barriers drop, and Levin is faced up against 5 players on the other side.
Got Profek with him. It's the best first map for him. Was in form the week before, and maybe that's just what it is. A bad day in the office for BBL, as Gravino has accelerated towards C instantaneously. Alt spawn side, a lot of clearance to be done by BBL. They've already started to make inroads, and oh, how's that caught Ara into the annihilation? Oh, it's sped up quite quickly. Got a first-class ticket.
Yeah, the other aspect to this is the fact that the pit's down for Giant X. This is going to be really hard to get back into for BBL.
Crossfire in front of the smoke. Those matters only made worse. You can look at the health pool of BBL and it's crippled. Ara taking advantage of the situation, and what do you do now? It's a save for BBL more likely than not. Seeing if they can maybe strip away some of the guns on Giant X, as their money isn't completely out of the woods, but keeping plenty alive here.
Teleport's ready.
It's going to be a massive boon to their chances, as this is already 5 rounds.
And there's money in the pocket, so you know that Giant X can now start hunting, look for any stragglers to the BBL hold. They won't find them, so we now move to the next round. I think the other aspect to this is, I kind of want to start 2 conversations here, right? One, in the fact that it is a 3-site map, so typically we have seen defences struggle, but the fact that this is a double Sentinel composition for BBL, and they are losing so heavily in some of these rounds, really starts to worry me.
Yeah, I suppose so. Obviously, Chamber not playing like a typical Sentinel would, but that's where you'd expect a player like Profek to maybe pick up a little bit more of the slack. Early util dump towards A is it's a split buy from BBL here. Neither here nor there, and same can be said for the shots from Sociable. Westside dropped to 9, but not over the threshold of Death's Door.
Everyone for BBL is in the gravity, the pull of this A side of the map, especially after GX have made it even more interesting. As players though from Giants starting to explore elsewhere on the map, and as they do, BBL capitalise. That spike is down, and has forced the two stragglers that were away from the push to have to move quicker as BBL put the forces on here. Holding on, it's just Levin who will get the last kill. That's one way to respond.
Absolutely, it's a resounding response. It's exactly what BBL needed. Sure, it comes down to the final player, Levin the last alive. Yampi getting on the board. Plenty more to celebrate for him, of course. Birthday yesterday, would love to cap it off with a win here. And starting to see that proactivity from the BBL defense that we wanted, attacking the open space, the vacuum, when things go quiet on the GX side of things, which they tend to do mid-round. Where are you looking to try and create advantages for yourself?
To the force in play. It's actually a Sociable play in front of the wall from the deadlock instead. GX look to avoid it entirely and go through B main. And BBL, as always, ready to fight and ready to brawl.
Look at Levin on board with him here. Piloting the push round the back. Be lucky to get 2. Sociable needs to get away with something, and he does. Snatches Cloud.
And look at all the information right now towards this A side. Unfortunately, the wall dissipates.
And Westside drops in B main. Right off the back of a round which BBL win by the skin of their teeth. Things look a lot more convincing in the next. Ara and Flickless, the 2 boys from UCAM still alive.
Teleport's ready.
Playing on the front line. That first shot not hitting either. The following ones. Ara put on notice, and BBL put Giant X on notice as they win the next one.
Important that they do. Bringing this within 1. Money was getting cut fine there, but now you're in op territory. Sociable starting to feel like he can offer a little bit more in that respect. Levin doing his job. I think both extremities under some serious pressure immediately from BBL. Doubling down on the aggression, and it's going to cause a timeout from GX. And this gives us the opportunity to speak about some stuff that has stayed the same for a while for them, because we speak about the amount of change that this roster has been through, but one thing that they've kept the same, even coming out of that torrid stage 1, is the partnership between Cloud and Pipson, that they've put their trust into him, and now maybe, just maybe, things are starting to be repaid.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, if you want to put a number to the story point that you're talking about here, Hazza, it's the fact there's been 10 players through the doors of GX, and I mean, finally it looks like they've got a solid 5 that they can depend upon and actually put a bit of hope into. And I mean, even Cloud's IGL, and looks like it's convincing a lot of people, starting to win them over. And as we spoke about on the desk through Kukuku and Mini, they were saying that the ideas actually look like their own.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing as well. You even speak of a person like Pipson, right? He's been with Giants since his playing career. Yeah. I mean, there was a stint here and there off elsewhere, but for the most part, he bleeds blue and black, I suppose. It doesn't sound very healthy, but the colours of the jersey, I suppose.
Yeah.
Where are you?
That operator back, not this time the Tour de Force, but an actual operator which Sociable can work with. And we've seen him get success before. And after that opening engagement and the wall down, Sociable will be able to get on the line. I don't know about this round from Giant X in the opener. They've created a question mark, but it's so easy to clear for BBL.
Yeah. And I find it interesting that we do have both towards this side of the map as well, with the mesh and the operator. Usually it's sort of one or the other, right? Controlling the extremity.
Have to know what C after that prowler through B main.
classic GX, this is a space that they want to try and fight into. Door on a swivel means that there is support at a moment's notice. Both cages invested to aid the cross, but time is starting to wear thin, and it's into Sociable's op that they're looking once again.
Yeah, GX look as if they're floundering, if I'm honest, Hazza. It's so readable, and BBL are doing so well. Look at all the information they have and all the extremities.
Same as the prior round, the only difference is there are no kills, not a drop of blood hitting the canvas, and we've reached the 30-second mark. Finally, the green light for Giant X. TP across, Prophet's already here. Ara's cottoned onto it though. Comms for the rest of the team, perhaps it's Levin leading the line instead. Two back, Yumpy still alive, playing from Bend. Dropped, Sociable arriving, but needing a little bit more. Just a headhunter bullet on either player would knock them off of their perch, but the spike goes in instead, and GX have a man advantage despite the weak health pool.
Magnum still so late to try and support Sociable here.
It's not going to catch any player either. Horn dropping over the back. Great timing to take the peak. On the chin. GX swing across BBL's jaw and leave them empty-handed yet again. 6 rounds to 4 now. Building on that lead again.
Especially when you see how well BBL mid-round from the defense in terms of their prowlers through B main, the fact that Sociable gets that early line and they're able to rotate in towards this C site, but Giant X are just shooting.
Come on!
They are not missing, and Ara's getting fired up as well. 14-5 now. 11, 17 and 7. Not a player else on BBL hitting double digits. Both raising the roof for their own teams, quite literally. As Sociable on the angle this time will not miss with a rifle in his hand.
That's a few rounds now that he's been able to peek out, get a kill and get out, giving nothing away to GX, which is going to be frustrating as they look to try and make the numbers even.
Shadows traveling.
Another 5 versus 4 for BBL. Struggled to convert them so far today. There's a trap here for Sociable, but he's playing over the shoulder of it. Still on a very tight angle, but as he drops off, that's when the peak comes in. And he has missed his chance for now.
That is true. Open the door. Levin still worried about outside of C-Mound. The only question mark is really this A space. As Clown moves up, he gets caught.
So BBL will extend their advantage. It becomes a 4 versus 2 when the dust settles. Prophet dropping off on C just a little bit. He feels like the player in the crosshairs right now. Only Westside to duel him, but wins it. Emerging from the smoke victorious. Fabinho still has a lot of ground to cover if he wants to join up with his teammate and play as a pair.
Oh no, he's facing into 2.
He's working off the information instead and may even be looking towards the A side of the map. Ill-advised. Too many ideas coursing through his brain. So BBL bring us within touching distance again. Another very close half that we're getting here, Cairo.
Yeah. And the question I have for you, Hazza, now is we're in this position, we know what the potential scoreline could be, 6-6 or 7-5. Is what would you see as a successful half for this double sentinel that BBL have right now?
I think it's difficult to say with how aggressive we know that they like to play. It's those more aggressive looks that have actually looked better for them.
Yeah.
Coming into the second half, you know the protocols they like to play, the fundamentals, the VALORANT, as it has been coined with him now firmly at the helm. You're looking at this final round, them tying up the scoreline, giving them a serious chance, and the utility which they will be dumping into rubble early.
There's a lot of information for both sides. It's Hannah's shorty and his rifle that will get the value. Caught through the annihilation. Is there still fights ensuing on the side? Oh, close to it. Magnum able to get the kill that he was promised. Now there's more to be and try and get...
Oh, the Sociable's already here. He's all the way through. This is the chance! Sociable with a Red Bull clutch. And we will have a tied game at the half.
That we will. And it's again through BBL's aggression and their ability to recuperate after losing so many players. We'll find out exactly how their attack will go after a quick break. Swim sheet. So far between BBL and Giant X on Lotus, it's been a battle of the raises. 11 on 17, Ara on 16 kills respectively. And well, both teams have put on a show so far.
Yeah, they definitely have. I think BBL will probably still be happy to see that defense side go. Really struggled with the retakes in their opening game. Only a 24% conversion, and they didn't win a single one in that first half. The thing is though, they're now moving on to the attack. And if my memory serves, they didn't win a single round on attack on Icebox.
That's going to be the worrying thing to consider here. As they start things off, majority through B main, and Sociable gives away that first blood.
It's those sheriffs, man. Buy a sheriff on the pistol, just equals stocks every single time, and arrows are starting to skyrocket as Flickless, he slightly overdoes it there in defense of his own site. There is support starting to now flood through main behind the Viper wall as the spike is yet to go in.
BBL look for a ways of escape from that B site as they try to go through the Hobbit door. Instead though, they stick around and there's a player to re-clear.
Look, I mean, the barrier mesh has dropped towards Waterfall. It should be up for most of this post-plant. You've got both sensors towards A side. That's where West side has just been posted up, bookmarking the space. The other player is Grabino. He's still embedded in main, and with that kill, it turns the numbers even further in GX's favor.
Yeah, 2 players to the good. All you need to do is trade things down, although BBL...
2v2.
That's going to be easier. I mean, the other player all on his own is West side, and Prophet gets 2 on his own, putting an advantage towards BBL, and they'll get both pistols on Lotus.
Prophet plays best with his back to the wall. Honestly, that game against Heretics the other day, the Sunset, should have ended 13-6. For the 5 rounds that they won, majority of them spurred on by Prophet. It's not been the best start to the day for him, but it's moments like this that get you going. It was a brilliant bit of utility here from Magnum, the net, to just set up the play.
David, let me kiss your forehead, David. Let me kiss your forehead.
But this is the round that we need to take note of, because last time it was a thrifty for GX.
Oh, but 5 classics, Cairo. They couldn't.
Oh, don't say that.
They shouldn't.
You are chancing. You're chancing your luck. So Giant X at this moment in time. Prophet though looks to be the one to stop it.
Couple of missed shots here and there. Prophet trying to trace Flickless back through the wall. Cloud, actually, sorry. It's all GX players over on A right now. C is open for the taking. That's where BBL can post their feet up, but there's little in it. They are already here.
Yeah, it's been a foot race that Giant X haven't really lost by that much of a margin. And
great mesh.
Utility to work with. It's not really hitting, it's just BBL just overwhelming what was on that side. Spike will go down.
This is one of the reasons why BBL should still be a threat on the attack side, the deadlock.
Yeah.
And the chamber as well. They are much more offensive sentinels than if you were running a Vice, for example, or a Cypher. The Gravnet coming up often as a signature ability means that he can be such a nuisance. And in these post plants, shutting down lanes, stopping the flood of bodies back there, the blue shirts on the GX side, that counts for a lot.
Yeah, for me, I understand what you're saying about the deadlock, but with the chamber, if I'm honest, I think the jury's still out on it. I'm not fully convinced. I mean, we look at Sociable's Sociable stats right now, 6 to 10 at the minute, and it's mostly been first bloods.
Nice.
Don't worry, mate. I'm not saying he's playing any good. I just think the pick works on paper. It's fine.
That's terrible. That is terrible.
It is, but all good. As you said, jury's still out. 2 rounds in it. BBL looking for a change of fortune. Ara the first line of defense, as he has been so many times. His B site is fortified by Flickless's wall. They've really bolted down the hatches here. Could be a bit of an issue, and Westside does give the audio, but BBL don't look to scale just yet.
Oh, hello. I don't know about that. Oh,
yeah.
Sociable has got the 2 kills.
Well, it was bound to happen, wasn't it? And on 5 HP, he's going to get another one. That's a triple kill for Sociable, but the round isn't done just yet. He's paved BBL's golden road. Not quite to Paris, but the A site.
Yeah, Paris is well far away for BBL at this moment in time. Sure, they might be the gatekeeper in terms of champions points, but that could easily change with a loss in this matchup as Flickless and Westside separated, come in at different angles.
Toxin screen down.
Flickless, and oh, there he was again. The young 29-year-old rookie from Turkey. Evan does trade it out though, and jokes aside, Westside now into 2v1, which feels rigged against him. Multiple angles to contend. Levin can gain info. There is no half stick. There is no round. BBL up to 9.
And 1 away from double digits, which is going to be an important mark that we all have to take note of, an important milestone, and how BBL are going to be able to achieve it is against a thrifty round. It's a lovely round from Sociable as well. Just after you said that...
No! But that's the theory, right? He has the TP to fall back on. He's making as much space as he possibly can. He knows if he goes down swinging and gets a couple of kills, I mean, even the one, has set them up. So it's not just Levin leading the line. There is someone else there behind it. See, look, it came together in the end, and now GX have got some thinking to do because this one has very quickly gotten out of control.
Yeah, that it has, and it's again something that we just spoke about just before we were speaking about Sociable, was the fact that it is against a thrifty round, right? That defense can sometimes fall on hard times, and that it has here. And I mean, you can see it in terms of the buys right now on your screen. Sociable is going to be picking up an outlaw, so I imagine it'll be a lot more labelled approach on the attack when they're facing up against this, because Giant X a couple of times have tried to create a trap, right? They've tried to invite BBL in and then hit them with a hook. Whether that's going to land this time is something entirely different, but it's one to keep note of when we move into this next round.
There.
Before, when we had GX on this map, it was the movable object, was it? The stoppable force? One of the two. But stage 1 feels like a long way behind this team. The question is, can they really live up to that Dark Horse mantle and take down the team which have usurped it from them? Through their own merit, of course. Of course, GX have never really had the results that have convinced you fully. They've just sort of been in that halfway house where they take a map and then sort of into the second and third as the night gets long that the problems arise. How has that experience shaped them? Lots of pressure put towards A. BBL with an immediate reaction.
Yeah, that's how you would expect this round to go with the way that BBL had set up. Wait for Giant X to make the first move. There's utility here to try and clear out, which BBL have done so successfully. The doors are open, the spike can go down, and there's, again, double Sentinel utility you have to try and get through when you're on an eco for Giant X.
Center towards CT. Ara does trigger, it drops out, allows Flickless an opportunity to fight back in the clear air. 4v4, Magnum sort of solo holding, committed to the corner. They're still claiming the kills with Profek and Sociable onto form themselves, and the ults continuing to build for BBL as they reach double digits. This next round is where those last 60 seconds went for GX.
Yeah, I mean, this is them building up round by round, ready to release the power that they've been building up. Kind of like for Dracos, maybe watching kind of like a set W, you know? You get able to like take the damage and then let it go.
You know, with all these league references, let it be known you are the one who ints Mini's games.
Wouldn't you dare say that?
Sorry. Anyone else?
Listen, I'll bring up those bot lane stats if I need to.
Look, I'm just a fly on the wall, as we are to this GX push. A split through B main and C. Out on sand, and look, it's just Yampy left. That one was over in an instant, but it's a complete change of pace. Something which GX have been good at doing when they need to. The slight problem for me is, can you make that repeatable?
Yeah, I agree. Where does Yampy even go? He's got a minute to work with, right? Like, money in the pocket.
Tell you where he goes. To his microphone, and he tells his team what it is else that they want to do.
Yeah, I think like what it's basically an impromptu timeout that he's able to use to talk to his team and kind of work things out. And that's why we're seeing him take so long to go back to the spike and attempt a 1 versus 5.
He knows the situation is screwed, so extends the play a little longer. Used to be called a French timeout back in the day, right? The teams that pioneered it, a regional thing perhaps, but given a chance, you know, shots in the dark. BBL will not be winning this round, but that comes to no surprise. It's an in-zone flawless, in fact, to make the play that GX did and to win it so convincingly. I mean, BBL were not expecting this at all. Players looking every which way. Okay.
Maybe a bit of luck there? Maybe.
Never.
But the biggest aspect to this is that it was a reaction to what BBL had done in the previous round.
Sure, and it was what I said before. Is it repeatable? I'm seeing 3 players at the C barrier.
But there's nobody at B.
There is a trap and a wall, though.
Yeah, there is. Again, taking their time. It's players noted, and that was 2 that would have been held through the grav net used. As they now begin to assault towards A, and it's only Westside. He has no utility to support this, so he's probably better to drop out.
I mean, it's only Westside on the east side. Everyone else on the opposite end of the map. He's got to come up here, huge here. He's not going to get anything, leaves empty-handed. Aerosol does make light work of Magnum. And GX have all of grass at their disposal. In the meantime, the offense is looking elsewhere.
Yeah, the BBL are now looking for expansive control as they've lost the main space, and now Giant X are starting to move through it.
They could very quickly find themselves a 2v1 against Grabinho here as well. He's the only player in CT.
This is going to be a big fight, but the players don't go for it. More distracted by the side pushing. Ada has got 3 for his trouble.
Such an open plant.
It's whether they can get onto it though as Levin managed to get 1, and Prophet now known about, forced out of Silent Drop and dropped himself. Giant X reduced that gap once again, and it's only down to 2.
Such huge value from the timeout as well. I mean, to go for that play, and then this round kind of lean to a similar setup and look at the retake. I think it's Magnum's unlucky not to land his ult there before going down.
I really like this from Giant X because they're playing into BBL's...
No
response from Yampy.
No.
Well, but the point is that Giant X are just reading into BBL's tendencies here. They've even picked up an Odin to stop any Lux. It's Grubby that's actually using that towards A.
Yeah, he's picked up the Odin. He's going to be playing from tree. You've got spammable walls here for him to try and go for.
Bring them down.
Looking back at the footage when he was on Koi, I did it so you didn't have to. He started A on the last Lotus that he played, all but 1 round, so it's very expected for him to be there. The spam catches nothing though. BBL start to embed themselves in the middle of the map, take some of this control as Levin is forced to use the nade to break the traps again. He only gets 1.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance to luck through it, right? Or create a kind of luck time and a question mark, but Giant X are holding on to that, so that question mark won't be able to be used. At the same time though, a re-clear comes through, so Sociable now known about, and a Viper's Pit deposited.
West side, so cheeky. Takes the timing as the pit is flooding outwards. Catches Sociable in the gap. Finds the first blood of the round. In the meantime, Profek has jumped between the lines. Ara is needed to be considered here. From the broken door, he strikes. 11 sent packing. As the rest of BBL will be very shortly.
Spike finally on the ace side, and Yampi gets caught off guard by Flickless. So it's a 2 versus 5, which BBL have to try and win. They've already got off to a great start.
They're boxed into the site again, and with that kill not coming through from Profek, there is nowhere to fight. They are against the wall.
Yeah, this is something BBL have always been good at, and it's just Magnum. He's already found the first in a 1 versus 4, but has to try and fight through a snake bite, and he'll just dissolve into nothing. Kind of like what BBL have done on this attack.
Yeah, BBL, so many people getting excited about them, like the candy floss at the fairground, and it started raining in Berlin.
It feels like a TikTok restaurant. You get excited about something that could potentially be the next big thing, and right now it looks like it's fallen into nothing. They just can't deal with the height, the pressure of the position that they find themselves in.
I was really wondering where you were going with that.
You like it?
Yeah, I did. I'm just glad you know, didn't mention Labubus. Yeah, da pants Labubus.
Nah, man, I'm not letting you
It
away
seems
with
like
that.
a good idea until you realise it costs 70 euros. But
Yeah.
here we go, timeout again.
€70?
I know, I didn't believe it either. And you wouldn't believe this scoreline if you had arrived in a time machine from any other point in the season. GX closing in on BBL right now. 3 rounds in a row. Timeout called, Thinky there by Pal's side, and something we haven't said is, you know, he is sort of intimately aware of the players on the other side, and maybe that plays a factor. He was at UCAM since the end of 2023, and in those 2 years, he worked directly with Grabino, and more recently with Flickless and Ara.
Yeah, and I think as well, this is something that the Tier 2 system, you always find little nuggets like that, right? Like players who have played against one another.
No, I was a big fan of Flickless' goodbye message, actually. Didn't speak Spanish. He said, "Oh, you're forever my Calvito." And I thought, oh, that sounds really sweet. It means bald. So, no love lost, I'm sure, in the server right now anyway, as we dive into a round where GX can look to tie things up against a bad buy for BBL.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. It is a bad buy, but Levin does have a showstopper, and if it gets into a bad spot, GX do have that Nightfall, the Fade ultimate to retake with.
They're committed to the initial spam, but all it does is cover fire for Westside, playing in Hobbit, but feeling no pressure on his shoulders. This blanket coverage means that BBL are stuck, and look at the spike. On the wrong side of the door.
Yeah, and Profek doesn't even have an ultimate to try and grab it onto the while they go.
Okay, is Westside aware of this? 2 players to face him, can't correct in time. Profek finds that one.
And let's look at Ara. He's nowhere near this part of the map at all, still moving through spawn. So this is going to be a straight up 3 versus 3 on the A side.
Oh, but Levin, through the decay, the spam, and everything else, BBL are caught in a closed net. The map's starting to feel minuscule for them as their chances continue to fade. Ara's opening up the angle. Sociable's walking into trouble. 10-all. And while that isn't going to be the best buy you see from BBL in the next couple of rounds, it was still an opportunity, and another which GX will nail on.
We go back all even once again, and we now we need to start having a wider conversation about BBL and crunch games. Games where
Boys,
that
I
are
have to do something
important
crazy, my bad.
and positions that they find themselves in, right? Sure, we've seen them do great runs, but in this split, they are the gatekeepers in Champs points, especially if they win this game. They'll be all even with Vitality and waiting for them to play later in the week.
Sound sensor up, barrier deployed.
I don't want to find yourself in that position for GX. They need that deep run, the deepest. I'm talking grand finals. Who knows, anything is possible. VALORANT after all, and Sociable is very lucky to get away with 1 point of health there with a snake bite, snatching at his coattails.
And Ara forced all the way back through the Prowler's annihilation to clear out backside. Giant X are really committing to these rotates, and you need to be aware of Sociable, who's through B main. Spike denied.
Oh, and it's a fake of the net from Cloud. Gets one more. Magnum at the double, though. 2v3. Same two players that converted the pistol from before. Or 3v3, sorry. But where's Sociable? Still 1 HP. Westside's got him dead to rights. And he is now.
Yeah, but it's a 2 versus 2 on site, and both players need to wait for Westside to get into position, because they're retaking with an op.
What? Oh, Ara's done so much damage already with the first canister of the shorty. Satcheling out, he wants the next. He'll find it onto Magnum. Prophet last left. Just to dodge the ult, the TP is a reserved one. As is the plant. What? Coward round the corner. Prophet's managed to claim one more. 3 points of health, but less than 3 seconds. The defuse has been stuck by Ara. The balls of steel will seal round 11 for GX, and that train continues.
It's heartbreak for BBL, but it's 5 in a row for Giant X. This is now starting to head into the realms of possibility. I can't believe that BBL are capitulating like this.
Yo, Yampi! Yampi, yo!
Don't think they've responded just yet. 5 rounds?
Well, they need to respond with a round, Kyra. That's now 5 in a row.
Sociable's picked up the op on this attack side.
Scatter.
Tracking the grav net as it's going to land towards upper. That was the set piece to put Prophet in a position of power. The spike is on Yumpy though. And at the back of this pack, it means he's late to the B side.
And well, Giant X are not, because you look at the players close by, they're ready to go at a moment's notice.
Exactly.
Sociable's late through A, that's the other thing to note here.
And 4 utility belts on a few GX players. I'm looking at the nade and tether combo. It is coming in a little bit disjointed, doesn't catch a single player, but Magnum behind the wall is an issue. There needs to be trades on site if BBL are to win this. Or maybe they just need Levin's judge. The net again finds huge value from Magnum, and it's Levin to end it all. Finally BBL reach 11 rounds, but it's a tight game.
Yeah, it's a labelled attempt to reach 11. They should have been here a lot earlier, but they are not out of the woods just yet. I mean, the next round, if it's won by Giant X, that bye could get suspect, but it's also the same for BBL if they win it. You look at what Giant X have in their back pocket. This is a big swing round.
It begins.
I've said many times before, BBL have struggled to stop teams in their tracks when they begin to pick up speed. Is this first round enough to post them on 12 first? GX take that next step into the unknown, really. We had no idea that the roster would look this good given the time. But a couple months away seems to have done so much from those debutantes to now.
Still, it's 2 rounds away, and that 2 rounds can feel like a canyon to try and bridge.
Indeed.
Now, I mean, there was a player known about through Hobbit. It wasn't Grabinho. It was Cloud, who was in that position before. Sociable's done so well to scale BBL up through here, on towards the A site, and get that spike down. And with Giant X being in the position, the buy that they're in, the question is, do you save?
I feel like you have to, yeah. And just taking stock of the ults really quick, Sociable finds one more there, which means he will have the tour de force in the next. We did see BBL actually running double ops with him and Levin before. I'm wondering if maybe coming into what will be round 24, do you want to see if you can play for a pick early on, get something from that? Also think about Magnum as well. He's 2 off and leading this chase to try and find the final couple players. But it's Ara.
Go get him.
He's been lights out, and the kill leader so far in this map. BBL will find that number 12 that has eluded them for what seems to be the longest time. Finally, we are on map point for Lotus, which could potentially send us to what everyone wants, Road. Yeah, everyone? I'd say everyone, well, Yeah, apart from...
Oh,
No, I would. Giant X, I think, are the only ones who
That's
don't want
true.
it at this point, for sure.
And looking at things here, that operator has been dropped to the ground. Sociable is on a judge. Doesn't look like anyone else is going to be picking it up. And for GX, the buy is ropey at best. BBL doing it their way and playing max regulation. As the whole server is alerted. Sociable is online and you can't give him that respect anymore. Cloud in the corner, door shutting at his back. Aris here as well. The nade is what they need to bail out.
Win that space back, which is important for Giant X. And as for BBL here, they have the options to go for a B split instead. No, it's all players on the A side of the map.
Worried about a potential reaction there. Players main, you walk into so many different angles.
Taking a breath, seeing if anyone's going to peek them.
Sociable holding for the jump, but Flickless.
Teleport's ready.
Just showed the shoulder there. Finally, the Hobbit push comes in. It's a flash, and Magnum's ult searching elsewhere will claim Flickless, but the kill's in the feed of blue. GX with the first couple. It will go 4v3 once the ult is said and done, but there's still a player towards A. That's Westside, has the trap, and the spike is down. It's not yet moving.
It's whether they can find Westside here in 3. That's going to be the big kill in this round.
Playing with the Bucky too. Up close and personal, trying to force OT, but it may not come down to his hands. It might be Sociable. Levin by his side in the 2v2. Both raises up and kicking in the server, but it's Levin with the lay of the law right now. Ara's got to win the 1v2. He has his first. And while health will not be an advantage for him, the shots have been sharp.
Both players have been so good. They've been hitting head after head. But it's finally these two to decide whether we go to overtime or whether we go to that third map.
Levin the bright spark at the start of the year, and Ara now looking to take his place on the throne. Levin flicks to the eruption on the BBL side of the stage. We are going to corrode after all. And between the two raises, it's the young Turk to take them there.
Yampi tweeted after the last game that they were so happy about the change of mentality that the team could do. They needed that mentality in this map. And we go to corrode for that third one. Do not go far because we'll be going to it shortly after a break.
Either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof up in the air. This round I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away.
I'll give it one more try. I don't know why.
Nice! Nice! Nice, boys! This is it! Come on, boys! Come on! Nice! Let's go, boys! This is the round! This is the round! Let's go! Nice! Nice! David! Let me kiss your forehead, David! Let me kiss your forehead! Mwah!
A greater love story has never been told. We're still waiting to see him kiss that forehead, but I guess we'll have to wait a little bit longer. Also, I mean, for GX, who were very vocal, they said Yampy, they were trying to get his attention. It seems like they got it. BBL bringing it back.
I like the back and forth, you know? Like, we may have no audience, but they're bringing all the energy that we need to watch this match.
I mean, 100%. And look, when we came into this match, we thought it was going to be all about the chamber, where, you know, he's going to set up, they're going to be these picks, sociable, it's going to be all about him. Well, we were wrong. He actually wasn't that important, I'm sorry, but not really that important at all. Instead, it was all about Lowen. This was an incredible, incredible performance for Duelist. This is exactly what you want when you have a Raze on your team.
Yeah, it felt like both Levin and Aura together were just matching each other throughout the game completely, and it was Levin who just came out on top on the end. The Lotus Raze is just an iconic one where you can just be so explosive, and that's what Levin was.
But I think it's even more important because previously we've always had this conversation of, oh my god, BBL are moving towards putting Levin always on the jet, somewhere that he's going to be very comfortable. But if he's evolving past that, if he can succeed and feel very comfortable and have this kind of performances in other agents, yeah, everybody should be very ready for it.
Something to note is, like, I think that, like, Levin, when he starts games quite strong, he got those 2 opening kills on the pistol and then had a big round here early on. It seems like he's able to thrive on that success. It's when Levin's a bit quieter at the start, I get worried for him, but I don't think it matters what agent that is necessarily. It's just that it's easier for him to do it on Jet.
To do it on Jet, like. Yeah. I think that even if with Jet, even if that happens on like round 5, I think that he can still bounce back because he might feel a little bit more comfortable. But these things also come with time and with having very good set rounds and this kind of performances.
Yeah, and I think big for Levin and for BBL that they can bounce back, right? We were obviously very hyped on GX in the previous segment.
Though. Jesus.
Oh, seemingly rightfully so.
That's insane, man.
Production, I'm going to be honest. We were really trying to hype Levin up, and then you run the graphic where Aura's got the better numbers. This is
yeah, I mean, Levin's numbers in isolation are ludicrous, and then Aura's even make his look a bit weak, which is crazy. That's just how this match went. It was just the Razes just matching each other all the way through and just popping off.
I just hope that we get more Raze stuff coming into the next match. I mean, is it a Corrode?
Corrode is open. We don't know what is the duelist meta right now.
Okay.
What do you think?
I mean, I would like to see the Yoru. I would like to see... What would I like to see, actually? Like, I know that Aura can be good on anything. I think that... I would like to see the Yoru head-to-head. I would like to see Sociable on the chamber again. Like, I know that we were saying that the narrative from when we went in and what it ended up being was different. I think that, to me, there were 2 big surprises. One, Magnum on the deadlock. I think that especially when we turn onto the attack, BBL started to be so strong on those executes. We saw the 2v4 in the pistol. We saw many things about Magnum that actually helped them close this map. I don't think that they could have won without that deadlock. And also the chamber and the operator on the attack.
Yeah, I agree. So here, like, even we saw, like, straight off the bat, like, Giant BBL were able to win almost like with no economy whatsoever off the back of just a simple grab net. And that's the power of Deadlock, is it's a refresh, it's your iconic, what's the word, sorry? It's your refresh util.
Signature.
Signature. Thank you, Drake.
Wow, you know,
at least we have
someone has to know how the game works. Thank you.
Signature ability, and he got so much value with his net in general. Like Levin, a lot of Levin's kills were actually from that net. And closing out these rounds, yeah, Magnum did a great job.
Like, I mean, well, coming into it, I wasn't going to say anything the moment because Cuckoo, you were like, Magnum is Magnum. And I was like, of course, duh. And I didn't want to be the person to mess up the vibe, but I didn't understand. Now I understand.
Okay.
This man is setting people up. The question is this repeatable for BBL? Has the spark in our eyes when we talk about GX disappeared, or is this just feeling like a close matchup? Where are we at? Because we were really excited about GX. Coming into this, I thought it might be the 2-0. BBL fought back. Who's favored in Corrode? It's kind of a blank slate.
It's an absolute blank slate. Like, I think that maybe Giant X should be favored because they had the choice of going to Haven or going here to Corrode. And just because of the extra time that they should have had, I'm expecting great things.
I'm going to disagree, and I think that BBL are generally just the better team, I think. But I'm very impressed with how Giant X are stepping up in this stage.
This is almost a 2-0. No, like I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah. So I would favor BBL despite the fact not having as much time to prep this map potentially. But I'm just so excited because we get to see Corrode and we've only seen it once.
What would you like to see? Would you, what for example, like you're saying that you favor BBL. What approach do you think they should take? Like double Sentinel, double controller?
Chamber, maybe. Chamber's a sociable classic. I think Vice and Chamber
Prophet should be on the Omen, no? Okay, let's he's on the Astra, and Levin is now giving us the second Phoenix. We thought it was just going to be Aves, and Aves also said, hey, I think that we're going to see more of the agent and more players are going to pick it up.
I'm sorry, can we get a camera on Minnie's face right now? Because I've never seen someone pucker up like they're eating sour candy more. You look completely and totally displeased. Don't hold it, brother. What do you think we're here for? I want to know. You're here to tell us what you think. What do you think?
Do you think?
I'm not impressed. I think Giant X, like I said, Double Initiator is not in right now. I don't think Corrode's even a map that Double Initiator should thrive with either. So I'm not too happy with Giant X's comp. BBL on the other hand, I've never liked the Omen Astra pairing. Personally, I would just prefer a Viper. I like Astra on this map, but just play it with a Viper in my opinion. Phoenix, who knows? You got some orbs, you could go get some ults. Another Gecko. I don't see why you need Gecko on this map either. I don't think you need to plant with the Gecko. I don't think you need to retake with the Gecko necessarily.
Maybe it's a refreshable. You see there's a lot of corners. That is probably one of the things that I'm most excited about because I do not remember a single time where Yampi has played the Gecko. I don't think he's ever played it in an official before. Are we getting Gecko operator?
Gecko operates.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that Yampi just goes onto that one because on the right side, yes, we're seeing the double initiator that you do not like, but I would say it's more conservative.
Yeah, it's just standard.
Play. Yeah, it's very standard. Even though we still haven't set the standard for Corrode, it should be just on paper, easier for everybody to understand. Is the one on BBL that we have the most questions, like playing this double controller with the Astra and the Phoenix as the sole duelist. Like I feel like there's some like.
There's opportunity for BBL to surprise here with weirdness because there's a bunch of agents that don't. This combination of agents is very new and unique. It's a new map. If they need to have some cool things and justify playing this composition, in my opinion.
I just cannot believe that Levin is playing Phoenix. Like, what is this?
Believe it. It's happening. We're going to casters. It's time to see if what BBL has cooked up is enough to take down Giant X's. They've got something a bit more standard. Casters, take it away.
EMEA and meta reads. What can I say, Cairo? I thought that with these two teams playing Corrode, it was maybe the best chance we would see a double controller come out because the typical one right now in EMEA is double initiator, but I wasn't really expecting these two. Something I will say about the Phoenix and Gecko is you do have a very nice double flash combo. Yeah, I agree. And just for confirmation, that Kukuka said, it is Yampi's first ever game on Gecko, so that's an interesting one. And well, it's both teams' first ever game on Corrode as we send things off with a barrier drop and an A-main brawl. This space goes for free to the attack side, but BBL want to try and fight it with some of those flashes. Yampi is in mid in the meantime. Neither team really fighting too heavily for that right now as it is smoked off. I think it's most interesting for me that it's Magnum that's ended up on the info. West side gets rid of Prophet though, and that's going to be a big loss, as well as Magnum basically opening up that A side of the map. Giant X think better of it. Probably going to head towards B. See a lot of the value from Cloud's utility, the Prowler, the Haunt, to open up this space as Yampi. Let's catch him first, and we'll walk away with two. Two more needed for Sociable. He's already found the first. One deep. West side on the other side, and he's finished off. BBL now 3 for 3 in their opening pistols. They've struggled to shut down momentum, but building it up, no problem. Why did GX not just move on towards the A side of the map after they get the fight won? Especially after getting Magnum, they doubt themselves, right? They get the kill here and then decide, oh, let's go back and re-clear mid. Where there's players already been, and you know that. You allow the chance for BBL to fight back through, and they win it out. BBL coming back from behind.
the story of the series as GX start to head into mid with a lot more velocity on this round. It's just classics in hand. Yeah, BBL already showing where their priorities lie in this comp, how they want to try and play together. It's Levin supported by a huge reveal, and the ace is taken away at the very end, but it's flawless. Nonetheless, an in-zone flawless.
Sociable, he's put on watch, you know. that's shocking.
Hey, look, he wins them the pistol.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. Maybe we'll let him away with it this time. But most importantly, after that last round, is we now have the run it back for the Phoenix. And if you were watching the KC game earlier on Sunset, you know exactly the type of value that it will bring.
Flashing your teammates?
You said it, not me.
Right there. As the run it back available now, you can see Horn coming out on the GX side as Levin is already making inroads to this back line, catching Grabino in position, but not winning the fight. Now look at the positions on the GX side. They are all the way behind where the typical spawn barriers would usually be. They have regressed in position.
I think it's crazy after the past 2 rounds that GX are so scared of mid. And this is massive for BBL, the fact that they're being able to create that conditioning, because mid is a very important part of this map.
To be able to pressure for some kind of a split push, because if GX walks straight through A main here, up the guts and try and take this solo, typically the geometry would mean that BBL are quite happy to hold on to it. And with the double controller in the comp as well, the global presence of Profek, able to bring them to a halt, but Ara's already made his way through that first corridor in towards Elbow, and Levin has shouldered some of the way to set up Sociable, who gets the double dink but no second kill.
Yeah, but the stinger from Magnum up close and personal. Hasn't even able to get the kill either. So it's up to the 2 bulldogs of Profek and Yampy.
Spike planted.
Retaking from mid here, not the easiest of tasks. No player spawn side, Profek a little bit eager. Yampy can't join up with him. As the wingman, of course, but that's almost out of the question. Cloud catching him. The rivalry between the two IGLs continuing. Verbals exchanged in the server this time. GX respond.
Yeah, they do respond. I'm worried about how they interacted with mid as we moved through this map. But they did well to execute on towards A, but
good job, clean.
By the same margin, I think that BBL's game plan being, taking this expansive mid control needs to then translate to them doing something with it, I think. Because you look at GX having all of these tools, they're happy to sit back, invite that pressure, and then execute. See Yampy already using the mosh there to stop that initial claim of space.
But I feel as if with that last round, it was like missing an open net for BBL, right? The ball went across them, across the face of goal, and they weren't able to put it in. Grabino,
40 yards out.
Yeah. That's a screamer. Again, though, still respecting what BBL are doing in mid, not even interacting with this mid smoke, and that'll allow a chance for Levin to walk in. Players are playing anti-flash.
Still pushing GX all the way back as we cross the minute mark. BBL have been very lax in how they're holding B. That extremity has gone almost untouched by both sides so far, other than Cloud just keeping watch as fights take place in middle. Levin wins them, 2 in fact, to make a 2-on-2, as GX still have no real progress on the map, but the fights are falling quite favorably for them.
It's almost like a game of like pick your champion, right? Like in terms of like duels. They're running at each other with lances and seeing who's going to win out. This time, we've ended up even. The A site's been completely forfeited for BBL.
It's going to be another retake of that site on the right-hand side. A lot of angles to be cleared by GX. This does start to chip away at the time bank just a little bit, but plant open enough. Lots to be considered. Sociable dropping a smoke down on the spike itself as both controllers come through the link again.
The worrying aspect for the attack here is that BBL, as they retake, will have the flash of the paranoia, and there's not a lot of utility in GX's pockets either.
Again, first player in, and the spacing is off. Sociable not quite behind him, finding the burst! The transfer to the second! Sociable saving the day. BBL back on the board.
You want to talk about open nets and misses? That's a big one right there. A 2 versus 1. And what happens with the second player? I don't know if they get caught by the paranoia. Would love to see. At the same time, yeah, like this mid-fight, the fact that everyone's just like kind of 1v1ing each other is just a bit of a weird round in general.
Coming down to the Red Bull clutch, right to the wire. Yeah, Cloud was blinded, so that's where your comms get really tested in a situation like that. A wide berth on the paranoia, but always talking about new maps and wanting to try and simplify things. I think maybe that's what we're seeing from both of these teams here as they're fleshing out how they want to play it. It is very straightforward right now.
It is, and well, that B side of the map is fully being explored this time by GX. Grubby using the same angle, but he isn't getting the value that he found before. We need to be looking at that B site, and the fact that Profik is going to be in a very difficult situation if he faces into 2. I said that, and of course,
I don't know how he's done that. It's one of those situations, he comes off the angle, they're on the line, and then somehow Pika's advantage is huge on land.
Yeah, that's the second time that we've seen Grubby get a kill from the exact same spot.
Yeah. And that's also something we have to call into question. How much do BBL want to entertain this? The story of week 1 was how disciplined they would end up being. Finally, we start to see some of that signature defender-sided proactivity towards B in the late round, anticipating the possibility of A and helping that rotation.
Yeah, but it's the crossfire and A main that's really going to be tested here as Sociable has to dip off. It's a nice paranoia, and he's been able to get through the utility, stand, withhold. Players up close and personal. This Phantom's going to be at the perfect range! I thought he was going to get one more! And now Levin's left in a difficult situation with his position known about, and the players close by ready to capitalise. Instead, the support comes through when it's needed, and Profik was able to support.
Brilliant call from BBL there towards the late stages of the round to collect that information and have more players towards A anyway, where you see those progressive lines of cover mean that it can be such a hard one to chew through if you don't leave yourself enough time. He's looking every which way here as Sociable unleashes, empties the mag, and just, you can see how much it means. I mean, it has to at this point. As we say, 0-2 feels like a death sentence in groups.
It's a brilliant start so far. Wow, it's just going to be straight up replay. Yeah. They've realised that there's not a lot of utility in the rounds previous, and as they try and come through, the initiators aren't able to hold it, or, well, Yampy and Profik aren't, sorry. That spike will go down with upgrades to be had.
Spike planted.
Ara was in the ult, but has a gun now as well, so it doesn't matter. They can play this as a truer post plant, but the amount of space that Giant X have is huge towards the spawn side. Gonna have Ara up in the tower if needed. The Nightfall to just... okay, what? You should be converting this, GX. Talk about open nets. It's a goal line clearance from BBL. This has somehow turned into a 3v1 against Grubby. And he's lost it!
No button.
Talk to me, Cairo.
I'm lost for words, mate. I am lost for words. That has got to be heartbreaking. And we speak about, me and you use the term timeout territory, but you'll see the moment come up in a second with the Guardian missing what should have been the easiest kill in the world. There it is. And yeah, from then on in,
and the reminder.
Yeah, what else is there to say about it?
There is to say is that BBL find themselves 4 rounds to the good, and Ara was the start of a GX performance which went dark on map 2. Needs to shine bright here, Yumpy in the corner. Not yet clear. Phantom gets to work, and with 3 picked up, the bank balance broken of GX. That next purchase, no better than the last. BBL standing 5 players strong and soon to be 6 rounds.
Yeah, if there was any sort of doubt about BBL's position, their form, or whenever GX were able to throw at them, this time round, BBL looked back to their old selves, and they're really cementing themselves within the league as a team to be worried about if they're able to win this map as convincingly as possible.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad that you got onto that because I was just about to say, I think GX definitely giving them a run for their money, but I mean, Corrode would be a serious asset. While we have the time, we talk about the BBL map pool. They lost Pearl, they lost Split. Those were the home grounds. And I want to bring up a quote that we had from Pal, the only real link to the new map coming into this, that he said, you know, there's a world where they are embracing the new map and teams should be aware of it. But there's also, you know, no fear in going back to what's been comfortable for them before. And sure, we've seen them send a couple of bind bans now as well. They've sort of flexed between maps before. They were running a 7-map pool starting off the year. So there is always comfort for them there to diversify their options. But
yeah, I think as well, and it's a wider conversation that has been had out with the broadcast and within the broadcast between all the talent members in terms of like where do we see like the road meta in terms of EMEA and who's going to be the first to really establish themselves on it first and demand that other teams.
Don't they say that I'm Thanos? Thanos is here, top mid. Thanos is top
his fingers. A lazy clear, perhaps, and GX fading off. But this one is far from done. We are only 7 rounds in with an 8th coming up, and Pipson now gets to say his piece. And I tell you what, for someone who has been hot-headed before, now is the time to sort of focus up and say your piece. Powell with a smile on his face, thinky, having a thinky.
Do you know what, mate? Do you know what?
I had to at some point. I have to. I'm sorry. He's a coach, and his name is Thinky.
Yeah, but that's the whole point, right? It's low-hanging fruit. You are like a puppy when you like you dangle a treat or something. You always go for the easy option. Sorry,
it's done now. It's done now. No, thanks. No, you've hurt my feelings.
Yeah, I really had to go at you there.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Everyone can see it now. Broadcast to the world. You know what it's really like behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Into the next round. BBL with 3 ults here. And this is where you're wondering, what have they got cooked up? Usually you're waiting until that attack side to see the strat book really take to the server, and to be honest, if GX aren't going to force their hand, it might be a while before we see those invested, and it is a slightly stronger B defense this time, as GX have gotten in here.
There's a really big line-up there all the way from back in spawn, but I mean, after the first couple engagements, we end up all even. West side caught out through a lot, and this is going to be difficult now as the spike goes down, because how do you even hold on with the buy you have?
Arrow down to 1, decayed by the Nightfall retake coming in, the flying Yampi, folds him in half. BBL on the site and just Cloud left. 1v2, no sound, no chance. Profek cuts him out of the alcove. 7 for BBL.
Yeah. It was a nice attempt. There's a lineup that we actually saw from the knife that was really nice from long way back. I caught off guard by it, but generally throughout this site take, BBL just had so much to work with. Knew what they needed to, and Westside getting caught off guard is really difficult as well, because that could have been like a late win condition that burns a lot of time for BBL's retake.
Just wondering, was there not a smoke in tower when Grubby went for that?
Maybe it was late.
Go, go, go!
I'm unsure.
But it's not going to help their cause as, again, another round starts, and Yampi continues moshing away. Sweat off the brow as far as he's concerned, as GX have actually nestled themselves in mid quite nicely here for the first time, putting the pressure on, the stun from the Neon, claiming this for their own. The reaction from BBL, take elbow.
Yeah, go for the weak arm of the push belt. There is no arm of the push there, which is something to notice. Sociable looks to just win out everything sent his way. BBL in front and in charge. Or so you would think. Denying.
Last player standing.
Oh, I was going to say denying any chance on to winning this round. Giant X finally double up their round count.
The reposition from Magnum, but GX were aware of it. Sometimes that's all you need to get back in the game. Just a moment from one of your players. There's always in teams that call someone get a 3K, you know, and we're right back in it. It's exactly what Fligless does here.
Enemy remaining.
They end up winning in the 2v1 as well. It's close.
Let's go. Let's go.
But they're not going to care. And again, in terms of how this comp is going to be, as long as Ara can open up these rounds in the way that he is, create the amount of space that he has, what you're looking for.
Oh, Levin, entry in, and BBL, they are really looking to deal with this. Deal with it so easily as well. I mean, Cloud's able to somewhat stabilise the team, but overall, I mean, still advantage towards the defence.
Be in the close corner as well. The placement of the smoke is a bit of a ruse. You can't afford a lazy clear here. We saw what happened before.
Yeah, I'm sure BBL will be careful, but the trigger discipline's unbelievable. Yampi doesn't know, and neither does Sociable, as Grubby is setting Giant X up for the perfect position, and there it is. We were all waiting on it, and finally sends it home. A 1 versus 2 that Magnum needs to try and get through, but he can't even get out of the smoke early doors. The trade is there, and well, you spoke about lazy clears, so that was a lazy round.
I agree. Another round though where GX get through with just one player left to tell the tale, but that's the story of it. There is no train to be seen here. It's a rail replacement bus at best. They are creeping their way through it, one map at a time. This was really nice from Grubby.
He's not even seen on the map either, which is the worst part. Sometimes you get like that little moment when it pops up.
And the bigger point to take away is, with these rounds being so close, it's about the spacing, it's about the trades, the real fundamental aspects to this game that GX are starting to perform better in.
And I wonder as well, like, as we're in this position right now, BBL will be thinking to themselves, hey, we really need to make do on the potential lead that we could have, right? The potential to make this gap as far possible, and then, like, hit Giant X with pace that they really can't live with when you look at that double initiator, plus the Phoenix as well.
Out of the timeout, BBL wanting to add consistency to their games, cutting out the low points was a big thing, and now looking at the timeline, 5 in a row has been responded to. But having that pause come into effect, what is it they've done to right the ship and get back on course? Because as we said before, if you want to go to champs, you've got to be putting teams away. Doesn't matter what the form looks like, got to be at the races. GX, it's looking for that first top 8 finish since 2023. First playoffs post-merger is what they're gearing up towards. And it's moments like this when you're needing to respond.
Nightfall has already netted Yampi his first entry, and well, Levin as well, as they look to knock them down. It looks as easy as possible once again for BBL. Giant X are capitulating as we see an in-zone flawless.
Really great use of the Nightfall there from Magnum as well. Already up to 11 assists with 12 rounds played. Catches so many heading through the mineshaft, and
one enemy.
Levin, Profek doing their job. The players with sound muted.
What are you doing?
Walk straight into the jaws of the beast itself, and I don't think it gets much simpler than that for the defense to just react to the pressure being created.
So now we look towards an altercation through that A main. Look at the buy, it just doesn't convince you at all. GX just can't even get even further forward than this smoke.
adaptation from BBL as well. 3 players behind this on A, and Sociable even tucking into the corner, does get caught by the Prowler, sticks around, no TP, flash right in his face, still not cleared, still surviving, and escaping with his life. After conditioning that mid area so much, BBL just shift over, but still, they're rooted in position. Sociable's going back in for more! What's he doing?
Greedy boy, that's what he is. 4v4, we end up all even. It was like walking through glass and A main. And, well, interestingly enough, we're going to get a defensive ulti coming through, and Levin actually capitalises off the back of it, gets himself a kill on B main. And now GX look towards mid.
Levin just a little bit hesitant, placing down the anchor of the run it back before he's sent to it again. GX moving towards Link, but the crossfire is set up,
down A.
and it is unneeded. Prophet finds 2 quick kills, so sharp, now fully warmed up. Time low, chances lower. It's a 9-3 half as BBL settle the score out of the timeout.
Will it be like the last time we seen Corrode, or will there be a cuss in order? Well, we'll need to see who can win out this final map in this best of 3, but it won't be until after a break till we find out.
One enemy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's crunch time for Giant X. You can take a win against the princes who may never make it to Paris, but can you do it against the team in form? The ones with a crown and a logo, but yet to find one on their head. The team who have been in this position so many times before in the late game and battled back from deficits. It's time to start showing some of that character which has been built up over the time they've spent so far together.
Yeah, for me, Giant X need to show us a much better look in the second half, or every team will see blood in the water and it will allow for them to pick Corrode. As for BBL, they could cement themselves as the team for Corrode with their ideas, which are definitely not, I guess, are their own, if that makes sense. But for me, I think it's mostly been GX tripping over their own feet throughout the map.
Definitely a nice trump card to have. Corrode finding itself in the first wave of bans in every single series in the first week, except for the Na'Vi Apeks game and, of course, the Apeks KC game as well. But the more I talk about Apeks, the more upset I get. So into the next we go. BBL's attack side starts by trying to brute force B, flank chasing them up, but it's a slow one from GX. The execution, you could probably say the same.
Yeah, BBL looking to go back and re-clear, but they'll be met with a fight.
Around, posted up by the cannons, getting ready to fire off. BBL yet to clear him. He's only gonna get one. That second layer was Cloud in support. Levin still with a flash, ready to fight back through. It's that combination with the Dizzy. GX forced to respect it. They drop back and they fall. Yumpy and Levin getting their kills. Spike to go down, no wingman. Yumpy's hands are busy, but the 3-on-2 is there.
Dizzy will come back up late for the retake, so that'll be a real nice ace up the sleeve when GX enter the site.
Just shoulder peeking it there as well, gauging where this retake comes in from. Cloud already spotted in Link. Yet to be located, and that is the shot that does it. 11 drop out of main.
Standing.
Next kill,
One enemy
Rubino's making it a one-on-one. Sociable once more, forced to don the purple cape. The Omen in play, but Cloud is the silver lining. A fourth for GX, a much-needed pistol claimed.
I mean, the ace up the sleeve, the Dizzy that came back online, I felt a little bit premature. Obviously, Cloud was seen, but didn't know where Grubby was. And then, well, from there, just kind of fell apart, gave away the 1v1s. That's never what you want in a post-plant, and Sociable couldn't put it over the line.
Come on, Cloud!
Which we know he's good for.
We see BBL move into post. One thing that GX do have is this extra initiation power to find their ways back in. A very tightly knit group in terms of kills, evenly distributed. No one having a poor performance by any standards. It's just maybe not too well versed with the map itself right now, needing those official reps, going through the gears. As BBL do the exact same on this round, loading up the orbs onto Levin. Already halfway to his next ultimate.
Question is like, what's going to be... Uh-oh. That's a fragment kill, I guess. That's one of the kills of all time, but how do you even get through these chokes with the fact that the Cypher trips are going to be there? BBL are making this interesting, but as I get interested, Giant X sent it home.
Yeah, exactly that. GX with a no-nonsense round, defending the B site nicely. Something else to think about for them is how Ara factors into all of this, how mobile he can be with the rotations, and yeah, just the game plan on the other side for BBL. Is there more to this? That's something that we always think about when Phoenix is in play. Are you just, you know, putting a circle piece in a square-shaped hole and saying, yeah, you know what, like, go ahead, pick up the orbs and we'll have an extra body to hit a site? Or how much more have you actually thought about this?
That was, I mean, that was really interesting there. The defense has a 56% win rate outside of China. I think for me as well, that the defense for Giant X will actually look pretty good overall, just because BBL really can't deal with these traps. It looks even better when Cloud gets the sociable pickup.
So the Omen smoke committed to the left-hand side there, but Cloud just does fully disrespect it, and with the utility reinforcing. 3 players in close proximity of mid for GX, the first spotted, the contact taken, and the piece played.
This is a nice aggressive play through mid. BBL caught off guard. Magnum once again. Well, it's another 1 versus 5 with a minute left on the clock. So again, it's another chance to think about things. And I wanted to open up that conversation I kind of touched on about if you're BBL, how do you deal with B? Or how do you deal with Cypher?
Go mid. I think I would like to see BBL explore a little bit more of mid, and that's sort of what we started to get on this round. It's obviously not worked too well for them, but Magnum is a key piece in solving that puzzle. With how open the skybox is, you know?
Yeah, true.
Lots of curved roofs, which make it really nice to place the haunt there. As you can see, he just tosses it out there for good measure.
Mark 2.
And that's what it's all about, man. Ding, ding. That's your answer.
10 seconds left.
Magnum's just hoping that he can keep this Guardian into the next round. I don't think he's going to be allowed to, because as soon as that smoke disperses, everyone's going to be there. And there's your answer. Exactly that. An in-zone flawless for GX in this third round. And now we start to worry a little bit, because we spoke about a 9-3 curse, and I know you don't like that term, but it's looking possible.
Yeah, it's less the curse and perhaps just what ideas do BBL have to bring to this attack side, because right now I'm not really seeing the ethos where on the defense it looked pretty straightforward. Fight heavily for mid, condition it, and then maybe lean into slightly more stacked setups on either side. Here it feels like sort of going B every round, trying to take that orb, load them up onto Levin. He has to run it back now, but you're in an eco and GX have started to close that gap.
The question I have is, like, again, like, in terms of how does it look when we get to the defaulty rounds, and
I have this.
What do they find out? How are they making their decisions here? Where's the priorities? Because as you said, like the priorities, I have a big question mark on. It's crazy to think about as well, considering how you usually like think about Yampi's IGL, and I'm genuinely quite convinced. But as we've moved on to this attack, it feels a little bit lost.
And when you're considering what it is slated here for BBL on a round like this as well, you're trying to garner information on GX's setups. See if there is anything indicative about how they want to try and play it. This is a nice combo from BBL to try and fight towards A, but this pairing of Cloud and Grabinho has looked rock solid so far. Nothing has gotten past them, and that's not going to make BBL feel any better following into subsequent rounds. Sociable seems to be good for his one. Every possible opportunity, and an isolated West Side finds himself dead fairly quickly. Only 1 point of retake here for GX through the link. Spike's still not down, but this could be a problem, especially if Magnum hits a few more. It's Grabinho and Cloud once again, though. This potent pair has put GX within 2.
Just wanted security overall there for BBL in the post plant, or at least getting the plant down, right? They knew that they would be very quickly overwhelmed. It's very unfortunate the way that the kills have gone through. But I think overall they found, I guess, a way to find success in terms of brute forcing your way through some of the mains.
We're now 5 rounds in, and I hate to point fingers, but once more, I'm looking at Leven's ultimate. What exactly is it here that BBL are going to try and do with it? They've gone into B main again, and he does finally invest, but there are kill trips. The fragment has chunked a lot of damage off of him, and the entry's been denied by Flickless. Sociable's closed the gap, but there is support for GX.
That there is. Sociable, though, hasn't been considered, and that's a double entry. Still those traps, or at least the camp is there up and ready, as Westside is available, but the rest of the team are starting to fall to the wayside as they attempt to retake. It's just all up to Westside now.
My eyes are
already. His position considered. Sociable. It's a messy one. Neural Theft invested. He's gonna find out. Both players have repositioned towards main, trying to play together. Yumpy has the ult if required. He will seldom wait to invest it. Profek converting. It's a no-nonsense double digits conversion for BBL.
Yeah, but it's also your first round of the second half, right? And it's not even done much damage to the economy of GX. I find
3 ultimates invested as well.
And on top of that, GX have actually done their own timeout coming into this next round. I wanted to talk about this and the actual setup from Westside.
Yes!
Which I found very interesting. Because essentially they created a runway through that upper half wall position. And Flickless was made responsible for swinging out to anybody coming over that way. The thing that was the undoing of that hold was the fact that we saw Sociable doing that TP right out of his own smoke, and nobody really dealt with it at all.
Yeah, he can't keep getting away with it. Yeah. He can't. He's been able to find value multiple times, and I think paired with the Nightfall and the sound cut definitely helps. Does have the From the Shadows, and with that rotation time for GX as well, being cut by it's stalled out by an extra 10 seconds if BBL control the mid lane. Yeah. It's so important to have that space as a defender if you want to be able to support your B players very quickly, which is something that they've been able to do so far. BBL haven't really had a second layer there, as we're seeing the Cypher setup from Westside. 1 kill trip, 1 to guard the choke.
This goes here.
And this is the opposite to the setup that was there last time in terms of that was the runway, right, where you see that kill trip. So I really like these adaptations that Westside is going for, always being dynamic in the Cypher set.
Sociable also faking his ultimate here as well, just makes GX second guess. You see a Prowler invested, Cloud pulled away from the A hold, which now BBL are looking to try and hit in towards.
Oh, Ara has caught Magnum going for a look. And that feels like a silly mistake, something that was unneeded. And as the rest of the players feel the hand is forced, they're sending it on towards A.
still, that Omen ult had so much value because Cloud was looking towards spawn, couldn't help support Grabinho, so they've effectively given up the site control here. 2 players from GX through Link, and that's the advantage that Ara gets from winning his duel on Magnum.
Yeah, GX have totally encircled this site though, and BBL have no way in, they need to fight.
To the fights they go, it's only Sociable there on the register. Signed off the death warrant as Levin does pick one up onto Cloud. 3v2, but Spike out in the choke. Not in a sight line, Levin clears, quick to snap to the second angle. Westside is in rotation.
Yeah, Spike's on the ground though and time is getting low. That's going to be the big factor in this round. And, well, the fact that Westside is so far away, I mean, this could be a big fight on Grubby.
And he has a one-shot kill on both of these players. He's within striking distance, right up in their face. He'll find both. Just 2 rounds in it now. Again, the A-hole doing its job.
Yeah. You think there's going to be a chance to get it done, and BBL don't pay their due diligence on the site when they're trying to get the spike down.
Bottom mid is a 50-50 clear, right? There are 2 90-degree angles, and Magnum has just walked straight through the middle of both of them.
Both thinks he's a Euro clone.
Laser focused. But, I mean, BBL were able to create a lot more pressure in that round. Yeah, it did stem through the Omen ult, amongst other things. Now their focus is back towards mid, and they get to Link early, but not without taking a boatload of damage.
Now they have Westside at the same time is trying to change up his setup, but GX, I mean, they don't even need it.
Flash reveal, the initiators there, setting up Ara. GX are so quick to react and collapse into this space. We're sort of creeping towards America's time, but that's what we saw a lot of in the Sen G2 game. You've got to be ready to fight this area.
Shadows traveling.
And, I mean, right now, BBL, your review of the last 2 rounds, where do they find that things are going wrong? Because I feel as if, for me, it's the same problems popping up time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, this round is a little more difficult to sort of put down to some of the things that I'm going to raise because of the weapons, but they should be anticipating the probability of GX fighting a little more heavy for mid. Sociable gives the nod to Westside.
30 seconds left.
And yeah,
it's sort of balancing the two, as we said, raising question marks, considering this neutral space as it is an in-zone flawless, fighting into those negative areas.
Yeah, but like, again, like, the interaction with the Cypher setup, I know like I keep bringing it back to this, but it makes it so easy for if you're Giant X to either fight your A main or fight your mid.
I suppose that's it as well, right? You don't have like the standard Sova shocks to clear the traps, or even a raise nade.
Yeah.
No utility damage really. So
the question is, does that mean that the fade, maybe like in future iterations of like these compositions and stuff, if we're seeing Cypher come through a lot more, does it become like that sunset that we used to see where you kind of were forced to play the Sova? It's not even as if the traps are too difficult to deal with either.
No, I don't think so, because there are a lot of other good choices on this map as well. You see a lot of Vice typically played, actually, rather than the Cypher here. But it's looking good for GX at the moment, and the timeline tells that story. Just the 1 round which they ended up losing, and even then it was a lot of ultimates invested by BBL. They have a couple more here. Cosmic Divide from Profect. We saw a little bit of it on the defense, but I mean, there wasn't really a plan there. And again, I'm coming back and talking game plan here for BBL. What is it that you want to try and do on your attack? Where are your priorities? Yes. Finally, we get a look in towards A main to start another round, and a little more lax on mid. You want to be baiting out this pressure, this utility from GX as much as possible, stemming it if you can.
Back to it.
Bring them down.
A main is where BBL tried to make their inroads. Yampy caught by the 0-point knife is going to be... I mean, it's not that much information, but because they've been dedicating at least one initiator towards that spot, but it's always been Magnum and not Yampy.
it's more of the same as well. Yumpy has been caught by that knife before. It's a pretty standard setup. GX are just signposting their authority here. Magnum has run out of options, really. He only has the Haunt now coming into this execution.
No charges.
I think for me, this moment in time, when you've got Grubby's line on A main, the space that, well, GX have had through mid, as we now start to look at this, it feels very easy to read, but Giant X have fallen bait to the ultimate.
No, they haven't. It's a one-player fake towards A with 2 ults, but Westside has a cage in sight, already spotting the edge of the TP and finding 2 clean kills. The words are lost for me. Westside shouting across the stage, and the round's not even done. Absolute bloody mess over here, but Westside's left us all speechless. Clean execution, cage top site, drops into the middle of it. It's all gone wrong for BBL.
That it has, mate. And
10 seconds
it
left.
gets worse. It's not a picture that you want to paint, but I'm just not being convinced at all. I don't know. When I think of like how they're playing it, see that round there, what I would have loved for BBL to do is rather going in and hitting B is re-clear mid.
Yeah.
And create the space for themselves through like doing that little pop through A main, right? You saw it was an initial push over.
Sit down!
Yeah, that was in the middle of the round. A brilliant individual play from Westside. But I think if you look at GX more widely here, the protocols that they have, they're playing a very default setup.
Yeah.
They've got their pairs, players mid, players A, Westside doing his thing. But everyone with the freedom to influence and affect the game when needed. BBL looks static by the same account, as Ara has already gotten things started up against the one rogue rifle in the hands of Levin that needs to go massive to get them an 11. It's a non-starter.
And GX just retreat. They're happy with what they've got. They give up mid. What's BBL going to do now? Seems to be try to re-clear at least. Grab that rifle back.
Now looking at the positions, Westside has changed things up. He's in the corner, ready to be in play if anyone moves through Link. That side, you've got Cloud already taking info and Ara spotting heads. Seeing if he can find another timing. And he's going to continue to push that envelope. BBL are backed into a corner. They're trying to make the A fight happen, and for what it's worth, it is a 2-on-2.
30 seconds left.
The rifle is in the hands of Sociable again, the kill leader in the server. So much he has to do. Wingman gets the plant. Counter paranoia does support Yumpy a moment longer.
Last player standing.
Yeah, it does, but Ara's just so quick on the mark, on the retake. I think that's one of the few rounds that we've actually seen the spike go firmly down. I mean, sure, we've seen BBL get onto site, but getting into post plant's been a different story. But advantage finally taken by GX in this series.
It's a brilliant flash as well from Flickless to set up Ara here. This two as a duo have been playing together for so long now, since those UCAM days, and
I'm out of here.
just about spot the head there as Ara picks up that kill. And now GX are in the lead.
Come on,
This is their opportunity to go ahead and actually win Corrode here against BBL. The reason why we're setting it up in the sense that, BBL, everything's kind of going wrong, it's more that a strong BBL is good for the region, I think. And right now, this is just not what you expect to see from them.
It's not only that, though. If BBL lose this round, the next round is basically an equal buy. Everything will have to be thrown to the wall, and they've started it off right. They've got rid of Ara. How do you now levy this advantage in your favour? There's another pick you can potentially grab through Cloud as he's been identified.
And it's just set Util to take A main as well. Prowler in a TP puts Sociable in a strong position and forces GX to start respecting this a little bit more, where previously they hadn't considered it a possibility. They could just turn their attention and focus on mid. Now there's a split responsibility between the players on either side of it.
it seems a lot more convincing, this default. The way they're moving through the map, they seem a lot more confident.
But Cairo, they still have to find a site to finish on, and right now it's starting to look like that might be B, and it is only through mid as the conduit right now that they actually have to go ahead and take that space. It's going to be helped by Levin though.
Screamer of a shot, and it now looks as if it's going to be towards B, but instead, no, the pivot to A is Yampi. Catches out Cloud, Westside gets Levin, and a question mark now goes on. Can Grubby hold on? Can he be able to keep this from going towards BBL's hands? He's been revealed, but he's still not being capitalised upon as everyone descends on his position. A 1 versus 3 now for Westside.
Teed up through this mid position, no cages to at least find a half. But no BBL players in a position to initially challenge him. He has 1v1s here if he plays his cards right.
Quiring through the site, seeing what he can find. His investigation has found one, but it's the second player that he doesn't consider that gets the round. And finally, that is the second round that BBL have won on the attack at 11-11. We go all even.
This is the Horn dropping into mid to kick things off. The reveal which found the first kill, and with Aragon, it alleviates so much pressure from BBL's shoulders. The quick rotations, the play through the center of the map, which Flickless had been scripting for him. But immediately into the next. BBL back to start their default off with mid. Very lax in terms of taking mid. Giving GX the time of day for now.
Creating a little luck wall as well to work through.
And Magnum also, in finding that ult orb, has the Nightfall for an execution. So if you want to talk about BBL building off having ults available, that's another.
Now another potential kill could be found in Ara. The reveal comes through at the right time to bring them off the angle. But still, advantage towards GX.
Stealing sight.
Unrelenting though, steadfast from Link as BBL are starting to group up towards B. This site has been cursed for them previously. It's Westside there to greet them at the gate. Traps down on the ground. Might have just caught the Nightfall. Supported by Flickless as well.
Yeah, tried to attempt the Omen ultimate combined with a Fade ulti. It doesn't work out. The players now in the corner can't quite get out. They'll need to brawl their way through, and they do so successfully. Ara's up, trained towards main, and Magnum maybe trying to take a step too far. Let's look towards Sociable and where he is. He's in no man's land, so Yampi needs to try and get this one over the line. Oh, Sociable will be very late to the party, and his steps are being heard. The players need to get onto the spike, and they do. Cloud needs to make sure that Sociable doesn't get by him, and that's what he's doing. Dropping onto the site, the spike's being defused. Sociable has no way in, and BBL let this round slip too far. It's now map and series point to Giant X.
I do not know how we've got here, but Giant X through hard graft have reached 12 rounds first from 3 coming out of the first half. BBL doing it in classic fashion, backs to the wall. You felt like there was half an opportunity here for them. Just hanging on the tip of your tongue. And tempers have certainly flared on what isn't the hottest of days today in Berlin, but I'll tell you what, this would still be an upset by every account.
The only thing is, though, Giant X need to make sure, make certain that this is going to go over the line as the players look to bust through, catch GX off guard. BBL, although, are not getting what they were looking for. Levin's ulti will run out just in time, and Giant X hold on to the site.
Ruby's still not cleared from this corner either. It's huge from him. 4 versus 2 situation, but BBL fight back. It's only Yampi now.
And he's only got a stinger. That's all he's got. And it's not going to be enough.
13-11. The birthday present has been signed, sealed, and delivered by Cloud and his GX side.
Yep, Hazard, and that's the big thing here. As it was meant to be such a joyous and celebratory week, is it instead a week of belief, a week of hope, as people now start to buy in to the Giant X stocks. BBL as well on the opposite side. Their champions run now thrown into jeopardy. That playoff stage is a must for them. And while there is just the one Bangkok point propping up the difference between them and Vitality, being 2 games down at this stage in groups, while it's not a death sentence, it's a long hill to try and climb all the way back up. And the Corrode conclusion will give further hope to Giant X. As you say, their stocks continue to increase as they find form right at the end of the year. Yeah, this was a really messy map in general as well to consider when we think of how Corrode and the meta develops through EMEA. I know a double initiator isn't what the analysts and the desk was really buying into. And I think as well that the sharks in the water in EMEA will see blood for both teams. Right now is a good time to play BBL, but it is not a good time to play Giant X. Played their hearts out, and I don't think there's going to be any good time to face these lads with the upcoming games. They'll be chasing for top seed at this point in time with the victories that they've already picked up. 2-0 in groups. Few would have thought it, but you're going to have to believe it because this is what we're seeing. A gratifying moment for those who have stuck through the hard times, as GX may be coming on to some of their best yet in VCT EMEA. Yeah, West Side was saying he was coming for Profek, obviously, the Polish connection being there. And, well, he has got the better of him in the end. But with that being said, we do have Dracos ready with Ara for an interview. We'll send it on over.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm joined by the victorious Aura after a hell of a day. That was such a grueling match, man. You were so close to OT, but you managed to clutch it out in the end. How do you keep going in such a long match? It's so late in the evening. How do you guys keep up that level of performance even into the late hours of the night?
So basically, I mean, that's what we do. We just enjoy playing Valorant. Every one of us, we just try our hardest every time. The game is not over till, doesn't matter the score, even if it's 10-2, 12-0, 11-1, we just keep going, and this show today, like, we just kept going and we won.
Yeah, absolutely did. I think incredible run so far in that you've taken down Vitality, you've now taken down BBL. What is the secret to this split 2 version of GX? What has changed as you've joined this team that you've seen that has allowed you to put up these kind of all-star performances and take down some opponents who a lot of people would call favorites in both these matchups?
I mean, everyone from us is just playing every day the hardest, and at some point it just become like a routine, you know, to play at this level. Like, we're always screaming, trying our hardest every day, every week, and then yeah, that's basically it.
What was the transition like for you coming in? We haven't had as much of a chance to talk to you. End of split 1, you get some games on stage. EWC qualifier doesn't go great. You're here and you're crushing everybody. So what has the transition into Tier 1 been like?
So for me, like, I always dreamed of playing on this level, and like, I played with UCAM for only like 1 split. I didn't get like that much of experience in UCAM, which is like Tier 2. And but yeah, like, I got like a good group of people like Cloud, Pipson, everyone, like every teammate, I love them, and they help me become better and better day by day.
And it's definitely showing on stage thus far. Upcoming schedule will be Foot is your next opponent. You've taken down everybody so far. Is this just going to be another name on the list? How are you feeling about that match?
I mean, we're just going to keep going, and that's it. Like, we're going to try our hardest every day, and the results will show off eventually.
The last question I want to ask, or kind of the last thread I want to pull on, is Corrode feels very much unsolved. But I'm curious if you have any perspective on what we saw today, your opponents opting not to run a Sentinel. Is there anything that you've seen so far that really sticks out that seems to be the key to Corrode?
I mean, I think Corrode, like, is a map, basically how we approach it is like, mostly, as you saw, like, we fight mid, we rely more on fighting, so like, there's nothing complicated. Like, we just fight, and yeah, I think that's the whole point. I mean, the map is not out for long, so we don't really like know how it's gonna be played, but we'll live and see.
Yeah. When it comes to kind of the preparation for your upcoming opponents, I'm curious how much the new maps like Corrode and Vine factor in. Obviously, for context, if you don't know me, I'm kind of like new to Valorant, right? Okay. There's a lot that I'm trying to understand. So when it comes to map prep, what is it that you kind of look at to try to figure out what's going to give you the most favorable angles?
To be honest, like, my coach knows this better than me, for sure. But like, he always comes with new ideas, new stuff. We are trying, like, some things fail, some things work, and like, we just keep them, you know? Like, what's working, what's not working, and we just eliminate them. Like,
yeah. As a last note, a final thing before we send off, you're a new face for a lot of people. What is the kind of, is there anything you want people to remember when they think about you? Is there anything that you want to become your signature? People know Boaster for silly dances. You know, there's a lot of players with these iconic identities. What do you think you want to be the thing that like people know you for?
I mean, I just kind of want to be known like the guy who just like joined this tier 1 and just performs, you know, like kills everyone, like no pressure, no fear, like just playing like if like I played here for my whole life. So yeah.
Bro, you already made 2 upsets. I think you're well on the way to establishing that as a rotation. Congrats again, man, on finding the win and making the upset happen. As we say goodbye for the day, let's take a look at the Herman Miller Gaming end of day highlights. And of course, we'll see you all tomorrow.
You guys.
Themselves in the end.
Nice! Nice! Good job, brother. No, BBL are falling apart. Oh. Not like this! Not like this! Giant X, out of nowhere, will win the first map, which again was BBL's pick.
Nice! Nice, nice! David, let me kiss your forehead, David. Let me kiss your forehead.
Bright spark at the start of the year, and Aaron now looking to take his place on the throne. 11 flicks to the eruption on the BBL side of the stage. We are going to corrode after all.
Nice! Nice, Gruby. Блять, sorry guys, my bad. I brain lock. Sit down! Got a stinger. That's all he's got. And it's not going to be enough! 13 to 11!
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 밴